Planning Committee the 7th of August, starting at 10 o'clock.
Sarah. So good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10:05 on the 7th of August. Other members of the committee can introduce themselves. So from on my right here, Councillor Gilderdale, do you want to say who you are and stuff?
Hello, Councillor Gilderdale, East Chesterton Ward.
Dave Agent Romsey.
Councillor Ernie Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Councillor Katie Porra, Market Ward. Councillor Karen Young, Queen Ediths.
Councillor Tim Griffin, Coleridge Ward.
Councillor Robert Dryden, Cherry Hinton Ward.
Thank you, councillors. So I just got a note here to say that Councillor Griffin became a reserve on the committee after publication of the agenda. Do I need to make that public? I'm not sure. Anyway, I just have. Apologies. I didn't receive, I'll say that later. I've got some funny text on my sheet which is confusing me. So officers permanently at the table for this meeting are area manager, Philippa Kelly at the moment, but it'll be Jane Rodens later. Keith Barber, legal officer. Committee manager James Goddard and producer Sarah Steed. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the seats to the right of the dais. That's where I'm sitting here. Copies are also available on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure that you've switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that you do not interrupt proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA request, that's Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act requests. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer, just stop a minute, I've got some echo. I think James is fixing it. Done, it's done, good. I'll start again from that sentence. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the adjourned decision protocol. Where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation, the decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So, apologies. Apologies? So, Councillor Lokomatova, Councillor Thornborough, Councillor Todd Jones, and the alternate Councillor Griffin is here, and Councillor Young. Yes, sorry. Thank you. So that's that. Declarations of interest, anyone? Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you. In 2022, when the Varsity Hotel brought their first application on the roof, I was the ward councillor for Market and I had conversations with the applicant at the time. However, this is a previous iteration of with a different planning application, so I'm coming to this planning application with an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagent.
Member of Cam Cycle, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Item 4, Fanshawe Road. I was a housing scrutiny councillor when this came to housing scrutiny. However, at that meeting, I considered the aspects relating to housing scrutiny and not as a planning matter. This has also come to housing scrutiny before. So I would regard myself as predisposed, but not predetermined. And as regards the Varsity Hotel, which has also come to planning before, I have had a number of conversations before, for and against, with residents about this. After the last planning issue, I do not regard myself as either predisposed or predetermined. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to be clear, the conversations with residents were with regard to this planning item on the table today. Is that what you're saying?
The previous iteration of that planning item on the Varsity Hotel.
So in the same position as Councillor Gilderdale, it was a previous planning application, not this planning application. Thank you. Councillor Porro.
Like Councillor Bennett, I have been on housing scrutiny, but like her, I voted on the HRA, the budget implications, and declared at that meeting that anything that came to planning, I would be unfettered in my discretion. And just to note that the Varsity Hotel is in my ward, but has been dealt with by other ward councillors, and not myself, though I have been there for myself for afternoon tea and things like that, but only as part of a normal resident. So again, I'm unfettered in my discretion as it's all been dealt with by other ward councillors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Young.
Item 7 on Cavendish Avenue is in my ward, and I have had discussions with the next door neighbours who I believe intend to speak today, and I regard myself as compromised and I will not be speaking on that matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to be clear for residents listening in, so Councillor Bennett gave a very good explanation of her declaration of interest, and so just so everyone understands, members can be predisposed, as Councillor Bennett said she was, but they should not be predetermined, as Councillor Bennett said she wasn't. So just to be clear on that, everyone understands what that means. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the first. Oh, no. We're going to change the order today so that the Planning Committee review project update, item 11, can be done first, which won't take very long. It's the note, and then we'll get started on the planning items of the day. So that's item 11. So that's a change in the schedule. So anyone wishing to talk today, you might be a little bit later by, I'm hoping this will be about, say, 15 minutes at most, maybe less. And it is to note, and so I'll leave it at that in case members want to come back to me with any burning questions, but they will be able to email the officer concerned. So Heather, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So just to reiterate, the planning service has been through a period of transformation, and as part of that, we undertook to review the planning committee processes of both partner councils. And as you know, we have 3 planning committees across the shared service. This is an updated progress report on where we are with that. It was led by Rebecca Smith, who unfortunately can't be here today. She's our delivery manager, so I'm presenting it on her behalf, on behalf of the service. So back in 2020, the Planning Advisory Service carried out reviews of all 3 committees, and this was all around unifying our approaches to planning and embodying best practice wherever possible, including community participation. The review has been aligned to the 12 themes that are best practice in managing planning committee process work that's been undertaken by PAS. And we included engaging with members of all 3 planning committees, which included chairs, vice chairs and spokes, as part of a steering group, so they've helped to inform some of the recommendations in this report. We have 49 recommendations along the PAS themes. What will happen next, our next steps, is that we will look at those 49 recommendations and we will go through a process, and that will include officers and members of the steering group to come out with a plan of action. So just to reiterate what Chair has outlined, that this is just an update report to note. No decisions will be made around this at this time. If you've got any queries or questions, then please could you address them to either myself or the officer, Rebecca Smith, and we will make sure that they are taken into account as part of the next steps for this item. I just wanted to add that there has been a recent government announcement about the introduction of a planning and infrastructure bill, and in that they've talked about how to modernise planning committees, including a national scheme of delegation. So that might overtake some of the work that we're doing here, but we will align it with whatever national government proposes. And we are also going to seek feedback from our residents of their expectations and experiences of planning committee, as well as developers and agents. So thank you. Any questions through Chair?
Yeah, thanks, Heather. So just to say, PAS is an acronym for Planning Advisory Service. It is in the report at 3.3, but just for any residents listening. And as chair of any committee, I've never stopped any member speaking, even on an item to note, whether it's a question or a comment. So if any members wish to say anything now, that's absolutely fine. Yes, Councillor Pora.
Firstly, thank you to Rebecca for all her work on this. I came back with some quite extensive comments, which I think she's weaved back in. Yeah, I just wanted to reassurance. One of the things I'd raised was the Development Control Forum and how that works with the pre-app, and particularly with an applicant who doesn't engage with pre-app. I just want to make sure that will definitely come back through members at some point, because I think we need to make sure we don't end up in a situation where someone doesn't engage with pre-app, but then there's no right for a Development Control Forum. So, and I know I've got one other comment, but I'll email Rebecca directly because it's just about something I failed to spot earlier. Thank you. But thank you to Rebecca, because I was part of this meeting. I think I went to all of the meetings and they were very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
I also wanted to echo Councillor Pora's thanks to Rebecca and Heather and the rest of the team. I've been on the Transformation Committee myself. It's been a long job. But even just the discussions about this I found very helpful as a relatively new member in understanding why other people approach planning differently. I'm going to be sharing the findings of this report with my group and will feed back to Rebecca afterwards, but I just wanted to say thank you and well done.
Thank you, members. Heather, do you want to respond at all to any of those comments?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to say we welcome any comments that you have, and it will go through the appropriate processes of both councils, so just to reassure everyone. Thank you.
And just to be clear, Councillor Bennett and others, this document, set of documents are in the public domain, so anybody, any resident, anywhere in the world actually, can read the document should they so wish, so it's perfectly reasonable for you to share them with your political group. Thank you, although this isn't a political committee, of course. So moving on then, I think that's that. We'll move on to the business of the day, and the first planning item is item 4, so Fanshawe Road, and so I'll let Aaron have a minute to get themselves settled. there. Morning, Aaron. And when you're ready, you can present. So we've got one speaker, an officer at the council, Ben Binns, who will speak later for 3 minutes. Okay, well, that'll be after the presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. For those that don't know me, my name's Aaron Coe. I'm a Principal Planning Officer at the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service, and I'm the Case Officer for the proposed redevelopment of Fanshawe Road. The application proposes the demolition of the existing buildings, garages and hard standing, and the erection of 84 new homes, car parking, landscaping and associated works. The planning application reference number is 2304686/FUL. The applicant for the development is the Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is a joint venture between Cambridge City Council and Hill. This partnership was set up in 2017 with the goal of delivering high-quality homes in sustainable locations. This is a Regulation 3 planning application. To give a bit of background before I start the detail of the presentation, as some members will recall, this scheme was presented at a recent planning committee on the 27th of March 2024. Members resolved to approve this planning application, which, as submitted and presented to committee, proposed 45 of the 84 homes to be affordable, which equates to 54% of the total number of dwellings to be provided as part of the development. This exceeded the 40%, which is required by Policy 45 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018. However, following the committee approval and during Section 106 negotiations, the applicants have engaged with Homes England regarding the grant funding towards the provision of the additional affordable homes on this site, which are over and above the amount required by planning policy. The additionality above the amount required by policy in this instance is 11 affordable homes. Homes England have confirmed the Affordable Homes Programme 21 to 2026. Grant funding can only be used to fund homes additional to those delivered through the planning process, unless it can be demonstrated that 100% of the homes on a site are being delivered as affordable housing. It has been confirmed that the proposed development would not comply with the grant funding criteria as originally submitted because the 11 additional affordable homes above the amount required by policy were to be secured by the Section 106 legal agreement. Therefore, this application is being represented to members to reassess the planning balance with 40% of the development as affordable housing to be secured through the Section 106 agreement. If approved, this will enable the Council's Housing Development Agency to apply for grant funding towards the additional 11 affordable homes. I'll now move on to the presentation of the item. This slide shows the site location as existing. The site currently consists of 30 existing flats which fall below current nationally described space standards, have low thermal efficiency, are in poor condition with structural issues. The application site is in Cambridge City Centre within the Coleridge Ward, which is outside of all designated conservation areas, and there are no listed buildings within close proximity to the site. And this just shows an aerial view of the site. The surrounding character is residential generally. To the north of the site, you can see the Coleridge Recreation Ground. To the northwest are the Fanshawe Road allotments. In terms of site constraints, as part of the site is designated as protected open space. I'll come onto more detail in later presentation, the assessment of the relevant policies in respect of protected open space. The site is within flood zone 1, and there are a number of trees within the site boundary. None of these trees are protected, subject to tree protection orders. So moving on to the proposal, the application proposes the demolition of the existing buildings and erection of 84 new homes, open space and landscaping. So you can see there's 4 blocks of apartments in total, 2 on the western side, 2 on the eastern side, Then you've got 8 dwellings on the edges as well. So W3 on the west side, which is 3 detached properties, and then 5 detached properties at E3 as well. Sorry, 5 terrace properties, 2 pairs of semis. And looking at the ground floor, let's just go back, sorry, to talk around the blocks in more detail. We've got E1, which consists of 17 apartments, are proposed at 4 stories in height. And then the block then steps up to 5 stories in height towards the central landscape space. E2 to the south also consists of 17 apartments, but at 3 stories in height, proposed stepping up to 4 stories further to the north of this block. And then E3, as I said, 5 terrace properties at 2 stories in height. And then to the west, labelled W1 on this slide, 28 homes within this apartment at 5 stories in height. W2, 14 homes at 4 stories in height. And W3, 3 terrace properties at 2 stories in height. As you can see from the ground floor site plan, we've got a large central open space being proposed here, which will be publicly accessible, with new connections linking the site to Coleridge Recreation Ground. There are also 2 shared surface streets providing access to the 2 car parking courts on either side of the central open space. And we've got underground iceberg bins as part of this scheme too. And there's a proposed roof plan just showing all of the roofs supposed to be green roofs. Just go through the elevations quickly. We've got block W1, block E1, block E3, block W2, block E2, block W3. So moving on to the assessment of principle of development. So policy 3 seeks to ensure that new residential development is appropriately located. This includes with respect to surrounding uses, accessibility, and access to facilities. This application site is in a location which has other residential uses in close proximity, has good transport accessibility, and is located on land which is already in residential use. With the above in mind, it is considered the proposal is in accordance with policy 3 of the local plan. Moving on to the protected open space matter, the screenshot on the left of this slide shows the existing protected open space on the site, and this is outlined in red. So I'll use my laser pointer to show where. So this is the open space that's protected, highlighted with the green dots and the white background. So the total amount of protected open space on site as existing is 0.448 hectares. As existing, the open space at the front of the site is publicly accessible. However, the open space to the rear of the flats is private space. In terms of environmental and recreation quality ratings, the open space and recreation strategy consists of 36% and private land to the rear at 62%. So these are relatively low scoring in terms of overall quality. And then moving to the second screenshot on the right-hand side of this slide, the new open space proposed consists of 0.486 hectares of enhanced open space. This is an increase to the existing amount. In terms of quality, the new open space proposed seeks to enhance through new play spaces, biodiversity enhancements, and landscape improvements. In addition to this, all of the open space will be publicly accessible as part of this scheme. Overall, the proposal is considered to meet the requirements of Cambridge Local Plan 2018 Policy 67. And this slide just shows the landscape master plan, which further highlights the benefits associated with the proposed reconfiguration of this space. And this slide just shows a sketch view looking westward across the site. In the foreground, you can see the food growing beds, which are part of the landscape proposals. So moving on to the key matter for discussion today. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, the proposed development is being represented because the scheme now consists of 34 affordable homes, which still meets the Cambridge Local Plan Policy 45 requirement, giving 40% of the development as affordable. The scheme includes a good mix of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom properties, which is supported by the Council's Housing Strategy team. And the application is considered to introduce an acceptable mix and size of dwellings, which responds to the local need of the much needed affordable homes in Cambridge city centre. So moving through the views now, so this is the existing view from Bancroft Close, and there's the proposed view. Existing view from Stern Close, proposed view from Stern Close. Existing view from Fanshawe Road, proposed view from Fanshawe Road. And across the recreation ground, there's the existing view and the proposed view. Single aspect dwellings. So we've got 13 out of the 84 dwellings proposed to be single aspect. None of these will be north facing, so that equates to 15% of the scheme as single aspect. Whilst officers appreciate members' concerned, the applicants have been through the PARTO thermal comfort testing process, and all of the schemes comply with the PARTO requirements. As set out in the ministerial statement, the government does not expect plan makers to set local energy efficiency standards that go beyond current or planned building regulation requirements. So given the percentage, and the applicant team have worked to design out as many single aspect units as possible, the number proposed here is considered acceptable. In addition to this, the design team have introduced glazing specifications, depth of window reveals and external shading to mitigate the harm of the single aspect properties. Amenity for future occupiers. All of the properties meet or exceed national space standards. The affordable homes are designed to Passive House Principles standard. All of the properties will have external amenity spaces. 12% of the affordable provision to be M43 category dwellings, which exceeds the policy requirement. Cycle parking, 145 spaces are proposed for the apartment block, which exceeds the policy requirements by 10 cycle parking spaces, further 11 visitor spaces, and secure and covered cycle parking to the front of the dwellings for the E3 and W3 blocks, which are the terrace properties. There's also sufficient space for cargo bikes within the communal cycle stores, so that is another benefit of this scheme. Car parking, 49 car parking spaces in total for the 84 dwellings, which equates to a ratio of 0.54 spaces per dwelling. So this amount is considered acceptable in this location, given the site's close proximity to bus stops, the railway station, and local amenities. Therefore, the scheme is considered to comply with policy 82 of the local plan. Trees. A total of 20 trees are proposed to be removed, which are a mix of category B and category C trees. All category A trees are proposed to be retained. The council tree officer was heavily involved in the extensive pre-application discussions to ensure an acceptable scheme from an arboricultural perspective has been achieved. We've got a replacement planting of 47 additional trees, and this is supported by both the landscape colleagues and the tree officer as well. Biodiversity. A biodiversity net gain plan and metric has been submitted to demonstrate the proposed development is capable of achieving 35% net gain on the site itself, so there's no need for any off-site provision. And this is secured by condition 39, which will also provide details of the 30 years management and monitoring strategy. So as I've mentioned, there's significant landscaping enhancement proposed, and the additional biodiversity benefits are involved. The creation of neutral grassland meadow, modified grassland, rain gardens, additional shrubs, the green roofs, and new tree planting, which all contribute to achieving this net gain on site. So lastly, to conclude, having regard to the planning balance in this case, for the reasons set out within the officer's report and as mentioned in this presentation, officers consider the benefits of the scheme to outweigh the harm. Despite the reduction in the number of affordable homes being secured by the Section 106 agreement, the overall planning balance in this case is still considered to tilt in favour of the approval of the application, subject to conditions as set out in Appendix 1 of the reports back, and completion of a Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, so just one speaker on this item, Ben. So, Ben, you've got 3 minutes to speak. You press the button, you probably know, don't you, on the thing. And half a minute before the end, the bell goes, let you know it comes to the end. And if you make sure you Just tell us who you are before you start speaking, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Ben Binns, Assistant Director of Development for the Council. I wanted to provide some context to why this scheme has come back to Planning Committee. The Fanshawe redevelopment has been approved twice at Housing Scrutiny Committee as well as Planning Committee in March, with the most recent being to deliver 84 new homes. 45 of these 84, which is 54%, are to be delivered as affordable housing, in excess of the affordable housing requirement, which will be 34 affordable homes, which is the 40%. In the HSC report, we stated that the Council would apply for Homes England funding for the additional 11 affordable homes being delivered over and above policy requirement. Now, in the past, under our 500 programme, which was partially funded by the 70 million devolution deal, the Council was able to allocate grant to any site or any development, as well as use right to buy receipts with this grant funding. This is true right now for any funding given to the Greater London Authority or other devolved authorities such as Manchester and the West Midlands. Since receiving our application for grant, Homes England have advised that the 11 additional affordable homes over and above the local plan policy requirement are being secured by the Section 106 agreement as part of the affordable housing offer required to satisfy the local plan policy requirement. They are not eligible for funding. The matter was escalated with Homes England, and their Director of Affordable Housing met with me and our Planning Director, Stephen Kelly, but they confirmed that unless the Section 106 was changed so that it only referred to the provision of policy compliant levels of affordable housing, that is 34 homes in this case, they could not fund the additional council homes due to their funding rules. We have lobbied the incoming government about this issue, and we are hopeful that the Secretary of State, Angela Rayner, will provide a change in the grant regime so that the council gets more flexible funding like it did under the devolution deal. But that is not in place now. We are therefore making an amendment to the planning approval to show that we will provide a minimum of 40% affordable homes, and the 11 affordable homes that we provide in addition will then be applicable for grant funding. Can I just finish the last sentence? Yep. The change in wording only to show that we'll provide 40% affordable homes in order to achieve the grant funding we think will be approximately £1 million. When there is pressure on the HRA finances, this funding of £1 million is welcome and will facilitate additional funding to be allocated to the delivery of affordable homes on other sites across the city. We are not changing the HSC approval, and Cambridge Investment Partnership is committed to providing 84 homes, including 45 affordable homes at Fanshawe Road. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Ben. I allowed Ben to finish there a bit longer than 3 minutes. So it's useful evidence for us to have in order to make a decision. So thanks very much for that, Ben. No more speakers. Can I just check a couple of things with the officer before we go into general debate? So now, Aaron, so you need to tell us what a Regulation 3 application is, please. Also explain what a percentage is, because many residents won't understand percentages. It's important, I think, that we understand this is the main point of today's item on the table, percentage, and we need to know what that means. So we need to know how 84 changes into 34 or 45. And what else was it? Oh yeah, the other thing is, can you also outline for us and for the residents what the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework, the regulatory system that we work to in this committee, what it requires in terms of affordable housing, so that we're all clear on that. I think we all know what our policy is here. It's 40%. We require 40% generally. So, but I think that's useful to know as well, and to place this in a context in terms of what's been talked about during the presentation and by the speaker. So at the moment, what we've got on the table is a previous application that provided 54% affordable housing. but the application today on the table is 40% affordable housing. Is that okay, Aaron?
So this is a Regulation 3 application, as Cambridge City Council is a joint partner in the investment partnership and has a direct interest in the application. Percentage, so 84 homes on the site, 100% would be 84, 40% is 34, and the 54% previously presented was 45 affordable homes. So they are the breakdowns. On the table today that we are assessing is 34 affordable homes within that 84, and that is all we can give weight to in the planning balance and assessment of the application. So the NPPF, major development over 10 homes, same as policy 45, requires 40%. So the policy requirement is 34 affordable homes. To address all of the questions, Chair.
My understanding was with the NPPF that the requirement was that the NPPF required 10% affordable housing, but most authorities provide between 20 and 40 and some 50% affordable housing. But I'm hesitant to cross you. I'm only the chair of this committee. You're the officer. You should know. I'll allow you to just check that. I think it's important to understand that in the context of this decision making. Aaron, I could go to Philippa and we can get on with it then. Philippa, do you want to respond?
If I can just clarify, so the NPPF December 2023 sets out in paragraph 66, where major development, including the provision of housing, is proposed, planning policies and decisions should expect at least 10% of the total number of homes to be available for affordable home ownership.
Thanks for that. And so I just wanted to make it clear that there are different percentages kicking around here. I mean, the main one we want to be concerned with, I think, today is the 40%, which is our policy compliance in this council for this planning authority. So that's it. I'm done. Members, debate. Councillor Griffin.
Chair, I trust that it's not, that I may still declare an interest.
Anytime during the meeting.
So this development is in the Coleridge ward. I'm a councillor for Coleridge. At the March planning meeting, I spoke as a ward councillor in favor of the development. And at Housing Scrutiny, I'm also a member of Housing Scrutiny, where this, we have voted twice in favor of funding this, so that's not a planning matter. I do consider myself predisposed for this, but not predetermined.
That's fine, Councillor. As I said earlier with Councillor Bennett's point, I'll just reiterate for residents listening, predisposed is fine, predetermined is not, so you're all good.
So my question through the chair is for Ben Binns. Could we have detected
Just to interrupt you, we don't ask questions of speakers except in exceptional circumstances, which might be the case today, but just to let you know.
Oh, okay. So I guess I'm wondering if we could have detected this problem earlier. That's all.
All right. Well, we'll save up questions for the officer and we'll go further if we need to.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Poore.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, it's extremely frustrating about the Homes England issue, and I think it's really bad timing because obviously Angela Rayner is aiming for 50%, so I suspect this will correct soon. But that, for me, is clearly a matter for Housing Scrutiny and the Housing Development Agency, which obviously I hope Councillor Griffin and colleagues will take up. But in planning terms, obviously, it is policy compliant. I just wanted to note, Chair, when this came last time, I abstained on it because I wasn't happy with the single aspect homes. I would have preferred a deferral, and I was worried about the clustering. So if I am likely to abstain again today, it will not be because of it, the policy issues that are raised today. The matters haven't changed in any other area, though I do note the M43 policy compliance is an improvement since last time. But you know, in my view, this is policy compliant. So whilst my vote may not change, that's not been affected by what's come forward today. You know, we are planning committee, it meets our policy of 40%. And I thank Keith and the housing development officers that at least we've got some kind of memorandum of understanding, even if I appreciate it doesn't have the legal weight of an S106, but I think that's better than nothing. And I just hope that this can be resolved for other developments coming forward, where we or potentially developers may wish to put in more than 40%, because obviously it would be frustrating to have to either have 100 or 40. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bennett.
I think other councillors may have been before me.
I've no idea. Who wants to go first then? Councillor Paget, you go next. Well, actually, let's stop there, get those questions answered, then we'll come back for some more questions. So, Aaron.
Sorry, it was more of a statement from Councillor Porro than a question, I believe. Is that right?
Well, you could give an answer to that question, because Councillor Porro is interested in the single aspect homes. So you could just confirm whether it's the same number on this application as the previous application, and where they are, actually, because they could be in different places, I'm not sure.
There's been absolutely no change to the built form as part of the scheme in front of us today. It's the exact same number of single aspect units as previously presented, and they remain within the same location. So we've got 9 homes to be single aspect within block W1, all 1-bedroom properties. So west facing property there, a west facing property between across floors 1 to 4 within W1, so 9 in total. But all of these homes will overlook open space, or towards the allotments as well. So in terms of the quality of the accommodation, officers satisfied they're still good quality, acceptable units. And then 4 homes within block E2.
All right, not forgotten Councillor Griffin's question, but just on that, do you want to just tell us why single aspect homes are not preferred by some people, and also there's a range, isn't there? Some are less bad than others, so explain that too, and also just explain why we get single aspect homes in blocks of flats like this, where you have an access core. I'm talking about having a back to an access core in the middle of the building.
So the drive to design out single aspect homes stems from overheating and also quality and the amount of daylight sunlight reaching for the future occupants within these homes. The west facing properties are less good because of the amount of sunlight they'll receive and from an overheating perspective as well. But in this case, the sustainability officers reviewed all of the thermal comfort assessment and the additional shading, external shading on the facades, the triple glazing and the window reveal. So that through the design process, they've reduced the harm of having single aspects on this scheme. And again, the number of 13 out of 84 isn't so significant to be given weight in terms of issuing a refusal. And the scheme complies with policy. Thank you.
Thanks. And again, just for residents, it's basically a house with a window on one side but not on the other. So the wind can't blow through the house in basic terms. So, and Councillor Griffin's question?
To the question
remember?
To Councillor.
Which was, couldn't we have foreseen this happening before it happened?
I think it's outside of the planning remit to understand the funding regime and the process involved. So that question's best directed to the applicant, which is the Housing Development Agency too.
My understanding is that the precise details of the Homes England funding arrangements and the mechanism upon which the council would have to apply only became apparent after the application was last taken to planning committee. So it's only more recently that the understanding and the clarity has appeared around those precise terms of the funding arrangements. I'm seeing Ben's nodding, so I'm glad that I've got that correct. Thank you.
So I'm trying to stick to normal protocol. We don't really want it to go back to the applicant to have answers to questions. That's not appropriate, if at all possible. And just to add to what's been said there, so the current funding arrangements are that funding will be provided 40% affordable housing schemes or 100% affordable housing schemes, but nothing in between. We have something in between. That's the problem. So more questions. So Councillor Bajan.
I think it's regrettable that this has had to come back to planning committee. I mean, we're hard pressed for time already, and that somebody's got something wrong, and here we are discussing something for 30 minutes so far, probably an hour, and it's regrettable that this happened. I think the important issue here, or an important issue, is that we trade off. Sometimes there's things that we think are good and sometimes things that we think are bad, and you make a judgment, subjective judgment, on the basis of that. Now, when you reduce the amount of affordable homes, then to a certain extent you reduce my willingness to forgive something that I don't like. So the single aspect homes, so the first question is, are these the affordable homes or are they market homes? My second question is somewhat more complicated perhaps. Does this have a ricochet effect now that we have a new understanding? Do we have other schemes that we've approved that will no longer get funding from Homes England because they've gone over the 40% thing? And is there how many schemes have we approved that were expected to get funding from Homes England and now no longer will? And will they all have to come back to this committee? I think that will do for the moment. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm not quite sure if the second question is one for this item, but can I get you to respond to that second question at all?
I'm afraid I am not close enough to understanding the pipeline of the delivery of the other side, so at your discretion it would have to be one for the applicant to answer, Chair.
And if you can just answer briefly then, please, and just that question and nothing else, please.
Certainly. So there are no other schemes that will need to come back at this stage, and the reason for that is that they've either already had funding or, in the case of East Barnwell, we're in the process of getting funding. So we're not expecting any other scheme to come back in the way that Fanshawe did in relation to that.
All right, thanks for that, Ben. And just with regard to Councillor Bajan's first question, it wasn't really a question, it was a consideration, I think, but I draw members' attention to the planning balance in the drawings pack, and one can note, and we are guided by officers and expert consultees in the officer advice and planning balance. It's a positive that 40% of the residential development is to be secured, etc. The only negatives are loss of existing trees and single aspect homes, but obviously each member will make their own consideration in terms of their own personal planning balance, but they should be guided by expert advice. Councillor, did you want to come back on that, Councillor Bajan? Yeah. Microphone, please, Councillor.
Are the affordable homes, are the single aspect homes affordable homes or for market?
Okay, I don't think I heard that. I missed that, sorry. Okay, let's just go back to Aaron quickly on that then, please.
Yes, the affordable homes are all located within blocks W1 and E2, which are the affordable properties. Out of the 13 single aspect homes are all affordable as part of this application.
So just to be clear, that's 13 of the 34. There are 34 affordable houses, so 13 of them are single aspect homes. Is that correct?
As shown on the slide now, the properties highlighted in green are the 11 that we cannot consider as affordable at today's meeting or be given any weight in the planning balance. So within the units highlighted in green, we've got the one unit on the third floor of E2, which is a single aspect unit, which in today's assessment needs to be treated as a market house. However, subject to the Homes England funding coming forward, that would then be another affordable home, which would be single aspect. So in answer to your question, at today's meeting, we can only give weight to 12 of the out of the 32 being single aspect, with the exception of the one unit in E2, which would be a private home at today's meeting.
Thank you, Aaron. So this is very technical. So, Councillor Bajan, did you follow all that? Did we all follow all that? Does anyone want that repeated? Okay, good. Right, next speaker, Councillor Bennett.
Before I ask my question, Chair, I'd just like to make a point of clarification. East Barnwell is 100% affordable development, so it's not affected by this problem. The development that has come before housing scrutiny, but not yet planning, and is affected is Eakin Road. So I mention that because I know if any members of the public who are affected by either might be watching. However, I would say that residents do get the two developments nodded up all the time because Eakin Road is in East Barnwell and it's a perfectly understandable mistake. Turning to my questions, I have one on the single aspect homes for Aaron, and you've already answered Councillor Porr's questions from the earlier session about what has been done to mitigate the overheating aspects of the single aspect windows. But my question's on what I think of as the social aspect of the single aspect windows. As ward councillors, we get complaints all the time that when it's hot, people who only have one window can't open it because of either noise or odours from below. Now, I know that these single aspect windows are overlooking open space, but what I would be looking for is whether there's any possibility of doing planting or signage to stop people smoking immediately under them, because given the location, so convenient to the entrance hall, I think that if we don't put in anything to stop that, that is going to happen, and that makes those windows much less useful. The second issue is a very technical one. I try not to raise non-planning points through planning. I'm not sure whether this is a planning one or not. But I am concerned that given the problems we've already had on the grant funding for this, we are proposing to create a memorandum of understanding. I'm not particularly familiar with the conditions of this grant, but it is very common for large estate grants to contain a condition that there is no other scheme or arrangement relating to this matter. That condition was actually designed to prevent accidental breach of state notified aid conditions. But I would just like to double check on what steps we've taken to ensure that coming forward with this memorandum of understanding will not create a further breach in the grant conditions. And I apologise in advance for such a technical condition, but it has been worrying me ever since we had our briefing last week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. On the point about the need to open windows and the disturbance underneath, and I take Councillor Bennett's point, but I understand these flats are all passive house, right? In which case the difficulties with heat should be very much minimised. And the idea is in a passive house you do not open the windows because the temperature is regulated within the system within the house. So I don't think it's a single aspect room would have such an issue if it's a passive house standard. Perhaps officers can confirm.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, Aaron.
So the applicants are proposing both affordable blocks to be passive house principal standards, so following the low energy efficiency standards to meet the passive house criteria, but they are not getting certification of that. But notwithstanding that, in terms of, as I've said, Part O is being met. And in response to Councillor Bennett's question, it's very difficult to design out the issue of where people choose to smoke, for example, where that might lead to to an issue, but there is defensible planting as shown on the landscape master plan, highlighted G, across, or sort of surrounding the perimeter of all of the apartment blocks at ground floor, which will help in terms of the separation distance from the public space. I'd like to think people wouldn't smoke within children play spaces, but that's difficult to enforce. Of course, signage could be put in place, but that would be something for the applicant team to consider, and they're hearing the conversations being had. So it's not something we could condition, but it's something that the applicant team could consider. On the question on the memorandum of understanding, I think it's probably best to defer to Keith from a legal perspective.
Keith?
Yes, thanks. The memorandum of understanding hasn't been referred to HE for comment, to my knowledge. It's presently with the HDA's solicitors for comment, so I don't know what their thinking on it yet is. When we had some initial conversations with housing colleagues, they made quite clear that any document couldn't refer to a Section 106 agreement to bind the properties to a planning obligation. I'm hoping that the memorandum as drafted will not infringe that requirement. In terms of the grant conditions, I have no idea what they are going to say, so I couldn't comment on them. So at the moment, the draft memorandum is still out there for consideration by the HDA solicitors. We're optimistic that it will meet requirements. That's really all that's the only comfort, I'm afraid, I can give you. If it gets knocked back, we're going to have to reconsider it, or how we approach it.
Keith, HDA?
I feared you asked me that one. I think it's Housing Development Agency. Yes.
You might be right.
I've got it, thank you.
I guess it's better than nothing. And so just in terms of the item on the table today, we're not concerned with whether it gets knocked back or not knocked back. We're concerned with 40%, which is on the table today. The other thing is an aspiration to hope for 54, but we're not considering that. Is there anyone that doesn't understand the difference between passive housing and passive standards housing? Because that's just been talked about by the officer. Everyone's got that? Okay, good. Right, any more questions? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I'm pleased to hear that there is defensive planting. Some feedback I've had from residents is that no smoking signs may be regarded as indicating that this is a good place to smoke. And I would regard the defensive planting as more likely to achieve the desired results and signage. I'm happy with that answer. But I think regardless of whether this is passive house or not, if people want to open a window and it's openable, it will be opened.
Great. Any more? I haven't said anything, but I'm just make it clear that I'm in favour of policy compliance. This scheme is policy compliant. It meets the council's policy and is within the National Planning Policy Framework policy guidance at 40% affordable housing. So unless I hear anything that's going to dissuade me, I'm going to vote in favour of this item. Does anyone else want any more questions about the item? Did I miss anything, Aaron, for you to answer?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, in that case, can we have the recommendation then, please?
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is one of approval. You'll find it in paragraph 0.14 of the officer report to committee. Approve planning application reference 2304686 FUL, subject to planning conditions and informatives as set out below, with delegated authority to officers to settle any amendments to those conditions and informatives prior to issuing of the planning permission. And we have two criteria below. Would you like me to read those out, Chair?
Yes, please.
So number one, the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure a policy-compliant 40% affordable housing scheme and all other planning obligations set out in the initial officer report with delegated authority to officers to settle the final contribution amounts and minor alterations required to the heads of terms to secure an agreement. And the second limb, authority for the Director of Planning to execute and exchange a memorandum of understanding with the Council's Director of Communities, which in the event of a further tranche of grant funding being awarded by Homes England will seek to secure that all additional affordable units being provided on the development are occupied, managed and maintained in accordance with the approved housing scheme pursuant to the Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Six.
Thank you. Against?
None, Chair.
Abstentions?
2.
Okay, the item is approved. Thank you very much. So would people like a bit of a quick comfort break? Yep. Okay, so 5 minutes then, come back at just before 1:15 then, please, if possible. Yeah, about that. Okay, welcome back after a short break. Next item on planning committee is item 5, which is land to the rear of Paget Road. We've got speakers. We've got Objector Andrew, Ben Binns or Jim Pollard, applicant, Nadia, and we've got 2 councillors, both with statements. So, Dominic, you're the officer, you're online, I believe. Yep, okay. Good morning, Dominic. So, will I present the item then, please?
Thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm you can see the presentation and hear me clearly?
Yep, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So this application is at land to the rear of 33 to 39 Paget Road and is proposing the construction of 4 3-bedroom dwellings following the demolition of the existing garages with the widening of the access from Paget Road and associated landscaping. The application is here before committee as the City Council is the landowner and applicant. With regards to amendments and updates since the application or since the reports and plans were published, I have been notified regarding public speakers today, one of whom wishes to supplement their comments with images. These images are snippets of plans that are part of the application and are therefore publicly visible. I will share these during the speaker's comments. An additional third-party representation has also been received. This has been uploaded to the application, however, is not considered to change officer's determination. A BAT emergent survey has been provided. This has also been uploaded to the application and is publicly visible. However, given the Council's Ecology Officer raised no objection to the previous version of the survey and that there are no additional recommendations within this latest version, it was not considered necessary to reconsult on this information. As also detailed in the amendment sheet, the applicant details on the cover sheet of the report have been amended to remove a word mistakenly left in. With regards to planning history on the site, as set out within the design and access statement for the application, there have been 2 previous pre-application meetings on the site with a previous officer from the planning department. The response to these was generally supportive of the scheme, whilst the evolution of the design following this and the public consultation is highlighted within the design and access statement. This slide shows the location plan of the site on the left, and currently there are 34 council-owned garages that are proposed to be removed. As you can see on this plan, the site is surrounded on almost all sides by neighbouring residential properties, namely to the north here, those along Scottsdown Road, those along Paget Road here to the east, and those along Anstey Way here to the south, and those along Lingery Court here to the west. As also shown on this plan, the site comprises an area of the existing residential gardens of number 33, number 37 and number 39 Paget Road here. These are all council-owned properties, and as highlighted within my report, it's considered that the development would retain sufficient space within the garden of these neighbouring properties. This image also shows the relatively long, narrow existing access to the site from Paget Road here. And the aerial view on the right just shows the garages clearly within the context, whilst the variety in the built form is also clearly evident with the uniform form of development along Paget Road here, with more variety along Anstey Way and Lingery Court here. This slide shows the site within our GIS mapping. There are not considered to be any relevant constraints on this site. The orange line, which runs from north to south here, denotes the boundary of the Trumping Conservation Area, of which the site here sits outside of. This is the proposed site plan for the development. As you can see, the 4 dwellings are within 2 pairs of semi-detached units located within the centre of the site, accessed from the shared walkway here. The private amenity areas for the dwellings are located to the eastern and western sides of the plot, to the rear of each of the dwellings. Just for clarity, each of the dwellings are labelled E1 and E2 and W1 and W2 for the eastern and western blocks respectively, with E1 and W1 being the northern dwellings. This area here is the cycle parking with 4 secure sheds, each providing space for 3 bikes, which is policy compliant for each of the dwellings. 5 total car parking spaces are proposed here in the area to the south of the dwellings. 4 of these spaces are allocated, 1 for each dwelling, with an additional visitor space here, and all 4 of the allocated spaces have EV charging provision. This space here, labelled number 11, is the refuse collection area for the dwellings, with storage areas proposed within each of the plots. And the access here is proposed to be widened following the inclusion of part of the garden number 33 from the rear and side of the garden. The proposed access is 4.9 metres wide, 3.9 metres of that is the vehicular access, with an additional metre wide for the pedestrian access. This image identifies the trees within and surrounding the application site as shown. Owing to the nature and condition of the site as existing, there are only 3 trees within the site currently. These are that labelled as T3 here, which is a category C tree and is proposed to be removed due to its low quality and value, along with T1 and T2, which are category U, which is the lowest value and are considered to be unsuitable for retention. All of the remaining off-site trees are proposed to be retained. And these are the front elevations for the 2 pairs of dwellings. As you can see, they're almost identical in the design and appearance. Each of the dwellings has a proposed protruding front porch element, which is here and will be more clear on following slides. The pairs of these porches are approximately 6.2 metres apart, with the main front elevations of the 2 dwellings being approximately 10 metres apart. These are the rear elevations for the proposed dwellings, with the western pair of units on the left and the eastern on the right. As it is clear from the plans, the elevations are again largely identical, with the exception of additional window proposed within E1 here. These elevations, in addition to the front, show the proposed solar panels on the western and eastern roof slopes. This is the proposed southern elevation for the eastern buildings, which again is almost identical to that of the western block, with minor changes to the windows and materials, which will be shown on following slides. These are the 2 northern elevations for the proposed dwellings. The detailed difference can be seen here on the western block. This was added to break up the visual bulk of the flank wall, which is visible from Scotstown Road to the north, and again will be shown on later slides. Owing to the differences in window locations on previous elevations, there are no windows proposed within the northern elevation of the eastern block here. This slide just shows the ground floor plans for each of the proposed units, the only difference really being those to the fenestration. And these are the first floor plans of the dwellings, showing the green roofs above the front porch areas here. Again, with the differences of the fenestration shown within the side and rear elevations. The 2 windows here, which within the western elevations of the western block, are conditioned to be obscure glazed to limit overlooking between neighbouring properties. And these are 2 sections showing the front elevations of each of the pair of the dwellings within their context. As shown within both the sections, the proposed dwellings are approximately 1.8 metres taller than those on the southern end of Scotstown Road. However, the ridge height is more comparable to that of the dwellings along Anstey Way, which are approximately 0.2 metres taller than here. And these sections also highlight the spacing between the dwellings and the neighbouring properties, the closest of which is the gap between the southern elevation of 40 Scotstown Road here and the spacing of approximately 2.5 metres. This is a site section taken across the site from east to west looking north, showing, as I just the offset here between number 40 Scotstown Road and the western block of properties here. Again, also showing the step up in height in comparison to the dwellings along Scotstown Road, but the comparable height to those dwellings along Paget Road here. Here we just have some proposed views of the site, which, whilst not approved, give a guide to the appearance of the proposed development. This firstly showing the view looking towards the southern elevation of the eastern dwellings here, with the car parking spaces here and the cycle parking storage here. And this is a closer view of the central area and the communal walkway within the site from which all of the proposed dwellings are accessed. This is an illustrative view taken from the design and access statement showing the view from along Scotstown Road looking south. And this is the brick detailing I mentioned on the northern elevation of the western block, which was added to break up the bulk of this flank wall. We just have some existing photos of the site. The image on the left showing the view into the site from the end of the access road. The properties you can see behind the garages are those along Scotstown Road, so number 40 here and number 37 here. And the right-hand image shows the view along the access looking towards the site, and you can see the current width of the access being very narrow. It was considered, however, that given the lawful use of the access for a number of garages, that the proposed development with just 5 car parking spaces would not result in any intensification of this use. Some more photos of the site. So firstly on the left showing the view looking south. To the south of the site with number 30 Lingry Court here visible behind the garages. This large tree here is located outside of the application site and is proposed to be retained. And the right hand image shows the main area of the site with the existing garages, number 34 Lingry Court here, which can be seen to the west of the site with number 40 Scotstown Road again visible here. And this is just a photo showing the existing view looking south from Scotstown Road. Again, number 40 visible to the right-hand side of the road and number 37 to the left. The fence, which is largely covered by shrubbery here, denotes the northern boundary of the site. And so, as set out in my report, all of the consultees to respond to this application have raised no objection to the proposal subject to conditions. This includes the tree officer who did not object to the proposed removal of 3 trees subject to conditions. The ecology officer has no objection to the proposed provision of on-site BNG, and our environmental health officer who had no objection to the use of air source heat pumps for the proposed dwellings. Multiple third-party representations have been received, and these are addressed within my report. So in conclusion, this application is therefore recommended for approval subject to the conditions as set out in the reports pack. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. So first speaker is Andrew Taylor, objector. Is he online or here? Online. Okay. Hello, Andrew. Good morning. Hi.
Good morning. Hi.
There.
Good morning, everyone.
So I believe you want to have some images shown while you speak. Is that right? And Dominic is going to
Yes,
show?
please.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got 3 minutes to speak then, Andrew. And
Yeah.
Dominic, are you ready to show these images when we get going? Maybe you want to just share your screen first, Dominic, before Andrew starts to speak. So we're ready to go. Maybe with the first image that needs to be shown.
It's the section one. Yeah.
So Andrew's, Dominic is just finding the images. Andrew,
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Is he still looking for them? Yeah. Do you have them? If you can't find them, Dominic, then we can get them here and show them. But carry on looking a minute while we do that anyway. Sorry about the delay, Andrew.
That's all right. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, we're going to try and share them here now, Dominic. So
Okay.
hold on a tick. Okay.
Ooh. There's notes in that. I don't know if you. I think the images are verified, but someone said not to show the notes. But yeah, that shows what I wanted.
Is that the first one you want to show, Andrew?
Yeah, there were two JPEGs that didn't have any notes on. I just wondered if that would be.
Hang on.
Because that's got my kind of unverified notes, I guess, on it.
Is it the daylight and sunlight or elevation, Andrew?
The elevation, the section, yeah. The north
Elevation.
to south section is the first one. and then the
Right, we're near there, everyone.
Dominic, I've just resent them if that's any easy. Okay,
Is that
thanks
the
very much.
first one, Andrew?
Yeah, perfect.
Can you make
Thank
it any
you.
bigger? Hang on a minute. Can you make it any bigger, Sarah, or was that it? Is that okay, Andrew? Is that big enough?
As long as yeah, that's fine. As long as people can see the dimensions, that's what's important.
All right.
So, good morning. My name's Andrew Taylor.
Hang on a minute, Andrew.
Oh, whoa.
Let me just speak. So you get 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah.
Half a minute before
No
the end
problem.
ballot goes, let you know it comes to the end. Let me just let the officers sit down so we can start the clock, and then you're off. Okay, so.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, when you're ready then, Andrew. Thanks.
So, yeah, good morning. My name's Andrew Taylor. I live at 40 Scotstoun Road with my wife and children. I'm a senior planning engineer with 18 years experience in the construction industry. I object to this proposal. And as you can see, there's an elevation there. So on the right-hand side are the existing properties on Scotstoun Road. On the left-hand side are the proposed houses. What's immediately obvious is the overbearing scale of the proposed, almost 2 metres higher than their nearest neighbours. The question is why, as all the properties are just 2 stories. Also clear is their extreme proximity, less than 3 metres from number 40. So close indeed that if approved, a party wall agreement would need to be concluded before the foundations to W1 commence. Could you please show the second image? And this illustrates overlooking.
Okay, if you carry on speaking then, Andrew, we'll blow it up.
Okay. So please note, BRE guidance refers to minimum privacy distances of 18 metres. Properties on Lingray Court and Scotstoun Road are well within this minimum distance. The proposed are also only 10 metres apart. Therefore, 7 houses fail to meet this guidance. Please note the first floor windows on number 40, which have failed to be labelled on the diagram. This overlooking distance is only 4 metres at an angle which is not extreme and more than 45 degrees, and will allow occupants to look into my children's bedroom at 4 metres, not really acceptable. Overshadowing, the position of the development to the south of Scotstoun Road and east of Lingray Court will cause significant shading, both internally and to the gardens of at least 10 surrounding properties in this densely built up area. Regarding 40 Scotstoun Road, the plan's report admits the scheme fails the 45-degree rule. This rule indicates significant reduction in daylight is caused, normally sufficient to curtail the development. Furthermore, in contradiction to the scheme's sustainability credentials, the building was shadowed by solar panels, which currently generate a surplus of 2 megawatts and provide all my hot water from May to September. Regarding PV shading, BRE guidance recommends a specialist daylight and radiation loss assessment is undertaken. It has not been. I also point to recent case law, McLennan versus Medway Council, which overturned a planning decision due to PV shading. The scheme, as far as I can see on the portal, the scheme has not received all its statutory comments, ignores some key material considerations, and contravened both good design practice and the local plan. I point to 52C, protection of adjoining residential amenity, and 630C, impact of overlooking an enclosure. The issues raised here reflect many of those voiced by neighbours and councillors, including one on the planning committee, which you may hear as a representation. I think this scheme needs to be reconsidered. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks so much, Andrew. If you want to stop sharing then, please, Sarah. Thank you. You're welcome to stay, obviously, Andrew, and listen to the debate if you wish.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Jim Pollard. You're speaking on behalf of the applicants. If you want to say who you are, Jim, please, before you start. You get 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Jim Pollard. I'm a Senior Development Manager with Cambridge City Council. So this scheme is needed because to meet the urgent housing needs of the city, we need to consider all the opportunities, including smaller infill sites, as well as larger scale sites and regeneration sites. They're a key opportunity to deliver family homes with gardens, in this case 4 3-bedroom houses. The dwellings will be M4 accessible and adaptable dwellings. The site is below the threshold at which planning policy sets an affordable housing requirement, but it is the intention to bring these forward as affordable homes. As has just been discussed at some length with the other application, the funding won't be available if it's made a planning obligation. it's understood that residents value opportunities to use garage storage, but the provision of homes to have has to have the priority. And the office has already noted the adjustments of the gardens and needing to leave adequate gardens for those affected. We consult with the residents involved, particularly with the tenants whose gardens will be reduced. We have done in this case, and we're very conscious of the need to consider the impact on neighbours. There's always some impact, but we aim to minimise it. We reduced the height of the building by 900 mil, so it's nearly a metre, to reduce this impact that the speaker was just referring to. We have submitted a daylight and sunlight assessment. We have designed windows to avoid unacceptable overlooking. BEAM is compliant with Part O. But we have gone in design terms to benchmark this against the Passive House Low Energy Building standard. We're not proposing to get it certified, but that has been the benchmark we have worked to and calculated with. And we note that there will be the impact on PV, but our advice is that it's minor and that this shouldn't stand in the way of providing these much needed houses. The water use will be at 99 litres per person today, which is well below the 110 guideline. And we have moved the air source heat pumps back to limit noise for neighbours, and there will be a condition requiring a noise assessment. Finally, the biodiversity net gain exceeds 10% that is sought. It's 31% on the habitat units and 12% on the hedgerows. So in conclusion, it's important the application is approved so we can move forward in providing the housing that the city desperately needs. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, thanks, Jim. Okay, so we've got two statements from two councillors, Councillor Lokomatova and Councillor Hawke. So, James, do you mind reading those out, please, in your own time?
Can do, Chair. Statement from Councillor Lokomatova. Dear Planning Committee members, I'd like to express my view on the proposed development on Paget Road. While I welcome the development of this brownfield infill, there are some issues with the current proposal. First, it does not provide sufficient evidence that the design achieves the stated sustainability aspirations. And second, detrimental impacts of overlooking and overshadowing have not been sufficiently analysed. It is commendable that the team aims to achieve Passive House Institute Low Energy Building Certification, a less onerous version of Passive House Classic standard. However, these dwellings appear to disregard the first principles of low energy architecture, optimised orientation and glazing. Single family dwellings with an east-west aspect such as W1 and W3 are notoriously difficult to make into passive house. Currently, the strategy seems to be designing a conventional layout and compensating with very high building fabric specifications. This is a risky and costly approach. Using the same layout and rotating it 180 degrees is also questionable. To address overheating, eastern and western facades requires different approaches to the window design and shading. No overheating risk analysis is submitted with this application, hence nothing proves that the design works. This strategy also doesn't work well with overlooking between the new build houses, as almost identical windows will face each other at a distance of only 10 metres. Other indicators that the proposed orientation or numbers of dwellings are problematic include uncomfortable proximity of units W1 to 40 Scotstown Road, unquantified shadowing effect on gardens and PV panels of number 40, awkward relationship with Scotstown Road, missing an opportunity to create a meaningful termination of this road. Therefore, I have concerns about how our Policy 28, carbon reduction and climate adaptation, and Policy 50, residential space standards, are addressed by this proposal. I acknowledge that infill sites require some compromises. However, the above issues result from cramming 4 dwellings into a site that realistically can only support 3. If these are not sufficient grounds to refuse the application, I hope that councillors will consider a deferral to allow the applicant to address these issues. The resubmitted application should include overheating analysis, energy statement with realistic assumptions, specialist calculation of the loss of radiation to solar panels at number 40 Scottsdown Road, overlooking analysis between the proposed dwellings. Thank you for considering my views, Councillor Lockwood-Patover. Statement from Councillor Houck. Cambridge is in need of more sustainable housing. The area 33 to 39 Paget Road question is a possible site for new developments, but the positives must outweigh the negatives, and the impact of the development on neighbouring properties and infrastructure must be taken into account. Thus, I would like to draw the committee's attention to concerns raised by several residents about the proposed development at 33 to 39 Paget Road, especially with respect to overshadowing and overlooking of neighbouring properties, blocking of sunlight from nearby solar panels. These concerns are comprehensively presented in several documents in the public comment section, especially in the document submitted by residents of 40 Scottsdown Road on 3rd of April 2024. 1. The new development would be 1.83 metres higher than neighbouring buildings, a difference of 27%. The new structures would only be 3 metres and 5 metres from those at 40 and 37 Scottsdown Road, respectively. Thus, the new buildings would be out of scale with the neighbourhood, overbearing in nature, and would negatively impact the privacy of neighbouring properties at Scottsdown Road and Lingery Court. 2. In addition to overshadowing and reducing sunlight for neighbouring properties, the new structures would block sunlight for solar panels at 40 Scottsdown Road, which has a 4.5 kilowatt solar array installed on its south-facing roof, generating 4.6 MW annually and allowing yearly export of over 2 MW. The proposed development would block sunlight from these panels. This is a material consideration for planning applications. A, the BRE guide, Site Layout Design for Daylight and Sunlight, a guide to good practice 2022 states, 4.5.2, where a proposed development may result in a loss of radiation to existing solar panels, either photovoltaic or solar thermal, an assessment should be carried out. B, indeed, there are High Court decisions where a judge has upheld consideration to this regard. In the case William Ellis McLennan versus Medway Council and Ken Kennedy, 2019, EWH C1738, planning permission was overturned on the basis of panel shadowing. C. A local precedent is provided by the dismissal of an appeal with respect to 49 Station Road, Fulbourn, Appeal Ref AWP/W0530/D/24/3339771. One of the main issues was the living conditions of number 51 Station Road, with particular regard to access to light from the adjacent solar panels, with reference to the High Court decision mentioned above. The issue of block solar panels is only briefly discussed in section 9.26 in the report to lead officer, and only represents a subjective judgment. The impact on solar panels should be evaluated in an objective survey. 3. The public comments raise a number of issues with respect to biodiversity and tree loss, as well as overcrowding, noise and accessibility. I would urge the Planning Committee to give these concerns due consideration. Statement from Councillor Houck ends.
Right, thanks for reading those out. Just to be clear, councillors can speak for any length of time, so there wasn't a 3-minute rule on those statements. So before we go to debate, Dominic, can you just confirm the height of the proposed development above the adjacent houses, as different heights were given by you and the speakers? So I think you gave 1 point something metres, but Andrew said it was 2 metres higher. And Jim Pollard said that they'd been reduced by 0.9 metres from what they were originally. So if you could just confirm the height, and also while you're at it, just can you comment on the other major consideration that's been talked about by speakers, which is the closeness of existing properties to this application site, and officers' view on that. Okay, Dominic.
Thank you, Jerry. Apologies for the technical difficulty earlier. Yeah, so the ridge height, as Mr. Pollard mentioned it's been reduced from the previous pre-application on the site by 900 millimetres, and that was what he was referencing in those comments. The difference I have between number 40 Scotstown Road and the proposed dwellings is approximately 1.8 metres, as shown on the site sections, and then the difference between the Anstey Way properties, which are those to the south, is approximately 0.2 metres, and it's less than 0.1 metres difference between those on Paget Road to the east of the site. And I will share my screen for the amenity point. So if I go through each of the individual properties on this point. So with regards to this plan here and the location of the site to the neighbouring properties, I'll start with number 40 Scotstown Road, which is that property here. So they have two front-facing windows to the southern side of the front elevation, that at ground floor and that at first floor. It was considered that.
Hold on a minute, will you?
Sorry.
What was it, Councillor?
I'm not clear what he's talking about, so perhaps just slow down and really point exactly to what you're talking about. Sorry, I got lost.
Sorry.
No, that's perfectly correct. I was thinking the same thing, and I was looking for the pointer. Are you using a pointer at the moment?
It should be visible now.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, so wiggle that around a bit, and then we can see the red dot, and then go from there. And like Councillor said, maybe go a bit slower because you're more familiar with the scheme than perhaps we are. Thanks.
That's fine. Yeah, so these two windows here within the neighbouring property, number 40 Scotstown Road, there's two front elevation windows to the eastern side of this property, both considered to serve habitable rooms. The first floor window, it was considered that the height of this window in relation to the proposed dwelling here, which is approximately 2.5 metres side to side, considered that the height of this window was such that it wouldn't break a vertical visibility display from this window, and therefore there would be no or would be minimal impact in terms of loss of light and overbearing from the proposed western block. It was acknowledged as detailed within my report that the ground floor window would break both the vertical and horizontal visibility displays, but the light to the, I believe it's the living room, which this window serves, it would also get light from a window within the rear elevation, so that the impact on this window was considered to be acceptable. With regards to inter-overlooking from the two proposed windows here within the northern elevation of this block here, it's considered that the acute angle of these windows looking towards both the front elevation number 40 Scotstown Road and number 37 here was such that there wouldn't be any significant harm from overlooking. But it is also considered that a condition could be added to obscure glaze these windows if required. With regards to number 37 Scotstown Road here, there is no southern facing side elevation windows, which is on this elevation, which is obscured here, looking towards the northern elevation of the eastern block here. And any impact on the rear facing windows here was considered to be minimal. I believe I have it on a different plan because of the angle. It wouldn't break a horizontal 45-degree splay looking from any of the windows within this rear elevation number 37, and the same could be said from the windows within the front elevation of E1 here, looking towards the front or looking towards the side of 37 Scotstown Road. With regards to 30 Anstey Way, I think I acknowledged in my report that it's within relatively close proximity to the car parking spaces located in this area, but given the existing use of the site, we considered that any impact from 5 cars would be acceptable given the current use of the site. With regards to 31 Anstey Way, as you can see within this red block here, there is a number of rear-facing windows that would face towards the southern elevation of W2 as well as this boundary here. But considering the distance, it's 19 metres from the rear elevation and about 10 metres from the rear elevation of the conservatory to the boundary. Was considered that this distance is such that there wouldn't be any overlooking from any windows within this southern elevation of W2, and there wouldn't be any overlooking from these windows towards the garden of W2 here. And then with regards to 34 Lingwick Hort here, there's 2 windows here within the eastern elevation of the building, both which serve habitable rooms. But again, because they're first floor, they wouldn't be considered, or the proposed development wouldn't break a vertical 25-degree splay from these windows, so there'd be minimal harm again in terms of loss of light or overbearing to these windows. It was acknowledged again that the windows would offer views towards the rear garden of this proposed dwelling, but given the space also provided down the side of the dwelling, it was considered that the garden there was sufficient space that wasn't directly overlooked to be acceptable. please let me know if there's anything else.
That's very helpful. Thanks, Dominic. And so just to be clear, there's no absolute figure of numbers of metres that a development should be away from existing developments. It's just that every item is considered on its own merits. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Thanks. And just to finish, on the where you started on that end elevation there, that's outlined in red, that of the proposed development,
Yep.
you suggested that those two windows there could be obscure glazed, I believe, and so should members consider that to be useful, then that could be proposed as a condition. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah, they're both almost secondary windows. I believe they're 2 bedrooms. Both bedrooms have a window within the front and rear elevation, so they could be reasonably conditioned to be obscure glazed if necessary.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a shame when windows are obscure glazed, you can't look out of them, but as they are secondary windows, it seems to me that would be a sensible compromise in this situation, but it's up to members to decide to. So that's me done. Thank you very much. So, Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Where are the photo? Can you leave that picture up, please? Where are the photovoltaic panels that one of the speakers
I will share
mentioned?
I've got them on a different slide. Sorry. So the solar panels are this red block here, the southern roof slope of number 40 Scotstown Road.
Okay, thank you. And so the overlooking, where's east and west?
This is looking north. So
Okay.
the top of the image is north. East is here where the sun. So this is just a very rough sun path.
So the house, the new house is sort of in the southwest of the panels.
Southeast.
Southeast, sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so it's morning sun that's going to be slightly reduced for those panels. Is that right?
Correct. Our officer view was that the impact, because of the offset here, the gap between the front elevation of number 40 and the rear elevation of the proposed dwelling, that any impact, rather than it being directly due south, any impact would be sort of early morning rather than the middle of the day.
And remind me again of how far apart those two buildings are there.
I will just have to look at the measurement up. Sorry. They're approximately 1.8 from the front elevation of the neighbour to the rear elevation of W1.
Sorry, I've lost track. Have you finished, Councillor Young? Okay. So just to follow on from that, so Dominic, I think you said in your report that the effect on the solar panels was considered to be minor. Is that your expert advice, or is that advice that you've received from anyone else who's a consultee?
That's just my view as an officer, Chair.
And that's a BRE study, or lack of it, isn't it, I think, in this case? And so it does the same apply as would happen with light studies, that there's a case to be made for when it's obvious that the effect is not going to be significant. There's no need for a BRC study. Is that what you're basing your advice on?
Correct, yeah. I didn't feel, given the information we have, that it was necessary or reasonable to require that study, but yeah, that's a view.
Okay, so I'm trying to make an argument there, neither one way nor the other, just to explain the situation. So does any member not understand my argument? You all understand it. Sorry, it's double negative, sorry. So, Councillor Gilderdale.
Sorry, I feel like I've got lost in all the numbers of roof heights and how close the buildings are. In the report, page 85, 9.23, it says that at the closest point, the proposed building is approximately 3 metres from the neighbouring property. So can you confirm, you've just said it's 1.8 metres from the neighbouring property. Can you just confirm which is the correct number and at what points? I don't know whether that's 2 different distances or 2 different points of properties. To clarify, thank you.
Yeah, so fair enough. There's a lot of numbers flying around. I think the 1.8 was the ridge height, actually. But let's go back then, Dominic, before I get any more questions. Can you just confirm, I guess, the closest?
Yes.
between the application site and existing properties?
Yeah, so, sorry, the point I referenced in my report being 3 metres at the closest point. So from the, it may be hard to see, I'll try and zoom in.
You can use your
From
laser pointer, that's better.
I'm not sure I know how to
Can't
on
always
Adobe.
do it, I know. If not possible,
No.
just wiggle it more so we can see the thing moving around here.
So this diagonal line here, taken from the southeastern corner of number 40 Scottsdown Road to the very northwestern corner of proposed W1 is approximately 3 metres. That's the closest point from the neighbouring property to the proposed property. The difference in offset, so from the front elevation of number 40 to the rear elevation W1 is approximately 1.8 metres, although obviously that's not to the corner of the building. And then that's approximately 2.5 metres from the southern elevation of number 40 to where the northern elevation of W1 would be. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, that's an answer for Councillor Gilderdale, but for all of us, I guess, aren't we more interested in the minimum distances between windows? Because you showed the corner of the building, haven't you? Which is useful, but I feel not the most important thing. So what would be the minimum distance between a window on the application site and a window on the existing properties?
So I don't have an exact location of the windows on number 40, but it would be approximately 4 metres from the middle of the window on number 40 to the elevation of W1, and then the same again the other way around. So from the window on W1 to the building of number 40 again would be approximately 4 metres, and just slightly more than that from the windows of both properties overlooking each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's good enough, may I understand, and I believe that 4 metres is on the diagonal, so looking out one window wouldn't look into the other window and vice versa, is that correct?
Correct, they don't look directly at each other, or rather at an angle.
Thank you. Okay, more questions. So Councillor Porer. Had you finished, Councillor? Yep. Councillor Porer.
Just for a sec, could the officer put the plan up with the images that he had previously where we were looking at the solar panel? Just 'cause I wanted to check the things that were in red, were they outbuildings? Because I think they were, otherwise. So it was the plan with the little Lego houses, Monopoly houses.
That should be the plan there.
I think the one before that you had. Yeah, the one, yeah, that's it. The two bottom red houses, which are marked 30-something Paget Road, are they the outbuildings and not the house?
Yeah, so red buildings are outbuildings. I
Okay.
believe 41
Thank
and 43 here are slightly mislocated. They're not actually dwellings in that location.
Okay, that's fine. So I am a bit concerned about this. I mean, obviously with my housing hat on, I would love to be lots and lots of council houses, but on planning committee, we're considering this as a developer. It doesn't matter who they are. So firstly, I wonder if the officer could just comment on tree loss and confirm the replacement trees. My concern is around number 40. I think I'm less concerned about the house directly below, which I think was number 37, because that doesn't have any windows facing the back. And I'm also concerned, this is obviously a garage development, so it's brownfield. But in effect, for me, it is kind of like a backland development. So normally, if this had been someone's back garden, we would be engaging the policy about looking at subdivisions of gardens. And in that, it's pretty clear that the development needs to be subservient to the people, the houses around it. And to me, I'm not quite sure why they are 1.8 metres tall. I understand with passive house principles, we do need slightly higher room heights. But if I'm honest, I'm struggling with that section where you could see, whilst they did meet the height of some houses, so the Anstey Way, they are considerably taller. And I think that adds to my concerns about the overlooking, well, the various impacts on number 40. I'm also concerned, which I think the chair picked up on in a neutral way, my understanding is if there is a suggestion by the residents that the solar PV is affected, we should have potentially asked for evidence. I'm a little uncomfortable. This is the first time I've ever seen a solar panel become a material planning consideration. I am aware that that is national planning policy guidance now, and I'm supportive of that. But I have no reference. I can't tell you if minimal is going to be bad. I don't understand how much money that is costing the person who owns the solar panels, never mind the positive benefits for the grid. And I'm a little uncomfortable. Well, I know we don't set precedents, but sort of saying, yeah, that's fine. when this is an area that we as a planning authority have very little experience of, because I think this is the first time we've had an overshadowing of a solar PV. I understand, I certainly agree with the chair that a glazing, obscure glazing the side windows would be sensible if this were to go through. But I think, could the officer just explain why the houses are so much higher and why it's, I mean, I appreciate the applicant would have to say this, but why the officer understands that they're sited so hard up against that boundary, whereas they could be slightly more in the middle of the site. The last question I had is, the house on Paget Road where the garden is being, the side garden is being removed in order to widen the access road, which is obviously good. Can the officer confirm if we are then removing their access to the rear garden? Because my understanding is they've taken out the side passage. And as we always ask on planning committee, if there's not another access that's at least 1.2 metres wide, it means no bicycles or prams or wheelchairs are getting into that back garden. So I think at the moment I'm concerned about this one. And I'm particularly concerned about the solar PV because I just feel like I don't have the... Normally on a planning matter I can say, oh, we've done several like this, and I understand this is the first one we've had where a material grounds is damage to a solar PV, and I'm not really comfortable making a decision without more information. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it's got a lot there. So, Dominic, can you address those questions before we go to any more, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So firstly, with regards to the loss of trees, the tree officer comments, and within my report, there's a replacement tree planting condition included. There's no details of that at this stage, but I don't think we would be reasonably able to require that at this stage, and the condition would be sufficient with that regard. In terms of the location of the site and almost being a backland development to number 40, I think officers considered, obviously I didn't deal with the previous pre-application on the site, but following the reduction in height that the speaker mentioned earlier, whilst it is acknowledged that it is clearly higher than those along Scotstown Road, given the variety and the building heights within the surrounding area, and it's also relatively close proximity to those along Anstey Way and Lingry Court to the west, that the height was acceptable, albeit it is taller than those along Scotstown Road. Again, the impact on solar PV is a material planning consideration and is considered within this application, but you're aware of my view and officer's view is that the impact of this on the solar panels on the southern roof slope of number 40 would be minimal, and officer's decision was to not require impact or a light assessment in terms of the impact on those at this stage. The siting of the buildings towards the northern side of the site, my understanding was that was partly due to the potential overlooking from the buildings along Anstey Way to the south. So the number 31 especially has a number of windows within the rear elevation, including a dormer at roof level that look directly onto the site. So moving any of the properties closer to that southern elevation would just create issues there. And also the side access to number 33, I'm not 100% certain on this, but my understanding is that, as Councillor Pora said, the inclusion of that sliver of land to the side of that neighbouring dwelling would remove any potential side access. So it looks as though the only access to the rear garden would be through that dwelling.
Thank you, Dominic. Councillor Pora, were all your questions answered sufficiently?
Yes, I think so. I'd just be interested how the officer thinks the backland sort of subdivision of garden policy sits against this being brownfield, and how much weight one could give to the fact that, in my view, these are not subservient to the others. And if we were considering it as a garden, we would be, I suspect, voting against. But I don't know if the officer could comment. And also, why the houses? They're quite square. You know, I'd expect when you're coming up hard on a boundary with another house, if possible, that we would step down the roof line, for example. So I don't know, just if the officer could have any comments, I'd be grateful.
Last one is getting into redesigning the scheme, really, isn't it, I suppose? But it's a fair point, yeah. Dominic, do you want to just come back on that then, please, first?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so as Councillor Pora says, within the policy for subdivision of gardens, there is that requirement for proposals to be subservient. That honestly wouldn't be activated by this proposal, and given the nature of the site, infilling almost 4 different areas of residential properties, being Scotstown Road, Paget Road, Anstey Way and Lingry Court, it wasn't considered that subservience to those properties along Scotstown Road especially was a requirement of the scheme. And as you say, Chair, the design is considered acceptable by officers, so there wasn't considered a need to require the step down of roofs or the breaking up of the box form of the buildings at this stage.
Okay. I mean, the solar PV thing is a bit of a minor thing, not to the householder concerned. I realise that, but in terms of considering this planning item, but it is an available way forward for members should they wish to defer to get more information on that. But your planning officer has advised you that it's not considered to be, he's called it a minor change to the effect on solar panels. But then again, I'm not an expert in all of that. I've got solar panels myself. I understood that things like chimneys and pipes can affect them, but not significantly. So all I can say is I'm in your hands, members, in terms of how you want to proceed on this. But questions anyway. So Councillor Bennett, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a rag bag of small questions.
Councillor Bennett, I've just been whispering in my ear. So guidance on solar panels. So Jane.
Thank you, Chair. So as a planning department, we've had a few applications recently that have either been impacting on solar panels to the neighbours or not. And we've had some different appeal decisions come back from Planning Inspectorate, some that have dismissed applications because there will be harm to the neighbours, whereas others that we've seen in different parts of the country have allowed impact on solar panels to the neighbours, where the house itself will be providing solar panels for the area as well. So we've got a mixed bag ourselves. In some instances, we have asked for solar panel, as you would do for a light assessment on neighbours. We have asked for light assessment on solar panels in some cases. In this case, we didn't deem it as necessary due to the orientation of the houses, as Dominic's picture's shown. But as the Chair has said, the gift is in your hands if that's the information that you need.
Thank you. So Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, I've got a rag bag of points. I apologise for this. The first is, could Dominic show us on the plan where the following things are? The air source heat pumps, the bin stalls and the bike stalls. And could he talk us through what the pathways to the bins and the bike stalls are and how wide they are? And could, on the air source heat pumps, could he tell us how far away they are from the neighbouring properties and whether there's been a noise assessment? And lastly, I'm sorry, but I also want to talk about the impact on the PV. From the comments from everybody else, I can see that the impact would be most marked in the early morning. I think the concern is this is a non-battery system. While the loss might be small in terms of quantity, it might be quite material in quality, because if you don't have the necessarily heat coming in to heat your bath water in the morning, you've got to go out and buy sort of, something else to do it, which could be quite a material consideration. So those are my 3 groups of points.
Okay, any more questions for Dominic? Dominic, those then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen to help me answer Councillor Bennett's questions. So hopefully you should be able to see that plan there.
Yep.
Apologies again, I can't use a laser pointer, but I'll help try and zoom into the specific points. So with regards to the air source heat pumps, my understanding is that the air source heat pumps are these squares here located sort of between either side of the shared boundary between the plots, in close proximity to the rear elevation of the building. So 2 there for the western block and then 2 there for the eastern block. A condition has been requested by the Environmental Health Officer and recommended by myself regarding a noise impact assessment of these units. It was considered by the Environmental Health Officer and again by myself that a condition is sufficient given the distance from any neighbouring properties. The refuse storage areas are again these areas and these squares here to the rear of the properties. there for the eastern block, and then there, and then to the side W2 here. So the sort of path to the collection area would be through the side gates for each of the properties, through the car park to here, which is the collection area. The same almost applies for the bike storage areas, which is number 9 here. So 4 storage sheds, 1 for each of the dwellings, with 3 spaces in each. So people would leave their properties, collect their bikes here, and leave through the shared access. With regards to the solar panel point, not to repeat myself, but I think officers' view again is that we don't have any specific numerical data about the impact on the efficiency of the panels on number 40, but it was officers' view that that impact is not significant, but as Jane said, it's members' gift to ask some further information if it felt reasonable.
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. Okay. That was all the questions you had, wasn't it, Councillor? Yeah. Any more? So this, yeah, Councillor Porter.
Picking up Jane's point, does this have solar PV? Because the pictures look like it, but the report doesn't mention it. And secondly, I am, again, concerned, if we are chopping off the rear access to another house, I kind of feel that we should at least see that other house. It may be that it's one of the ones with the passageway in between, but even if not, because I think we do have an obligation to ensure amenity. For me, at the moment, I'm struggling with this one. I really am, just because of the height and the fact we don't have a PV assessment. And I think Jane's point is really useful, that we've had sort of mixed decisions. It's a new area of planning, in effect. But I don't feel confident voting something through, because I always think on planning, if I live next door to this, what would I say? And I'm normally quite strict. I will often say, if you live in an urban area and it's a terraced area, you're going to expect to have windows near to you. That's fine. But in this case, I am concerned, particularly because not only are the windows, even if we obscure them nearby, but also the solar PV, the fact there's a lack of a passageway to the other house and I don't have enough information. Honestly, I'm not sure if I want to defer or just potentially not vote for it. I don't know, because I'm a bit worried if we defer, it might just come back at the same height, which doesn't address my concerns, but I'll be guided by other members as to what they think.
Thank you, Councillor. Was there a question? There was a question there, wasn't there? Yeah, from...
Well, just about, the side passageway. And are there solar panels on the new houses, picking up Jane's point, where you could compensate one loss with someone else's gain?
Yeah, okay. You had your hand up, Councillor Bennett?
I was just going to say, yes, she did ask the question, but thank you for checking, Chair.
Okay, well, we'll go back to Dominic. I'll just say a couple, I think the height thing for me, and this is me speaking as a resident, understanding buildings and houses, the older council houses are old council houses, they're 50 years old or something probably, and they're, they're of the period. They don't have lintels above the bedroom windows, so the roofs just sit on the top of the windows that are a bit lower. They're just smaller in construction. More modern houses tend to be a bit bigger. I think it's a question of whether the scale and massing of these new, the applicant site is such that it seems too bulky, that kind of thing. For me, the comparison between the two isn't of the greatest significance. It's just what the applicant site is attempting to do. And of course, the applicant houses are biggish houses. They're 90 plus square metres, they're 5-person houses. The average 2-bed house is 70 square metres in the UK. So they're not huge, but they're a bit bigger. And we need some bigger houses in our portfolio, but that's not to do with this planning committee. But I think, I'll go back to Dominic, but I think if you want to defer, I will support that, even though I don't think personally we should defer. I'm always in favour of us making a decision if we possibly can, and I think we can. But if members want to defer, I will vote in favour of deferring with whoever wants to call it, and we'll have a vote on that. But first of all, just go back to Dominic. So Dominic, with Councillor Porter's questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I can confirm there are solar panels proposed to both the eastern and western roof slopes of both of the blocks of proposed dwellings. And with regards to the access to number 33, we don't have that information at this stage. Obviously, it's outside the application site, but we can still get that information. But we don't have it at this stage, and obviously it won't be before any decision you make today.
Righto, well, that's a good debate, but I think we need to bottom out this thing about deferral. So the other thing to bear in mind, of course, is this is a City Council application being considered by the Joint Planning Service, and so we need to be, it's a bit like refereeing a home match. We need to be strict, okay, and do the best we can for residents, especially the residents who are objecting to the scheme. I mean, there are 8 representations, at least 7 were against. I think there was there was a note of support, but particularly thinking of the speaker, Andrew, whose concerns were voiced, at the start. So it seems to me that it might be a good idea to defer this item to getting more information on the solar panels, and then there was the other things that we talked about, really, I think. So we might need to go through that, perhaps, if we do decide to defer. So I'm going to propose that we defer this. Sorry, Councillor Young?
Yeah, I was going to say that one of the appeal decisions were that if there was a loss to one house, it should be balanced against the gain to another. So I'm not in favour of deferring.
Okay, so I'm going to propose that we defer this item for more information. Is there a seconder to that proposal?
I probably would, Chair, because I just think with the solar PV, whilst I take Councillor Young's point, there's also decisions saying the opposite. So it's a very new area and I don't feel equipped to judge today. But I do, if we were to defer, I do note for the applicant that I have some other concerns that I would appreciate being considered as part of that process. But I think you're right, this is a council application, we have to be fair to residents. I do give significant weight to council housing. But it's got to be, we've got to treat this like any other developer. So I would second your deferral, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So in that case, let's have a vote on that. So the proposal is that we defer this application for more information, and we can decide what that more information is if we decide to defer it. So all those in favour of deferring?
2 in favour, Chair.
Against?
6 against deferral, Chair.
So we're not deferring the item. So in that case, if there's no more debate, we'll go to the vote. There is more debate. Okay, so Councillor Paget.
Yeah, I must have been quite confused about the way this is laid out. Can we go back to the sort of Lego picture again?
You can be a bit more specific.
Well, the picture, the picture that we were shown, which indicated the houses in 3D.
Is that there?
That's it, the Lego one.
Okay, it's on screen.
The officers said that the buildings to the front of this to the left were outbuildings. Is he absolutely sure about that?
Okay.
I mean, I think that they might be actual homes.
Get that question answered. Is there another question, Councillor, before I get questions from Councillor Bennett as well? No. Okay, so Councillor Bennett.
I just wanted to ask, are we adding a condition about obscure full or part glazing to the facing windows, which we did talk about earlier, but we didn't have a conclusive discussion on? Thank you.
Yes, we are. I think that was put forward by 2 of us, and no one spoke against it, so my presumption was that would be in there, yeah. So, Dominic, you've had Councillor Paget is questioning about those outbuildings. Are they actually outbuildings? Can you confirm?
Yeah, I can confirm, Chair. This is the site plan shows the location of the dwellings themselves, which are all uniformly fronting Paget Road and not to the rear within close proximity to the site.
Is that confirmation enough for you, Councillor Paget?
The officer's clear, yes, Chair.
Well, I think there'll be a failure in process if that wasn't the case for a decision. But Dominic, just put the plan up again and just wiggle the thing around and just show the bits for all of us so that we can see that they're outbuildings, not houses.
On here, Chair. these buildings here, again, are within close proximity to the site. So this one is directly to the rear of the neighbouring property, but there's no dwelling house within this location. So all of the red buildings here are outbuildings.
So just to be clear, where it says 33 Paget Road and 35 Paget Road, that means that those outbuildings are associated with those houses, those number houses. Is that correct?
Yep, correct.
Okay, thank you. Right, I think we've got an answer then, Councillor Bajan. Councillor Young?
It's also clear from Google Earth. It's also clear from Google Earth.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Right, thanks for that. Thanks for that clarification. In that case then, councillors, I think we're ready to go to the vote. So can we have the recommendation then, please, Jane? And remember, we've got that extra condition for obscure glazing.
So the recommendation is for approval subject to the conditions and for another condition about the windows on the flank elevation to be obscurely glazed. Thank you.
Okay, recommendation approval. Is in favour of that recommendation?
Seven, Chair.
All those against?
One against, Chair.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much for that debate, councillors. It's now 12:30. I think we'll stop for lunch now then. Is that okay with you all? Yeah? And come back at 1:15, please. Thank you very much. Welcome back to Afternoon Planning Committee. Next item on the agenda is item 6, Scotland Close. One speaker, Ed Sturdy, who's the agent. So Phoebe, when you're ready to present the item, then please.
Good afternoon. I'm Phoebe Carter, who's case officer for this application. This application is for the change of use from a small-scale 6-person HMO, which is use class C4, to a sui generis 8-person HMO. The application has been brought to Planning Committee as third parties have written an objection of the application, contrary to the officer recommendation of approval. The application is... pardon me. The application is an end-of-terrace dwelling situated on the western side of Scotland Close within a predominantly residential area. Adjacent to the property are residential dwellings, and on the eastern side of Scotland Close is the Scotland Road recreation ground. There is also pedestrian access down through here for access onto Chesterton High Street. To alter the layout to create 8 bedrooms would only require minor internal alterations, which would not in themselves require planning permission. As you can see here, this is the block plan, which has sort of cycle hoops as existing on the side and proposed to the front, and a proposed bike store to the rear. This was a larger scheme approved in 2021, which was for 1A and 2 Scotland Road Close, the houses I just highlighted, which underwent a roof extension, including raising of the ridgeline, hip to gable enlargement, front and rear dormers, which was permitted. This work has been started and is currently undergoing the extensions permitted. So there are no external changes other than what we have approved. And the extensions would have been assessed under this application in regard to neighbour harm. So all of the bedrooms are over the space standard. So this was the approved floor plans, which was for a 5-bed house, which had a reception room with an ensuite downstairs and also a kitchen lounge diner. And the proposal changes the reception room into a bedroom and splits this single bedroom on the first floor into 2 bedrooms and separates this reception room into a bedroom as well. All the bedrooms are over the space standards set out within policy 50 of the local plan, and the rear garden is approximately 55 square metres, which is deemed to be suitable for accommodating table, chairs for maximum occupancy and circulation space. The proposal is compliant with policy 48 of the local plan. The proposed communal area is 31 square metres, which is considered sufficient to meet the provisions required by licensing, and the space can be suitably accommodate 8 persons. And these are the elevations, which just show the extensions approved previously under the 2021 application. So third-party comments have been received on the application in regard to character, appearance and scale, overdevelopment, amenity impact, construction impacts, loss of a dwelling house, highway safety, whether the property falls within a sustainable location, and the impacts of the previous planning application. Many of these comments are in relation to the 2021 application, so the scale of the extensions, the construction impacts, are all mainly actually in relation to the previous application. So we can't assess all of the comments that are regarding that previous application. What we can assess is the fact that the proposed development would represent an increase in 2 occupants over what would be allowed under the use class C4 and allows for sufficient internal amenity space. Given the internal amenity space, officers do not consider that the proposal would force people out into the external amenity area, resulting in a significant noise increase. The local highways authority have been consulted on the application and have raised no significant concerns regarding highway safety. The application falls outside of a controlled parking zone, and given the siting within a sustainable location, within 200 metres walking distance of Chesterton High Street, which is the neighbourhood centre, bus and cycle links, it's not considered to give rise to a significant level of parking stress. A condition has also been added to provide comfort to local residents regarding a management plan. There are 2 spaces, car parking spaces to the front of the dwelling. Given the amount of comments regarding parking stress, we have in this instance considered that cycle parking to the rear, given that it's a 1.2 metre wide access, would be acceptable. Policy 48 also recognises that HMOs have a role to play within the local housing market. So the house is already being used as an HMO. It will continue to be used as an HMO. The current arrangement for cycles is behind a secure gate. A condition has been attached regarding cycle and bin store provision. But given the impact, as I said, regarding the highway safety impact, we have considered in this instance that it is potentially acceptable in the rear garden. However, a condition could be altered wording-wise. Overall, the proposed development is acceptable for its location and in keeping with the character of the immediate area, contributing to the supply of residential accommodation. Taking into account policies, views of consultees and wider stakeholders, officer recommendation is for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Phoebe. So, Ed, you've got 3 minutes to speak. Press the button on the right-hand side, it will light up. And then half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know it comes to the end of your time. Right.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Ed Steady. I'm the agent, but also the applicant and the owner of the property, rolled into one. We've owned this property since 2006. I've lived there with lodgers and my own family until 2018. Since 2018, it's been occupied by 6 young professionals. Typically, they'd be working on the Science Park and Business Park at the top of Milton Road as engineers, medics. That's the market we target. We feel there's a great need for this type of housing and this type of accommodation, hence the expansion. As shown on the plans, we've tried to retain the character of a large family home with elements of shared living rather than it being a bed-sit arrangement type HMO. So, if necessary, this property could very easily revert to C3 family use. It's not self-contained accommodation with kitchenettes. It appears like a large family home. The nature of our housemates leads to low car dependency. We have generally low car ownership amongst the people we rent to. They cycle or walk to work. So hopefully that would respond to some of the concerns raised by the third parties. We're also very fortunate to have housemates stay for long tenancies, on average 18 months. Our longest housemate across the business has currently been with us for 9 years. Again, because of the nature of the professional tenants, there is a low risk of antisocial behaviour or noise or disturbance to third parties. We simply don't have issues around that. If we did, we would certainly have the procedures in place to deal with it. This is a long-term investment for my wife and I. We operate these properties ourselves. We've got 2 other locations around the city. We've been operating HMOs since 2007, so we have some level of experience in their operation. Regarding this property, since 2006, there have been no formal noise complaints received. Again, just mentioning a third-party concern, we've had no formal complaints about odours, and since 2006, since our ownership, there have been no formal complaints around parking or access at that property. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Ed. Okay, debate, councillors. Yes, Councillor Porritt.
Thank you very much. Could the officer just talk a little bit more about the cycle parking? I think what you're basically saying is because we need to have 2 car parking spaces, it means the cycle parking sort of split between the front, the middle and the back. You did say it's 1.2 metres wide, which preempted my question. And also, could I just check, there's only 2 bathrooms, although there is also an ensuite. I mean, I'm assuming that is okay. And finally, do we need to impose the PD restrictions, or can we not do that because it's... So I'm just thinking in terms of it's already very extended, so permitted development rights. So we often have a condition that sort of says if we agree this, you can't then extend it further without going back through planning rather than doing it under PD. But they may have already used those PD rights. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any more? Councillor Diodadel.
Thank you. I think looking at the floor plans, while I think this isn't going to be something we can materially consider, I would just like to point out that if, similar to Councillor Porro's comment on the 2 bathrooms, the kitchen size for an 8-bed property is quite small. If you have 8 people there, maybe with partners or friends, you can quite easily get up to over 10 people in a property. And a kitchen that is smaller than all of the bedrooms is a very small space for young professionals and adults who are probably self-sustaining and cooking for themselves quite often. It's quite a small space. You do see in a lot of HMO developments that, like the lounge areas, as has happened here, the lounge area has become a bedroom, and I think that generally it's a shame that property kind of space is maximised to create bedrooms rather than give that kind of amenity space. So I wondered if there could be some response to that. Obviously, I don't think that that is something that means that I can or will vote against it, but I would just like to point out that I think it's a shame, and I think that particularly with the entrance then going into the lounge area and the dining area, it does mean that the kind of communal space is quite small, and that is the area that most, I assume, residents will spend their time in, apart from in their bedrooms. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. You want? Okay. I'll just follow on from Councillor Porro's comments on cycle parking. So it looks like the proposal is to have a cycle shed at the back, and then 3 hoops, so-called, on the side and 3 on the front. So doesn't look like that's a good idea to me, although I appreciate the applicant is here and he's probably far more experienced in this sort of thing, but it looks like it's pretty tight on the side alleyway. There's a pretty wide alley, but with the bins there, putting hoops down there might mean the bikes get in the way. And we can debate this if anyone else is interested, but it looks to me like it'd be far more sensible to have cycle parking at the front of the property, not on the side, aside from the store at the back as well. And I would say Sheffield stands would be better than hoops, but that's to be, I'm not an expert. So, Phoebe.
Thank you. In regard to permitted development restrictions, sui generis properties don't have permitted development rights in the same way that householders do, so the change of use would essentially restrict PD. So this is a picture of the existing hoops down the side and just showing you the width. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing my screen, apologies. The width of the side passageway. We have a cycle parking, a cycle area to the rear of the property to essentially remove the cycle parking from the side of the property, and that has been conditioned that secure covered cycle parking for 8 cycles is required prior to the change of use in the occupation. There is sufficient space at the front of the dwelling for a cycle shelter to be provided, but that would mean the loss of a car parking space. A lot of local residents have raised significant concerns regarding parking stress in the area, so there is a balance between the loss of a car parking space to the front versus secure cycle parking to the front of the dwelling. We can alter the wording of the condition to ensure that that cycle parking is put to the front, and the details submitted as already requested by the condition, but that would lead to the loss of a car parking space to the front. In regards to the floor plans, 31 square metres is considered sufficient by environmental health standards. I appreciate it is limited, but it is sufficiently over what environmental health licensing require. The 3 informatives have been attached to the application as well, which sets out the requirements to meet HMO standards, environmental health standards for licensing. In regards to the bathroom numbers, I'm not aware actually of how many bathrooms are required for an HMO under environmental health standards and building control standards. However, the informatives do require them to meet that standard. I think that covers all the questions.
So I wasn't quite clear there. Are you saying the 3 hoops that are shown on the application drawings are to be removed, not proposed? Is that on both sides?
The cycle parking hoops to the side are existing. They have said that they could put 3 cycle parking hoops to the front for visitors. So the hoops to the side are existing.
So existing to be removed or just existing?
There's no condition requiring their removal, but there is a condition requiring that covered secure cycle parking is required for 8 cycles and for 8 people.
Are members? Okay, I mean, I still think that the cycle parking on the side is going to get in the way, especially of accessing a new cycle storage facility at the back, but just in the way anyway, generally, really. But I want members to have their say as well, not just me. And also we need to bottom out this question of the cycle storage. So normally, members, we always want to have cycles at the front of the property. That's because of sustainable travel and all that sort of thing. That's the thing we go for normally. And it looks like there's 2 car parking spaces at the front, potentially. So 1 would be lost, I think, if it was the case. And it looks like it's probably not quite enough space to put it. You can see it on instant street view, by the way, if you need to look at it now. Looks like there's not quite enough space to put the cycles to the left of the front of the property by the sort of door area, because there just won't be a space for a thing to hold the bikes, and we'd need a proper construction, I suppose, with a green roof and all that. So, but do you want to ask for that? We can put it forward. I mean, yay or nay? What do you all think, Councillor Porter?
I'll just say, could the officer please justify a bit more about, because obviously I think the advice to the applicant has been keep 2 parking spaces and the compromise will be the cycle parking at the rear. So in effect the choice we have today is to accept that or we take out a parking space. So could Phoebe let us know a little bit about why you think we shouldn't, or why officers were minded to allow 2 parking spaces and therefore breach the cycle guidance? Because obviously, like the chair, we very much prefer to see them at the front. This is, I think, quite a sustainable site, but I'd be grateful for Phoebe's views on it.
Yeah, and if you remember, members, quite recently we've chucked schemes back because they've not had cycle parking at the front. So we need to be consistent, I guess. Councillor Bennett?
I was just going to say that if you do retain 2 car parking spaces at the front, it would mean that should you have to redesignate one for disabled use, which with 8 people in the house is not unlikely, there would be room to do so and still preserve a good passageway to the back. I will also add that I do not wish to negative about a particular area, but there are quite large parts of Cambridge where people will not leave cycles out in view of the road for, crime-based reasons. And if the only cycle storage provided is in the front, they'll store them indoors, which has led to some fire safety issues in my own ward. And personally, I have had to move my own cycle parking to the rear of my house at some expense to satisfy my Green Party visitors. So I'm not as set on the front of the house parking as perhaps the rest of my colleagues. And there are some areas where, and some people who do prefer rear parking.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I'm very concerned about cycle parking. We've sort of got this understanding that cycle parking needs to go at the front of a building to persuade people to make it easier for them to use cycles. As you say, we've rejected things before. I don't know if we could do this by condition rather than rejecting it, but I would vote against it if there's no cycle parking at the front.
Yeah, apparently we can do it by condition. We can amend the condition. That's what I'm told by the people on my right. Of course, the case officer is in charge here, so we'll go to the case officer on that. Just to say, before I go back, if there's no more, Councillor Bennett, you've put forward a point of view. There is another point of view which says that in terms of things being stolen, it's better for them to be overlooked by people. If it's sitting in the back, it's not overlooked. That's another point of view. And also it's just about policy. Our policy is about accessibility to, you know, getting off your bike, taking your shopping in through the front door, that sort of thing, as opposed to having to put it at the back, which might mean it's not so convenient. So there is that converse point of view. And except there are different points of view, and they're all, you know, not, I wouldn't say one was right and one was wrong, they're just different. Okay, so back to you then, please, Phoebe.
I've just got this, which has some measurements on it for yourselves. So the area to the front of the property is approximately 5.6 metres in depth by 6.8 metres before it narrows. A car parking space is approximately 2.5 metres in width by 5.6. There is additional space here for essentially a disabled space to be achievable, given it's not big enough for three, but you know, it's in an uncontrolled parking zone, so there is no restrictions of on-street parking in the area. If councillors choose to, we can word the condition that the cycle parking store, which we have conditioned under condition 3, be located to the front of the dwelling. It will lead to the loss of a car parking space. I have had discussions with the applicant regarding cycle parking to the front of the site, and I think one of the reasons in this case we weren't insistent on it as much is because a lot of neighbours have raised concerns regarding parking stress in the area, and so to balance some of the neighbours' concerns, we have accepted that there are two car parking spaces to the front and cycle parking to the rear, considering that there is a significant passageway in width which would meet the new residential parking guide width for bicycles. And furthermore, the room to the rear, which has French doors onto the rear garden, is the communal living space, and it is not a bedroom. So they wouldn't then have to go back to the front of the house to access the house. However, if councillors wish to ensure that the cycle parking is to the front, that condition can be worded to ensure that that is achievable.
Right, just in addition to that, I'll add as chair that there are 6 representations that have been received. Bullet point 6 is car parking and parking stress. There are about 20 bullet points. It looks like maybe 18 concerns. So it's one of many, and we have a policy. So let's bear all that in mind, Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you. I actually would say that I would be in favour of keeping both the car parking spaces and keeping the cycle parking in the back, knowing the area and knowing the amount of parking on the road. I think that, to me, it seems like we're getting rid of an amenity space that is a car parking space, which cannot be replaced by putting it in the back, whereas actually you can put the bikes in the back and keep both car parking spaces. Obviously, with the parking standards that we have for the City Council, over 3 or more bedrooms, we need two car parking spaces, but this is nearly double that. So actually 3 parking spaces probably would be more suitable. So leaving it down to 1 would also, moving it down to 1 would mean that we wouldn't be reaching the parking standards as well for the house, because it wouldn't, we'd have 3 or more bedrooms but only 1 car parking space. So I would agree that it would be preferable to keep the car parking spaces.
All right, thanks for that, Councillor. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at a picture of Google Earth, and there is a car, if you can bring up the plan of the house, there's a car parked in front of the side extension, which leaves a lot of space to the side of it. And if cars were coming straight on from the road at right angles to the road, yeah, so that bit at the bottom there, with the narrowed front bit, that fits a whole car. A question to the officer: why are there only 2 car parking spaces? Because I think if the cars came, if it were in a row in the front of the house, there would easily be 3 car parking spaces. So just if you could perhaps clarify why we don't have 3.
Right, thank you. Councillor Dryden.
Chair, I sort of agree with what a lot of Councillor Gilder has said. But the only thing I say, one of the things is residents would like that you're going to satisfy residents as well, which we've got to think of the residents as well, and also the possibility if you did need a disabled car park space for a disabled person. So I think leaving the cycles at the back makes sense to have the car parking in the front.
Councillor Pora.
Picking up partly on Councillor Young's point, why can't we have some covered cycle parking at the front? I'd be happy with a compromise. So I think you could get 2 parking spaces in and then a small covered thing, as we would for a smaller house, of maybe 3 to 4 cycles. So we've got some covered safe at the front and some at the back, because then if you've got a couple of people using your cars. So, and I would be happy, for example, to leave it to officers to work out as part of the cycling condition how many. Because I think the important thing for me is the cycles at the front should be covered. But I do accept your Councillor Gilder and Dryden's point that there is concern about parking and there is some benefit. So I suppose what I'm saying is I could live with a compromise. And from what Councillor Young says, there's enough space there. If you can fit another car and you can fit a cycle parking, it may not be for 8 of them, but does the officer think we could fit, for example, 4 covered? Because the hoops will be taking up space anyway, won't they? I mean, in effect, I'm saying just cover the hoops and maybe resite them slightly.
Councillor Badent.
Thank you, Chair. We have a policy about cycle parking at the front. We've rejected and sent things back to be changed because we don't get that. The reason that we do it as a planning committee is in line with the city's plan to green up our environment and have less cars in the city. There are 8 people going to use this premises, at least. So 2 car parking spaces doesn't even begin to touch the edges. So to encourage those people to use cycles because they can only park 1 car on site, I doubt that car parking can take place in Scotland Close anyway. I don't know, I've not been down there to have a look, but I would think it's not the sort of place where you could park a car. So it's simple to me. I don't see the compromise. It's what we do on this city is to require secure cycle parking at the front of the premises. That has become our way of doing things. If we've in fact instructed officers not to accept places without cycle parking at the front. And now if we're going to bend and change that process, then all of the stands that we've made in the past and forced people to do this just become irrelevant. The idea is that we reduce car use in this city. And this is by putting the cycles at the front. People are renting these rooms, they do it by choice. If you want to bring a car and you can't park your car, then you get a bike. That's what the whole policy is about.
Right, thanks, Councillor. So, Councillor Dryden, yeah.
It was mentioned about choice. Now, I've gone around places where you've got cycle parking at the front, and some residents don't use it. When I was going around delivering leaflets and that. Some people actually take their cycles upstairs and leave them in the flats because there's cycle crime in Cambridge is quite bad. People don't like leaving their cycles at the front where you could be seen. So it's all about choice again, not what we always want.
Challenge the point you just made in passing there, cycle crime in Cambridge is bad. It's actually not bad at all. We've done a lot of inroads in Cambridge in terms of tackling cycle crime. So we've got three proposals on the table. One is to leave it as it is, one is to put cycle storage at the front, and one is a compromise. So I'm hoping that, Phoebe, you can give us some guidance here before we have to sort of decide between any of those, because this seems to be the thing that's causing the most debate. Phoebe.
Thank you. So in regards to Councillor Young's question, so car parking spaces should be 2.5 metres in width by 5 metres. So this plan shows that sort of where the widest part of the driveway here ends, it would be 6.8 metres. So any car that sort of parks, a third car parking space here would overhang the pedestrian pavement, which wouldn't be acceptable under the local highways guidance. So that's why we are saying that there are 2 car parking spaces achievable here. The maximum width would be for a secure cycle parking would be 1.8 metres in width to achieve the 2 car parking spaces. I don't know whether that would be enough, considering if we have doors that open, that we could still achieve 4 covered secure car parking spaces. It would depend on the design of the
You meant cycle
unit.
then, I think, didn't you? You said 4 covered car parking.
4 covered cycle parking. I don't know if it is achievable without having designs put forward, whether that would be achievable with doors to then open that could then be secured. So I'm not convinced that we could potentially manage that and not lose car parking space. But it's essentially up to councillors whether or not you change the wording of the condition to ensure it is at the front.
So the thing to bear in mind, I suppose, is this is not a new build. It's an existing development. Maybe I was wrong earlier to compare it with, I actually compared it in my mind anyway, with some new build proposals that have come to this committee. So, you know, things can be changed more easily then, I guess. But anyway, Councillor Bennett, did you have your hand up? Yep.
Yes, Chair. Like Councillor Young, I've been looking at Scotland Close on Google Maps. It seems to be a narrow single-way road, and the property that's the subject of the application is in a sort of what I would describe as a turning blob or a turning circle at the end. So there is very little scope for on-street parking, and also there are some issues getting on and off because inevitably people will park in the turning circle. So I would favour either leaving the front parking as it is or adopting Councillor Porrer's compromise suggestion and trying to have some parking at the front if that is appropriate and if officers, and I'd be happy to delegate that to officers.
Thank you. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Porrer.
Just in effect to second that I understand the balance we have to strike, and it isn't a new build, as the Chair says. That's a very good point. So this is a conversion. I would be very happy to leave a condition, to amend the cycle condition to say, if at all possible, officers will ensure that there is a covered availability at the front of as many as can be reasonably put in to be safe, and that the rest would go to the back store. And obviously, if the visitor parking is changed, you'd need to add more in the back. So the back would probably remain at 8, wouldn't it? Unless you can get more than 3 at the front. But I would be happy to do that or possibly with Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, wherever you want, Chair. But I think that would be a fair compromise because we can't put the officer on the spot and the applicant now to do it. But if there is a possibility, I'm happy to trust Phoebe to do that.
Yep, okay, that's it then, I think. So, I mean, the applicant is to be commended. They've worked with officers on this scheme. you know, the bedroom sizes beat national prescribed space standards and then some. It's all good stuff, and you know, we should allow the applicant to do what they plan to do, come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes with any potential proposals that might allow for some cycle parking at the front if that's possible, which I think would be a good thing, in addition to the cycle parking at the back. No more hands up. Okay, yes, Councillor Gilderdale.
Can I just make one point also from looking at aerial view, is that the side alley is not a good place for cycle parking, obviously, and particularly I can see here that the bins are stored along there, so that reduces the width of the alleyway, so preferably if the cycle parking can go at the front or at the back, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. As I said earlier, perhaps we would propose that those are removed because they're just going to be a problem for all sorts of reasons. Having them there, there's no need, especially with the new cycle parking at the back of the property, and hopefully cycle parking at the front, where it can be fitted in, probably to the left-hand side of the front facade of the property. Okay, right, recommendation then, please, Jane.
So the recommendation is for approval subject to the planning conditions and the rewording of condition 3 as discussed, to split the cycle parking between the two areas with an area of 8 cycle parking spaces. Thank you.
What was the 8 again, Jane? Bit at the back you're talking about, or at the front?
To split them between the two?
Oh, the total number, you mean?
Yeah, total number.
Okay, right,
Yeah,
okay,
total
yeah,
number between the two.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, or more than, if possible, I think, at least 8.
Minimum of 8.
Yeah, because the cycle parking at the front could be visitors as well. Councillor Porrer?
Can I just confirm there's currently 11, so there's 3 visitor, 8 residents. And I think we need to include that it should be covered at the front where possible. So the idea is there will be 11 in total, as many as possible covered at the front and the rest at the back. Is that okay?
Yeah, subject to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, we'll see. Okay, all right, that's it then. So no need for the recommendation again, I don't think. So all those in favour of that recommendation to approve?
7, Chair.
Any against?
1 against.
So the item's approved. Thank you very much. Good. Okay, thanks to the speaker for coming. Appreciate it. So let's go to the next item. Is that okay? There's only one, isn't it? Yeah. So next one is item 748 Cavendish Avenue. And that's Dominic. So Dominic's online, isn't he? Yeah. Afternoon, Dominic. So we've got 2 speakers. Got Patricia, objector, and Ying Sok, who's the architect. Right. If you want to present the item when you're ready, then please, Dominic. What? Oh, sorry. Yes?
Just to say that Patricia is coming. She's not actually in the room yet, but she's coming.
Okay, all right. Well, all right. We've got a statement anyway, if need be. All right. So carry on then, please, Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm you can hear me and see my presentation?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so this is an application at 48 Cavendish Avenue, and it's a Section 73 application to vary condition number 2, which relates to the approved drawings for a previous planning consent for the demolition and rebuild of a dwelling within the site.
Hang on a minute, Dominic. Dominic, stop. Sorry about that. Councillor Young, you were not going to do this item, is that right? So you need to sit at the back, if that's right. Just correct protocol. Thank you. Not a big deal, but thanks. Okay, sorry about that, Dominic. Carry on.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, so this Section 73 application is before you is just proposing extensions to the northwest corner of the building, in addition to other alterations, including to the fenestration of the building. Just as an update, I have received images that a public speaker wishes to display whilst talking today. These have been uploaded to the application and are publicly visible, and they are again not considered to raise any new information that would change officer's determination of the application. With regard to the relevant planning history of the site, in 2022 an application was received and approved for extensions to the existing house on the site. Then following this, a full application was approved for the demolition and rebuild of the existing dwelling to a proposed design that was almost identical to that of the approved under the previous householder permission. Given that the site is not located within a conservation area, the principle of demolition and rebuild was considered to be acceptable. This Section 73 application now seeks to amend the plans of the full application approved last year. There is an additional pending Section 73 application on the site that relates to the garden room to the rear of the site, which is located here, and seeks minor amendments to the approved plans along with the proposed removal of a tree. Officers consider that this other application is not currently required within the scheme of delegation to be taken to Planning Committee as it relates to an ancillary outbuilding rather than a standalone dwelling. As shown in the plan here, with the house located here and the garden room to the rear here, it is not considered that either application will materially impact the other, and therefore that this application before members can be determined separately from this pending application relating to the garden room. This is the location plan for the site, the existing building. Here is the western of two semi-detached properties on the southern side of Cavendish Avenue. The area surrounding the site is almost entirely residential, with a clear pattern of development of mostly larger properties set within long, relatively thin plots, with large rear gardens and in many cases reasonable sized front gardens. The properties to the south of the site along here, along Hills Avenue, also follow this prevailing pattern of development. I will now go through each of the elevations to show those of the dwelling as previously approved alongside those proposed within this application to clearly show the changes as proposed. On all of the following slides, the elevations proposed within this application are on the right hand side of the screen and those previously approved on the left. So firstly, this is the front elevation of the property with the proposed on the right here. The extensions to the front right corner of the dwelling extend up the full height of the building with a proposed front-facing gable end in place of the previous hipped roof. There is also additional second floor window within the front elevation here and also minor amendments to the design of the front porch. Here we have the rear elevations, again with the proposed on the right. As can be seen, there are no significant changes proposed to this elevation, with the main difference being alterations to the fenestration and window layout. This is the western side elevations. Within the right-hand plan, you can clearly see the replacement of the hipped roof with the front-facing gable end. Again, there are slight changes to the number and arrangement of windows within this elevation. And there is additional roof light proposed as well as additional windows at ground floor level. It should be noted that whilst the first floor windows are proposed to be slightly altered, they aren't shown to be obscure glazed. However, a condition ensuring any first floor windows within this elevation are obscure glazed was attached to the previous permission and would also apply to this application if approved. In addition to the porch I mentioned previously, which can be seen here, there is also a slight overhanging element to the rear single-storey extension visible here. It should also just be clarified that the overall ridge height of the building is identical to that previously approved. Here we have the approved and proposed ground floor plans for the property. When comparing the two, you can clearly see the proposed extension to the front of the property essentially infilling this corner here. This extension can also be seen within these first floor plans. The extension at ground floor level to this bottom right corner here is carried up to first floor level on top of the porch here. This plan also shows a slight alteration to the layout of the roof light within the single-storey flat roof element to the rear here. The second floor plan here, with the proposed on the right, shows the effect of the proposed extension with the creation of a gable end providing extra floor space to the front of the property for bedroom 5. And these plans show the proposed alterations would impact the roof of the property. Again, the gable end visible here in place of the hipped roof. And the alterations to the roof lights can also be seen here. Here we have a photo from the street scene showing the original property, or the original appearance of the dwelling within the site prior to any of the works approved being undertaken. The hipped roof of the original building is clearly visible. And this is a photo taken showing number 451 Cavendish Avenue on the opposite side of the road to the application site. And the location of this neighbouring property here is outlined in blue here with the application site in red here. It shows an example of other properties within the immediate surrounding context that have a variety of front-facing gable ends. And this is another image of neighbouring properties, so number 47 and 49 Cavendish Avenue, that are located immediately opposite the application site on the northern side of Cavendish Avenue. Again, providing other examples of front-facing gable ends, this being a more modest gable than that at number 51 shown within the previous slide. And therefore, overall, it's considered that proposed amendments to the previous consent are in keeping with the character and appearance of the area, and as such, officer recommendation is for this application to be approved subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. So, afternoon, Patricia. You get 3 minutes to speak. You press the button on the front, on the thing in front of you, on the right-hand side. It should light up red. And half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know it comes to the end.
Lovely, thank you. So this statement I'm making is submitted on behalf of a group of neighbours who have raised objections to the proposal to vary planning permission under application 2302630 FUL. We all had concerns about the plans to demolish and rebuild, particularly about the impact of the demolition on the adjoining dwelling and its residents. However, the original plans showed a northern street-facing elevation that was more or less in keeping with the original facade and was not dissimilar to the other extensions that had been made to nearby properties. And by contrast, these proposed variations show a modified northern elevation that doesn't reflect or respect the architecture of similar properties on the southern side of Cavendish Avenue. The large gable has been added to the northwest corner of the building, capping a 3-story extension, and it projects well beyond the existing building line. And as your planning officer pointed out, there are street-facing gables which are of a similar age properties on the northern side of Cavendish Avenue. But 48 and 50 Cavendish Avenue and the neighboring properties are of a very different design, and it doesn't feature these gables. And many of these properties have been renovated and extended. And, that's fine. We're not kind of NIMBYs trying to not let people extend, but they did it in a way that was sympathetic to the original design. And it's worthy also to note these houses in Cavendish Avenue are actually really interesting houses. They were the first borough housing to be built in Cambridge after World War I. And they were part of that Homes for Heroes, that our own local legacy of the Homes for Heroes. They were built to high standards and actually are of significant historical and architectural importance. We don't actually have to imagine how the gable end would look because they've already built the gable even before it's been considered by planning. So something the neighbors kind of find disrespectful, actually, and it seems to make a mockery of the planning system if they've already built it. But we're greatly concerned about planning creep that has occurred in this application, where the original application to extend the dwelling was approved and then replaced by the demolish rebuild. And then this was approved by planning officers without referring it to the planning committee. And now they are trying to look at variation within that. And we're really grateful actually this time that that the planning committee is examining it. And we thank you for your time and hope you give our objections careful consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Patricia. Thank you. So if you turn your microphone off now, thanks. And so on the applicant side, we've got Jin Sok, the architect, who's online, I think.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah. So you get 3 minutes to speak. Oh, hang on, Patricia, you were going to speak to images. Was that right?
Not me.
Hang on a minute. Okay. Do you need us to show those, or you have? No. All right.
No, I don't need that.
Right,
I can just simply do speech.
So, Jin Sok,
For-
yeah. Okay.
yeah.
When you're ready, 3 minutes then, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I fire away?
Yes, you may.
Sure, yeah. Hi, my name is Jin Sok Young. I'm the who designed the building, designed the house. The proposed extension to the front of the property at the northwestern corner is an 3.4 meter by 2 meter addition with a simple form of gable end design, which is in line with the local characteristic, I have to say. And also, it should be noted that there are many of the residents along the Cavendish Avenue which has got a similar facing gable end, including number 51, as Mr. Dominic Bush presented. And material-wise, there is no difference whatsoever to the previous approved scheme. In terms of height, it is dictated by the ridge line of the existing at the very immediate neighbour's roof, which is not different to the previously approved scheme either. And this proposed little extension is located at the corner such that it wouldn't have harmful effect whatsoever on the amenity of number 48, located to the west of the site, but gives a good balance of elevation along the street, as number 46, 44 has got the same fashion of the extension facing the street. This proposed addition is very minor amendment, but responds to the local character a lot better in terms of design and the streetscape. I'm sure it will deliver high quality design that would contribute positively to its surroundings. Thank you.
Right, thanks so much, Insok. So, right, that's the speakers' debate. Councillors. Yep, Councillor Bora.
Thank you very much. I wondered if the officer could talk about the two obscured windows, just confirm whether they were habitable rooms or not. And also just address the concerns of the resident speaker about the fact that this appears to be retrospective if they've already built it. It doesn't say that in our papers. And I think picking up the comment from a member of the public about whether he feels that the new gable end is appropriate in that area, because I think the speaker mentioned that they didn't think it fitted with the ones opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dominic, I've got 3 points. So firstly, it's been described as a 3-storey extension. Is that your understanding? It's been described as a building of local interest. There's a technical term describing buildings of local interest. Is that what's being meant here? And thirdly, the representations from residents, I presume in objection, talk about the character, appearance and scale of the proposal. And how do you want to comment on that with regard to the relevant site history and what's already on, what we've already got, which is a material planning consideration? So what I mean by that is this a significant addition to make it reasonable for us to consider it in terms of being too big, scale-wise to go on the site? Any more questions? No? Okay, back to you, Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. So just on Councillor Bora's first points, the two windows within the western elevation that are to be obscure glazed, one is a bathroom window and the other is a bedroom window, but is also already shown to be fairly high level. The bedroom window is not the only window to that bedroom. It's got a primary window within the front elevation as well. With regards to the retrospective application point, the application form for this current Section 73 application says that development was started on the 2nd of January this year. To my knowledge, it's not been completed. So the information they provided within this application is accurate and it's not fully retrospective. With regards to the sort of design and scale of the building, I think it would be more accurate to refer to the building as a sort of 2.5-storey building. The second floor is within the roof slope entirely. And this Section 73 application isn't proposing any changes to the overall height of the building, as I mentioned previously. It is acknowledged that perhaps the front-facing gable differs slightly from those on the opposite side of the road, but the site isn't within a conservation area, as I said, and the building isn't designated as a building of local interest within the local plan or any policy. So therefore, officers considered that within this context, where there are multiple other examples of front-facing gable ends, albeit slightly different in appearance, that this application and the introduction of a gable end wasn't significantly harmful to the character and appearance of the area. I don't know if I missed any questions, Chair.
Yeah, I can't see any more hands up. Just to be clear then, a retrospective application is one that's completed, not one that's started. Is that what you're saying?
Well, this, a fully retrospective application would be one they've commenced under the previous permission that they had on site, but they haven't completed on site.
Thank you. Clarification. Any more questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Just a very quick one. As usual, I've been looking at Google Maps images. Is what I'm looking at the old property or the new property? It's dated 2019. So I assume
You
it's
don't know
the
what
old
you're
property.
looking at.
Oh, I can show you.
Well, it's a bit difficult, but we can try.
Well, I could, but my screen has just frozen. I apologise for
You
that.
carry on. I interrupted you. I'm sorry. I apologise. You carry on, Councillor.
So, but actually, if it's 2019, then it is definitely the old one I'm looking at. So I've answered my own question.
Okay, is there any more debate? Okay, the recommendation then, please, Jane.
So the recommendation is for approval subject to conditions. However, I'd also like to suggest an amendment to condition 6, is for the BNG. This one hasn't yet been discharged, so we'd like to change the first sentence of the wording to within 2 months of this decision, as in being this section 73, that the information as requested within the condition will need to be submitted to us and then discharged. So recommendation is for approval subject to the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. So all those in favour of that recommendation?
Six, Chair.
Against?
None.
None. Okay, start again. Recommendation, we've had it. So all those in favour of recommendation to approve?
That's 7, Chair. That's all that can vote on this item.
Thank you very much. So the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Speaker. Are you okay to do one more item before we have a break? Yep. Okay, so next one up is Ediva Court, item 8. So that's Dominic again. Is he today? And item 8 is one speaker, so the agent, Kieran Rafferty, is speaking on that. So, yeah. Okay, so Councillor Young is back. So, Dominic, when you're ready then, please, with the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. That should now be visible to you. Can I just confirm?
Yep, see that.
Brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, so this application is at Ediva Court on Woolston Way and is proposing the construction of a single-storey extension at roof level comprising 4 self-contained flats, including the provision of car parking, cycle parking and associated works. And with regards to amendments or updates since the reports and plans pack were published, the initially proposed condition 11 relating to the obscure glazing of the 3rd floor windows proposed within the southern elevation of the building have been removed, as this was not considered reasonable or necessary by the inspector on the previous application. Given that the design and location of these windows are identical, a condition is not deemed reasonable in this instance. Regarding the planning history of the site, so since the construction of the original apartment block, a previous application submitted in 2022 was brought to planning committee for approval, was overturned at committee and then allowed appeal. This application permitted an identical extension to the 3rd floor of the building to that proposed within this application. However, with three flats within, as opposed to the floor flats proposed within this application. Significant weight must therefore be given to this extant permission. This is the location plan for the application on the left, showing the existing building, which has 12 flats within. The site is accessed from Woolston Way to the west, with the access running past the Queen Edith Public House here. And to the north of the site are the residential properties of Woolston Court and Dunstan Court, and to the east of the site is the school field of the Queen Edith's Community Primary School, whilst to the south of the site are the properties that front Queen Edith's Way along here. The aerial image on the right shows the existing building within the site with the car parking area here and the building here. As can also be seen, there are a number of trees lining the eastern and southern boundaries of the site here. And this is the proposed site plan for the proposal. The extension to the roof of the building is shown, but will be made clearer within the following slides. There is an additional proposed car parking space here, resulting in a total of 12 spaces with 1 disabled space. This is the same number of car parking spaces proposed and considered acceptable by the inspector within the previous application, albeit for one less total residential unit. An additional lockable bike storage is proposed here by the access to the site. Within this, there is space for the parking of 6 bikes, which is policy compliant for the additional 5 bedrooms proposed within the 4 flats. And this slide shows both the proposed and front and rear elevations of Adiva Court, with the extension to the roof clearly visible here. As annotated, the walls of the extension are to be clad in vertical seam zinc cladding with grey framed windows to match the existing building. As I mentioned previously, the external appearance of this extension is identical to that permitted under the previous application, which was allowed at appeal. There are balconies proposed within 2 of the 4 corners of the extension, providing private amenity space for the flats. Within the rear elevation and the bottom of the screen, you can see there are 2 balconies proposed to serve the flats that do not benefit from corner balconies, so here and here. Here we have the proposed side elevations of the building, showing the obscure balustrades to either side of the corner balconies proposed here and here. And there are 3 windows to the southern elevation, here, here and here, and these are the windows that I was referred to with the amendment to the application. Here we have the proposed 3rd floor plan on the left and the proposed roof plan on the right. So the 3rd floor plan shows the size of all of the balconies that are proposed within the front 2 units, having a 7.2 square metre balcony within each corner, and the rear 2 having 2 5 square metre balconies, or 1 for each unit. And the 2 units with the smaller balconies are both single bedroom units, flat 13 on the left here with a single bed space, and flat 14 on the right here with a double bed space. And just to avoid confusion, this red outline here was following an amendment to the bedroom size of flat 13 to reduce it so that it's only capable of a single bed space. All of the 4 units within this 3rd floor comply with residential space standards, the smallest being flat 13 at 39 square metres. And the roof plan on the right here shows that all of the flat roof elements of the extension are proposed to be green biodiverse roofs with solar panels above. This bottom image is a cross-section of the site highlighted on the plan on the top right corner, running from east to west across the site, looking south. The building on the right here is the Queenie, the public house, which, notwithstanding the proposed roof extension, is already clearly lower in height than Adiva Court. And this is a cross-section of the site taken from north to south, looking to the east, with Adiva Court in the centre here between the 2 trees. As you can see, the height is comparable to that of Dunstan Court, which is to the north of the site, and these are the properties in the distance along Queenie this way. Now just a couple of photos of the site. So the first showing the view into the site from Wolston Way. Adiva Court is visible at the rear here, behind the public house here. And here's just a closer view of the front elevation of the building, with the car parking and the flats behind these gates shown here. And the additional cycle storage would be located behind this wooden gate here. And therefore, overall, considering the scale and design which was considered to be acceptable by an inspector in the previous application, in addition to the provision of sufficient amenity space for future occupiers, officer's recommendation is that this application is approved subject to conditions as amended. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. So on my list, I've got Kieran to speak. But are you... Oh, online, right, okay. Kieran, hello, good afternoon. So you've got 3 minutes to speak, if you can hear me, Kieran.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Hello, hi. So 3 minutes, half minute before the bell will go to let you know coming to the end. So when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. Thanks very much for allowing me to speak. I must say Mr. Bush has covered most of the things I had intended to say. What I would say, just as a reminder to you councillors, that although you did refuse the previous iteration of the scheme, it was only on amenity space. There was no issues with scale, mass, height, disposition, parking, cycle parking, green roof, or any of those other elements of the scheme. They were all agreed between us. It was just really the size and configuration of the amenity space. But that's now been settled by the inspector. Obviously, the change here is now my client would prefer to build the 2 one-bed apartments rather than the consented 2 or 3 bed units. And that's really because, you know, we are on the 3rd floor. There is no lift to service the unit, and whether or not that would be attractive to a family is questionable, certainly raised by local estate agents, hence why we've come in with the scheme that we think will do better with the local market. having listened to the debate earlier on, I just need to remind councillors this is a dual aspect scheme. They're all, or both units are dual aspect. Well, sorry, both units that don't already have consent are dual aspect. Have got the balconies, as Mr. Bush pointed out, and I don't think I need to say anything further. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Welcome to listening to the debate, Kieran, if you wish. So, members, debate. Who wants to go first? Perhaps I will then. Okay, so Dominic, can you just clarify? So, in terms of previous schemes that have come forward, we've had a scheme, we've refused it, it's gone to appeal, the appeal inspector has allowed it with 3 flats, 3 units. This scheme is 4 units. Any more to say on that? Have I outlined what we've got on the table? But any more detail would be useful.
That's essentially it, Chair, that the inspector allowed the previous application, I think as Kieran touched on, for an identical extension, with the only difference being the internal layout, which was 3 flats rather than 4, so splitting up the larger flat into 2 single bed units.
What we've got here is an application that's building on the previously appealed and allowed scheme for 3 units to ask us to permit 4 units to be built. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. And there was a comment about the lift access and also amenity space. Can you just comment on those 2 things as well, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll just get the 3rd floor plan up. But yeah, the amenity space was, I believe, the main reason for refusal previously, which the inspector then considered was acceptable. There was a single flat within the last application that had the same 5 square metre balcony to the rear, but it was considered by the inspector that due to the proximity of the site to the Nightingale recreation ground as well as the Wolston Way neighbourhood centre, which is just to the west of the site and has amenities such as a pharmacy, shops and cafes, that there was sufficient amenity surrounding the site to potentially outweigh that under provision on site. And given that, and given the inspector allowed that previously, office didn't have any reason to, or to consider there was any reason to refuse this application. In terms of lift access, there is no lift access to the 3rd floor, but I don't think that's anything we could require within an application of this size.
So that's because it's an extension as opposed to a new build. Yeah, you're nodding, yes. And also in terms of amenity space, 3 units approved by the inspector, 4 units here. There's no lack of amenity space following that change, I presume. No change in amenity space.
No, that's correct. I can just share a image here. So on the left here is what was approved within the previous application. So this top right apartment here, again, had that 5 square metre balcony as the only private amenity space. So the only difference being this left-hand unit here is being divided with the creation of this top left unit here, also with a 5 square metre balcony with a slightly smaller floor area for the unit. So office didn't consider that the 5 square metres of amenity space would be insufficient for a unit that's smaller than was considered acceptable by an inspectorate within this unit.
Right, thanks. That's me done. So, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you. Could the office just confirm how many bed spaces there were in the previous one? I think there might have been one fewer looking at the pictures there. It's good to see their dual aspect. We always like to recognise that. That's important. And I suppose I'd just like the office to add some reassurance, because as far as I can say, the inspector has ruled on this very clearly that the level of amenity space that we didn't feel was enough was what the inspector felt was enough. So, I mean, I can't see any reason to refuse this. But I would reiterate, as I did last time, when you're doing conversions on a top floor with people living in the 3 or 4 floors below, the construction and sort of management plans are so critical, because it's happened in my ward and it's extremely disruptive. So I just ask the officer for some reassurance that he and colleagues will be very clear at following that up and ensuring when this work happens, as per the previously consented scheme, this is done with great care for those who are around. For example, having a contact number if it's too loud, notifying residents of when work is going to happen and how it's going to be done, because it really does affect the people living underneath. But my main concern was just the number of bed spaces from the previous to the current. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett?
My concerns were similar to Councillor Porras. I'm aware that, building a further storey on top of an existing storey is a civil matter rather than a planning matter. It doesn't mean to say I find it anything other than abhorrent. However, I do think this application is in many ways more acceptable than the previous one. The combination of no lift to the third floor to what are clearly meant to be family properties with only a balcony as private amenity space was quite a poor one. 4 flats for presumably young single professionals. The lack of a lift and restricting the private amenity space to a balcony is much more acceptable. I think my only concern is whether these properties are actually not going to be a white elephant. Even on rental properties, the demand is for, even for single people, is for a double bedroom. Nobody wants to, sort of admit that, their social and sexual life is completely without prospect. I'm not sure that's a planning matter, but it just did strike me.
I imagine not. Right. I'll follow that. Any more questions? Can I just clarify the dual aspect side of things? So I probably misunderstood something here, Dominic, but I can see in the proposed third floor plan that the 2 dwellings on the right-hand side have sets of windows on 2 sides, not opposite one another, but 2 sides. So I guess dual. But the 2 others on the left-hand side, as I look at it, have windows at the top and the bottom of the picture, but no windows in between. So how are they dual aspect? And there's no windows on the side because it's a solid wall. So can you confirm what I'm missing, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Put the proposed third floor plan up.
So this is the proposed plan that you're referencing, and you're correct in that the 2 left-hand units don't have any windows on the northern wall. I assume what Mr. Rafferty, the agent, was referring to was the balcony being on the corner. But you are correct in the windows. There are no windows on the side elevation of those units.
So why has it been said that they are dual aspect dwellings when they're not?
I don't believe I mentioned in my report or anywhere that they were dual aspect, unless I'm mistaken, Chair.
No, not necessarily you, Dominic. I was just meaning someone's misunderstood it, I guess, because that's not the case. I'm going to go to councillors, back to councillors for a debate now, Dominic, so hold on. Councillor Paget.
Chair, when we look at that plan, they're separate rooms, so it does have the ability to have a through draft. It's not. It's got the tunnel of a second aspect, hasn't it?
If you're asking me, I'm not an expert, but prevailing wind will blow in a direction, and the windows are all facing the same direction, so I'm not quite sure how that works, but maybe. Any more? It's not necessarily a major matter anyway. I just wanted to clarify. Councillor Pora.
Yes, sorry, it was the agent speaking who said they were dual aspect, but yeah, I guess he must have meant the balconies. The number of bed spaces, apologies, did I miss your side, Dominic?
Apologise. So, number of bed spaces, please, Dominic.
Thank you. Yeah, I will just share my screen again, but just to clarify. So in the proposed, which is the right-hand side here, so there's a single bed space in flat 13, 2 in flat 14, 3 in flat 15, and then 1 in flat 16. So there's a total of 7 proposed now, and then there was 9 approved under the previous application. And I think Councillor Paul also mentioned the amenity protection of the existing occupiers. So within the report, condition 4, which was applied by the inspector, I believe, on the previous application, relates to a noise attenuation insulation scheme to protect the amenity of neighbouring occupiers.
Any more? Right.
I think that's everything.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean you. I meant councillors.
Sorry.
So it complies with nationally prescribed space standards, GEST. It's all being squeezed in. It's not great. There's no lift, but there's not a lot to complain about really in terms of planning matters. Councillor Young.
Yeah, just a quick question. Why aren't there any windows on that side?
Dominic, why aren't there any windows on the north elevation?
I'm afraid I'm not really in a position to answer that question. I don't know why that was decided not to introduce any windows on that elevation. I don't know if perhaps it was due to the residential properties to the north, but there would seem to be distance between those. Yeah, I'm not sure why that wasn't included.
If you wish, Councillor Young, you can add an informative to the applicant to suggest that they add windows on the north elevation, should you so wish. There's probably a good reason why they haven't, I suppose, but an informative is...
Good idea, Chair. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so that, unless anyone's arguing against it, let's put that in. Yeah.
If perhaps the informative could use words like consider, so that if there are genuine reasons for not putting them in on that side, that they can be reflected and left to officer discretion, I would be quite happy with that.
Yes, of course, an informative can be completely disregarded by the applicant should they so wish anyway, so yeah. No one's speaking against that, so let's put that in. I can't quite imagine the applicant has missed the opportunity to put a window into a bedroom like that, but well done, Councillor Young, so we'll see what they say. And if they come back, they can come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, I think, on that. Yeah, Keith.
Just a point on the informative that you've been speaking about. It's all very well putting the informative on, but I would suggest in this case it's quite meaningless, because if the applicant were to pursue it, it'll be another planning application. So I would suggest that although you've made the point in committee, it's been heard, but I don't personally, as a lawyer, see the value in adding it in this case.
Thank you for that. As a lawyer, you're not a planning officer, so Jane, is it the case that they could come back with a section 73 or not?
Yeah, it'd need to be a section 73 as another planning application, because being a type of building, they wouldn't have PD rights to put in the windows without specific permission to do so.
Well, I think a section 73 would be a compromise way forward, potentially. So let's try that. Councillor Paget.
Chair, it significantly changes the application. There may be premises that would then be overlooking. And so, you know, what we're suggesting, especially do it as a section 73, is a change that could significantly change the application. And so we shouldn't be making, I don't think it's wise to make that sort of recommendation.
Well, the officer has said that overlooking is not a big issue. It would be a separate application anyway, so there would be opportunity for residents to object. It could come back to committee if it was felt that delegated powers would not be applicable. So there's all sorts of potential ways around this. Councillor Dryden.
Can you see the applicant coming back with that suggestion while we're putting it in? It seems pointless to me.
Right, well, it's a suggestion for an informative by Councillor Young and me, so we can go to the vote on that, and then we can decide whether we want to add it or not. Any more debate? Right, Councillor Young, do you want to propose it and I'll second it? Yep, so propose. Yeah, I second the idea of an informative to that effect. All those in favour of that informative?
4 in favour, Chair.
Against?
It's 3 again.
So the informative is carried. So we'll, one abstentions. Must be one. There are 8 of us here. Okay, let's do it again then. All those in favour of the informative?
4 in favour, Chair.
4. All those against? 2. Change, yeah. And abstentions?
We are only
I
7.
think it's the middle of the afternoon, isn't it? We're all a little bit tired. Right, we need to have this clear, so let's do it again. All those in favour of the informative as described?
5 now.
All those against? 3. That's it. 3 and 5 make 8. Right, okay, good. So recommendation, please, Jane.
So the recommendation is for approval, subject to the conditions, and then inclusion of the informative that you just voted for. Thank you.
Okay, recommendation to approve. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's all 8, Chair.
The item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks to the speaker. And now we'll have a break for 10 minutes or so. So if we come back at 10:02, please, for the next item after that. Please, Sarah. Okay. Are we done? Yep. Welcome back after a short break. Planning Committee, item 9, Varsity Hotel. Charlotte is the case officer. You're here. Hello, Charlotte. Good afternoon. We've got speakers. We've got a whole list of speakers. So in terms of objection, we've got Alison, Sarah, Cecilia objecting. So that's 6 minutes, so approx 2 minutes each, ideally. And then supporting Sylvina. I said that right? Sylvia. Will is the planning consultant and Stella supporter. And then we've got Councillor Martinelli, Councillor Hussain, Councillor Bick have all sent statements, and Councillor Ashton is here in person. Right, okay. So if you want to present the item then, please, Charlotte.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Thank you. So this application is at the Varsity Hotel and Spa in Cambridge, and it seeks permission for an all-weather retractable roof canopy with living meadow walls and associated works. To start with, I just wanted to share some of the site history, especially for members who haven't seen the application before. So the application, or the site has had 5 applications in total for a roof structure. The first was in 2022, and this was refused at Planning Committee and then dismissed at appeal. The second application was in 2023. This was also refused at Planning Committee, but no appeal was submitted. The third application was refused under delegated powers. All 3 of these applications were refused for very similar reasons, based on harm to the skyline and heritage harm. And just to give a full picture, the 4th application is the one we're considering today, and the 5th application was returned to the applicant because it was substantially the same as some of the previous applications. So just to remind members that previous refusals are considered to be material considerations when considering applications. So officers asked members to be mindful of this as we move through the application. I'm just going to show some images of the previous applications now, just to help members who haven't seen it before. So this was the application which was refused at committee and then dismissed at appeal in 2022. The appeal decision is at the Appendix 1 of the officer report, and reference is made to the decision and the inspector's words throughout the report. Officers have noted in their report that the inspector highlights various parts of the proposal having harm, including the height, appearance and illumination. The second application is the last one, which was refused at Planning Committee. So you can see there was an amended design, which included sort of chamfered beams down onto the balcony. This was also refused for skyline harm and heritage harm. So, and just to point out that these were the previous reasons for refusal. So the first reason is to do with skyline, and notes that the proposal would have failed to positively respond to the delicate and historic features due to the height, scale, bulk, appearance and lighting. And the second reason, which is to do with heritage harm, notes that by virtue of the height, scale, bulk, appearance and lighting, the proposal would result in less than substantial harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area, the setting of listed buildings, the river cam, buildings of local interest, and the harm would not be outweighed by public benefit. So just to move on to this application now, I'm just going to share some plans and visualisations. So this is the site location plan. You can see the site edged in red. And just to give some further context, this is sort of the quayside area in the city. You've got the river cam running down here. Hopefully you can all see the laser pointer on the screen. Magdalen College is here. The sort of buildings of local interest with that are terrace, residential terraces are here, and then Jesus Green is just beyond. This is slightly more zoomed in. So this is the application site, the quayside and the river cam, and then the Magdalen College buildings over here. So moving on to the elevations now, this is the existing and proposed elevation. So you can see the kind of existing design of the building where it's partially built with brick, and then it goes up to cladding, and then you've got the balustrade on the top level which supports the existing sort of open roof terrace. And then this is the proposal. So again, you've got the brick, the cladding, and then this is the proposed structure. It adds an additional 3.1 metres of height to the building, and it comprises a steel frame with partially retractable glazing, retractable fabric in the roof, and it has a living wall design, which I'll go into a bit more detail later in the presentation. I think probably this is a good elevation to point out that the previous applications actually had support from the urban design officer. However, this application actually has an objection from the urban design officer, and part of the reason that the objection has come forward is because the change in materials between brick, cladding, and sort of the living green effect, they think creates a fragmented sort of appearance to the building, which can be seen in sort of the visualizations as I go through the slides. So just to move on to the next elevation now, again, you can see the structure. Here you can see that the living wall is proposed to connect down to the balconies and then come up to the new portion of the building. This is the south elevation. So here you can see the amendment that they've made, as well as the living wall, which is to set the sort of western edge, I think it is, back from the side of the building to reduce the overall size of the structure. This is the north elevation here. This is just the existing proposed roof plan, so you can see here how sort of the opening and closing roof areas would work, and which ways they would travel across the building. This is a detailed plan put forward by the applicant. I think that it might not look kind of exactly like this because the panels and things may be attached to the structure, but this is just to give members a bit of an idea about kind of what the frame, the form that the frame takes and that sort of thing. These are sort of the 3D images that the applicant was asked to produce, just again to help members kind of understand. It's quite hard to see on the flat elevation, so you can see the chamfered design there, and then the sort of pelmet in the middle where the retractable fabric elements would sit. So this is the living wall proposal. So the living wall system comprises of different elements across the entire structure. Some of this will include a panelled system, which will have sort of seed inserts into the panels to try and create a living grass or wildflower, depending on the season's appearance. But the panels won't fit across all of the structure because the chamfered parts and other areas of it are quite slim. So the idea is to have climbing plants extending around that. It's just to note on this slide that the seed inserts are replaceable every 5 to 10 years. So kind of just thinking about the, the long-term maintenance, I suppose, of that. It also talks about watering and monitoring automation as part of it. Yeah, that was that. So just moving on to the visualizations now. So you've got the existing and proposed elevation from Magdalen Bridge. This is quite an important visualisation generally. So on the left-hand side, you've got some of the listed buildings at Magdalen College, and then the River Cam in between. You've got the quayside buildings with the Varsity just sort of peaking above the rooftops as existing. And then if we move to the proposed visualisation, you can see the sort of change here with the additional height, the green appearance, and kind of that, how it sits in context with the quayside there. This is the visualisations from Jesus Green. So we have the existing Varsity Hotel, which sits above the tree line from this view. And then there's some important historical features which I'd like to point out. So this is St John's Chapel on the left-hand side, and part of the new court at St John's as well, which is sort of part of the features that inform the skyline at current. And then on the proposed side, you can just see the additional height of the proposed extension, as well as its sort of green appearance. You've got the two-storey terrace buildings which sort of populate the area around the building, and some of these are buildings of local interest. So this is just the view from Jesus Green Cafe, existing and proposed. Obviously the trees are in full leaf as this was taken in the summer, but you can just see the proposal through the trees there. And this is from Castle Mound, so again, apologies, it's a little hard to see, I do appreciate that on the screen, but just to show kind of the proposal within the backdrop of the trees here. Again, sort of a similar thing here, you can just about see the proposal there from St Mary's Church. This is the existing and proposed elevation from the Fellows Garden, so you can see the proposal just over the top of the flats there. These are the evening views, excuse me, so you can see the building sitting there. And this is from central Jesus Green, so you can see the building illuminated here, and particularly sort of noting the context in sort of the other historic features in the skyline as well. And then just to give members who haven't attended sort of or seen the site directly or don't know the background, I just want to share some officer site photos. So this is the immediate context of the building. So you can see the kind of bricked portion, the cladding, the balconies and the balustrade at the top here. And then there would obviously be the additional structure above this that would come up from the balconies. This is just the photo from central Jesus Green. So this is what the visualisations were based off, just to show the Varsity there. In context to the sort of rest of the setting from Jesus Green. This is from Magdalen College. So on the left-hand side image, I'm stood in the entrance of Magdalen College. You've got the listed, nationally listed buildings on the left-hand side here, the quay side, and then the Varsity just poking above the roofs here. And then on the right-hand side, I'm actually on the river in a punt. And you can't see the Varsity at current, but officers understand it would be visible above this following the proposal. So this is Magdalen, from inside Magdalen College, and these photographs were taken on the last member site visit for the previous application. So you can just see in context from Magdalen College, particularly with the grade 2 listed building and the grade 1 listed buildings, kind of how that sits in their context and the existing relationship between the Varsity and the listed buildings here. So these are just some views from the local area in context of the terraces, the residential terraces that are around the area. So these are, the rows of terraces are buildings of local interest. And they're 2-storey in height, and you can see the Varsity kind of already protruding above those buildings. And then I just want to point out some of the key heritage assets as well in the presentation. So this slide is a map of the Central Conservation Area. The proposal site is shown by a star in purple, although it's quite zoomed out. So just to highlight that the Central Conservation Area covers the historic core of the city and contains some of the most historically significant buildings within Cambridge. And then we're just looking at sort of the listed buildings on this screen. Apologies, there's a little bit to look at. But the proposal site is marked with the purple star. And then you've got if I get my pointer, the locally listed terraces along here. So the views I showed were kind of up these roads here. And then you've got the Magdalen College buildings, so the grade 2 listed building and the grade 1 listed buildings, as well as sort of others around in the area. Also, yeah, just to highlight the River Cam there as well. So yeah, I just wanted to remind members that the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act guides local authorities to have special regard for the preservation of historic assets. And actually, in the inspector's decision on the original application, the inspector said that considerable importance and substantial weight should be given to the desirability of preserving heritage assets. So just to keep that in mind. And then finally, this slide is the planning balance. So officers are recommending that the application is refused following the previous refusals. Officers do not consider that the harm to the central conservation area, to the listed buildings, to the buildings of local interest, to the setting of the River Cam and to the Cambridge skyline would be outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme, including an employment increase and tourism potential, most importantly. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Charlotte. So first speaker is Alison. Are you here? Yeah, hello, hi. So about 2 minutes, if that's good, because then it's 6 minutes in total for the objection side of things. All right. So you press the button on your right-hand side. Yeah, that's it, when you're ready.
I'm here today to represent Magdalen College and to confirm their objection to the application. Our objections are as follows. The applicant is effectively proposing to create an 8th storey to the building, which is already uniquely tall in this historic context. The proposed framed structure will have a significant and detrimental impact on the skyline, the historic buildings of Magdalen College and the surrounding area. The scale and bulk of the design would adversely affect the character and appearance of the central conservation area. Juxtaposed to one another, the impact of such a modern and warehouse-type structure on the skyline situated next to these historic buildings is incongruous and unsightly. The retractable nature of the roof will not alter the effect on the skyline. We have concerns regarding the maintenance of the living meadow and how this could be maintained sufficiently to provide an effective cladding that does not become unattractive and unkempt. The following statutory guidelines and planning policies support our case for objection. Section 72 of the Listed Buildings Conservation Area Act 1990 places a statutory duty on decision makers to preserve and enhance the character and appearance of conservation areas and protect the setting of listed buildings. The benefits arising from this proposal appear to be commercial ones for the operator and in our view do not outweigh the harm and significant negative impact on the central conservation area listed buildings. Cambridge Local Plan 2018 requires that any proposals for a structure that breaks the existing skyline and or is significantly taller than the surrounding built form must demonstrate the proposal would result in a high quality addition to the Cambridge skyline that complements the character of the surrounding area. The revised design fails to contribute positively to its surroundings and the Cambridge skyline and is therefore, in our view, contrary to the NPPF and Cambridge Local Plan, which aims to ensure the heritage assets of the city are conserved in a manner appropriate to their significance, including their setting.
Thank you, Alison. That's 15 seconds or so, I think. So we'll add up. If it goes over on the other side, we'll get the same amount. So, Sarah, you're the next speaker. Are you here or on?
I have a statement, Chair. I don't know if you want to take
long
Cecilia, very short, whether you want to take that
no,
or the
do
other
Sarah
speaker.
next and time that. Thanks.
Statement from Sarah Nichols, Cambridge Past, Present and Future. Cambridge Past, Present and Future support the officer's recommendation for refusal. The current application does not overcome previous reasons for refusal, and we have therefore objected to this application due to its impact on heritage assets. In October 2023, members refused an earlier application contrary to officer recommendation. We urge you to remain strong in your convictions that this development, which is basically no different to earlier application, remains inappropriate development in the historic centre of Cambridge, contrary to policy, and again, please refuse this application. Thank you. Statement from CPPF ends.
Thank you for reading that out, James. So the third objector is Cecilia. Hello, hi Cecilia. You've got about 3 minutes left. So when you're ready, you press the button, and then half a minute before the end of the full time, the bell goes, let you know it comes to the end. So when you press it, it should light up red. That's it. Well done.
I, Cecilia Reid, am a director of Beaufort Place Limited and speak with the support of my fellow directors. A passenger on the lower deck of a bus who looks downstream when crossing Magdalen Bridge into Cambridge will see the horizontal length of furnished roof terrace almost as if suspended behind and higher than the pitched roofs of the quayside buildings that hide the rest of the hotel. The hotel itself is visible from surrounding roads and Jesus Green, with bulk and mass out of keeping with the historic skyline. Increased development of the roof terrace would make it even more of a dominant and incongruous feature. Lights, even low level, would attract attention after dark. The proposed cover would add to the height when not retracted, and the framework would remain in place when the cover was retracted. The proposed additions of cloud cladding would widen the silhouette of the framework from that included in previous refused applications. The Conservation Officer's report for the 2022 application said, "The harm already done to heritage assets by the existing upper floors of the hotel and its roof terrace does not provide any justification for this project. There is no basis in local or national policy for accepting harmful impacts on heritage assets because a lesser level of harm has already been done. The historic core of Cambridge is a major attraction for tourists. In some cases, economic benefits may outweigh heritage considerations, but this is not such a case. I urge that the application be refused."
Thank you very much. That's within the 6 minutes, but the other side can have 6 minutes anyway, as that was decided beforehand. So first up is Sylvia, supporter.
Good afternoon. I'm Sylvia Lynn Meaden, and I'm perhaps the nearest person to the Varsity Hotel. I've watched all the buildings go up. I've been there for 40 years, and I've watched all the buildings go up. And each time I've had some problem with one or other of them. I think that the Varsity Hotel has taken on a very small site of something that had to be developed. And I think that it has proved to be a good neighbour. I've watched the way that it has worked and the way people have worked together. And I personally think that the roof garden will be an asset to Cambridge generally, to the students in the area, because it's a nice place to go. It's near a bus stop. It's convenient. It provides a lot of employment in the locality. And it makes use of a space which is at the moment not being fully used and could be of benefit to the students in the area. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks. So next is Will Nichols, planning consultant.
The applicant is an established independent business
within
the city, which has been working with officers over the past couple of years to try to provide a solution to the economic impacts on the business of inclement weather. The inability to use the roof terrace year-round has a significant impact on its use, its public access, and the number of staff that can be employed. By introducing a retractable roof, public access would be significantly enhanced and jobs secured. A suboptimal possible solution to the unpredictable weather would be the use of large, unsightly umbrellas and parasols of about the same height, which do not require planning permission. The proposal, if granted planning, would deliver 24 new full-time jobs and 18 part-time jobs for local people at the hotel, providing skills, training for young persons, and gateways into the hospitality industry, which has suffered, as we all know, as a result of the impacts of Brexit and COVID. An application for a completely different scheme was submitted at the beginning of 2022. While a planning appeal has been dismissed on this different 2022 scheme, this should have no bearing on the planning application presented before members today, which is very different to the application refused at appeal. Indeed, even the most recent scheme to be presented to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee last time that was not appealed itself included significant changes following discussions with officers. That application was considered by the case officer and members to be finely balanced and had a recommendation for approval. It was narrowly refused by one vote. Since then, the applicant has continued to engage with officers, taking on board comments and making significant amendments to the scheme. These include significantly paring back the scheme on its western elevation to reduce the impact on Magdalen College, Additionally, the scheme now includes living walls, which, if granted planning permission, would be the first of their kind in the city, and include high-performance windows made of recycled glass and natural ventilation. To make it very clear, the living wall has been carefully designed to use a sustainable irrigation system involving recycled rainwater from the hotel stored on the floor below, monitored by an off-site computer system, making it environmentally friendly. The application also specifically shows the panels that house the wildflower seeds are made bespoke for virtually all the structural beams. It will be very much in the applicant's interest to ensure that this is an exemplar scheme that could be replicated across the city, cementing Cambridge's green credentials and enhancing biodiversity and sustainability in what is a very urban part of the city. The applicant has given examples of walls such as this working well in similar climates across the UK and overseas. We note that the harm has been deemed by the Conservation Officer to constitute less than substantial, and Historic England has not objected to the proposal. The Varsity Roof Terrace is a unique spot at one of the city's few independently owned hotels. Its owners are committed to Cambridge and are a small business, not only providing high quality accommodation, but also benefiting the surrounding restaurants, cafes and businesses which rely on overnight visitors to the city. The roof terrace is one of the only publicly accessible spaces in the city, providing views of the cityscape. It is open to the public, and unlike other buildings such as Great St Mary's Church, which charges an admission fee, is accessible for people with physical disabilities and those with neurodiversity. I commend the scheme to members on the basis that the economic, social and environmental benefits significantly outweigh the less than substantial harm to heritage assets. The proposal would provide jobs, wider public access and significant environmental and sustainability benefits, which very much chime with the new government's recent pledge to reform the planning system and kickstart economic growth across the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Will. So next and last supporting speaker is Stella. Hello, Stella. So you've got 1 minute, 8 seconds.
Hi, my name is Stella. I've worked at the hotel for the last 5 years, and I am very hands-on and I deal with the reservations on the roof, and that includes birthdays, booking launches, as well as organising yoga and wellness classes on the roof for all. Although the hotel has a unique asset with the roof terrace, I found that businesses has really dropped in the last couple of years, something in common with other hospitality venues in the city, as can be seen with the recent closure of 4 restaurants in Magdalen Street alone. Some of my colleagues have already been made redundant over the last year as demand has slowed, particularly with the more unpredictable weather that we have recently been seeing. The hotel has also had a number of local food suppliers that have ceased trading, such as Rattlesden Farm Supplies that provide really good quality free-range dairy products, but a slowdown in demand from us and other businesses have forced them to shut. Most importantly, it would give us all job security. The hospitality training I've been provided at the hotel is one I have found really useful, and I do thoroughly enjoy my work, but jobs decrease as city venues close, and it's worrying how much demand may decrease, unless the hotel keeps its attraction to customers. I do feel as a young person, without a recognised profession, we can be marginalised and our voice is not heard, hence me
If you
speaking
finish
up
your
now.
point, just wrap up the last little bit. Thanks.
I hope you'll listen to the clear benefits of this scheme for jobs in my industry and the local economy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Right, next up is statements to be read. So, Councillor Martinelli, if you don't mind reading that one, then please, James. Thanks. So, all councillors are listed as ward councillors, in fact, but in fact, Councillor Martinelli is actually a ward councillor. He's a councillor in Market Ward, where this application is cited. James.
Councillor Martinelli's statement, very short. As with previous applications, I believe that the potential economic benefits offered by this application are important and likely to outweigh any visual harm. I do not see that the roof canopy makes this building a particularly more pronounced part of the city skyline than it is presently. I'd be supportive of a living wall that being trialled within the city, and this would be a good opportunity to do this in a prominent location as a marker of the city's commitment to biodiversity. Statement ends.
Thank you very much, James. Next is Councillor Ashton. You're here in person. Do you want to come to one of the microphones, please, Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. I hope the committee took the opportunity to go and visit the terrace, which was open to all to see, and see it in physicality rather than on black and white on the screen. Each application must be judged on its own and not on what was submitted previously in the past. Because if that was the case, we'd have to look at why it was an officer recommendation last time and failed by 1 vote. And since then, the Varsity has worked with officers to overcome the objections that were placed at that committee meeting. So we need to ask ourselves and look at other buildings that have been built and are being built that change our skyline before we single out one building. Cambridge is, and has always been, a city of dramatic buildings that have and continue to shape our skylines. If we take some examples, and I can't get the pronunciation right, if we look at the Schoenberger Research Building that people refer to as a circus tent, we've got Hills Road Bridge, where you've got buildings there that don't look as though they've been finished. We've got the buildings off the M11 of Trumpington, where you enter Cambridge, that look like prison blocks. You've got the David Attenborough Building, which is held in high esteem behind the Corn Exchange, yet does not fit in with that building whatsoever. If we arrive at Cambridge from the station, that's changed dramatically over the years and has been allowed to demolish Victorian buildings and have high-rise buildings built there. We've got the Botanic House there, and now we've got a new multi-storey building being built there. And again, if you went to the terrace at the Varsity and you sat on the top of the terrace, you would see the wonderful, world-famous, renowned Cambridge University Library building, 48 metres tall, a concrete block that blots our skyline. And of course, not forgetting our own concrete but brutal car park that is being built in Park Street. And again, we have to remember that Magdalen College has been building high-storey buildings around their site for years as well. And again, if you look at your report on page 169, last time round, point 621, our urban design actually had nothing wrong with this design and recommended it for approval. Yet committee decided on a couple of points it needed to look at what needs to be done. And that was regards the structure looking like a greenhouse and overlooking Magdalen College. Beauty, they say, is in the eye of the beholder, and hence one person's brutal perspective is a fine building gathering awards. Jesus College, if we look at now, has just been awarded an amazing design for what looks to be things floating in the skyline. Pollock's paintings were and are seen by some as a Lord of Pollock's. And coming on to this building, it's family run, not some mega developer. The roof terrace is already there, and it already overlooks the college and has always overlooked the college. Everybody who uses it asks the question, when will it be finished off? Lighting was mentioned in the past as being a problem. The roof terrace already has lighting, so it will not become some lighthouse in the middle of Cambridge in the future. The canopy is the minimum height required, so as to provide all year round use. Are the materials being used permitted in building regulations? Yes. Is the building within health and safety grounds? Yes. Is the application providing only for the purpose asked for? Yes. Is the applicant applying for additional hours? No. Is the building at the forefront of designs reliving walls? Yes. Look at the skyline now over Park Street car park being built when walking from Jesus Green, an obscuring part of our historic Cambridge. Let's not be afraid to accept change. Cambridge, as always, and will always be changing. Is this some building that causes catastrophic change to the skyline? They could put up giant multicolour parasols looking like a fleet of Mary Poppins descending without permission. So ask yourself, can we really say no to this application? And yes, some of you might be in the Pollock's camp and others see the beauty. So let's welcome and be part of creating a unique feature to Cambridge.
Right, thanks, Councillor. So Councillor Hussain is next. You've got a statement, please, James.
Statement from Councillor Hussain. I'm writing regarding the planning application submitted by Varsity Hotel. for a living meadow wall and retractable roof canopy. This proposal has garnered significant support from residents and businesses, as highlighted in local newspapers and numerous ongoing petitions. The community strongly believes this project will attract quality visitors who will support independent shops rather than just tourist stores. Additionally, the rooftop is a popular spot amongst residents. The use of UK wildflower seeds in the application will enhance local biodiversity, making it a unique example of urban greening in Cambridge. The Varsity Hotel's rooftop significantly contributes to the local economy by attracting numerous visitors. However, the weather conditions often disrupt events, affecting both revenue and visitor experience. Proposed rooftop cover will address these issues, ensuring uninterrupted operations and enhancing hospitality services in our city centre. This will also provide job security for the young people employed at the hotel. Concerns about privacy from nearby colleges have been addressed in this latest application, with necessary design adjustments made. I have personally attended the rooftop to review the new plan and concerns raised. I can confirm that the proposed changes will significantly enhance privacy compared to the current situation. This application has strong community backing, evidenced by widespread petitions. It is crucial for maintaining jobs and economic stability for some rooftop employees who reside in my King's Hedges ward. This plan will benefit local businesses and respect the privacy of neighbouring institutions. The applicant has made thoughtful changes based on previous feedback. I am proud to support such businesses in our city and believe they are vital for our community. Yours, Councillor Hussain.
Thank you very much for that, James. And finally, we've got Councillor Bick with a statement, who's a councillor in Market Ward, similarly to Martinelli. Thanks.
Statement by Councillor Bick. Committee members will recall that I attended to argue against approval of the earlier application in October last year. At the time, the committee refused permission. Since then, the reasons for refusal of that application were supported and reinforced by the planning inspector on appeal, which helpfully leaves a clear basis for the evaluation of this new application, in which some changes have been made. On examination of these plans, I see little difference in relation to the key policies on which the earlier decision was based. The proposed upward extension of the building will make it higher and more prominent than it is today, and this will negatively impact on the context of various of Cambridge's historic buildings, and it will intrude on and harm views of the city's skyline. Some of the historic buildings and views may be more visited than others. I base my own assessment on the most democratic of all views from the centre of Jesus Green, one of our most used public open spaces by residents and visitors to the city. An increase in height of the Varsity Hotel makes that whole view more about the hotel than about the spires and towers beyond, and the mainly two-storey domestic houses of Park Parade in front. This free and accessible view today is exactly the type of asset that makes Cambridge special and attracts tourists to our visitor economy. In my view, it would be wrong to erode it for paying guests of a private business, which, though a valuable contributors, only a small part of our visitor economy. Living Meadows walls have been added to the proposed extension. These could be very attractive, though their environmental credentials need balancing against a hard-headed assessment of their resource use and sustainability. And it is clear that evidence in those respects is not available here to support them. Besides, they do not change the impact on the height, scale and massing, and I agree with those who see them as increasing the out-of-context nature of the building and therefore its visibility in views where it creates harm. I continue to recognise the economic benefits which are offered unchanged in this new version of the scheme, but I do believe that operating within historic city centre should carry some awareness of a tighter framework for development than some locations. The applicant has filled out lots of opportunities that were available and built a successful business. There has not been a suggestion that failure with the scheme would destroy the viability and economic benefit that it currently already generates. Each site reaches its limits in respect to this application. I think this is the case now. I would urge members of the committee to set aside the halo effect of something that sounds green but does not in fact address our clear planning policies and refuse this application. Statement ends.
Thanks for that, James. So that's the end of the speakers. Debate. Councillors. Oh, I missed something. Oh, yeah, Charlotte.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to add, because I forgot to say in my presentation, that I have got the Conservation Officer and Landscape Officer here with me today, just in case members want to kind of ask any questions to them.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, thank you for that. Yep, right. So, yeah, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about the frame and the retractable windows. So, where did the windows retract to? I mean, is the idea that the windows would be closed during inclement weather and then opened in sunny weather? And where do they go to? We've just got frames, so what happens to the windows? I didn't understand that.
I know, it's a good question. Yep. Any more questions? Yeah, Bennett.
I've got a question about light pollution, which has been mentioned by some of the speakers. Is it proposed that there will be blinds or curtains for nighttime use? If not, would there be any difference between the light pollution and impact on biodiversity of the current structure and the proposed structure? I do have some other points I'm thinking about, but they're more declarations, opinion rather than questions, so I'd rather reserve them for now.
That's fine. And I mean, as you know, members, I like to let you lead in questioning rather than constructing some structure of questioning. And I've got things to say as well, but let's go through it and we can pick out as we go what seems important on the item. Councillor Dryden.
The first question, I'd just like to ask, the last application went in, which it was recommended by officers and refused, as I said earlier, by one vote. How come that application, I think this one is even better, but the officers have changed their opinion on this so great that they were supporting the last one, now they're so much against this one. I can't see how you can turn around go such from one end of the scale to the other. What made them think that's not objecting to it now and recommending refusal? It amazes me.
Right, okay, good question. Thank you very much. I'll chip in a couple as well, and we'll go back to you then, Charlotte. Okay, so perhaps it would be good to have a couple of bits of clarification. So, would you concur, Charlotte, that the views on screen that we see, some of those views especially, don't represent real life? Because when you stand on a spot and look at a building, you make compensations with the eye. And so some of the views which seem to barely show a building in the far distance, you would actually see in real life. Is that what you think is the case? I think with regard to the planting, we'll leave that till later. The lighting was mentioned. So in terms of lighting, that might be a factor you want to cover off Charlotte in terms of lighting up at night with the glazed, lighting within the glazed area would be different to how it is at the moment. And one other thing was just in terms of what's proposed and what's current. So I think the second bullet point of third-party representations noted that, they thought that the scale, or some people, or one person thought that the scale, height and position of the hotel is already incongruous to the conservation area. And I believe, I did read your report, but I can't, from start to finish, but I can't remember where it is now in the report, but I'm pretty sure you said something similar in your report. That would be interesting to have you talk about that. And what's also been said by speakers along the way is that the previous refused applications have no bearing on, to paraphrase, have no bearing on the item on the table today. I believe that's not the case, that previous planning decisions are material planning considerations for this committee to bear in mind when making a decision today. So perhaps if you could answer the members' questions and anything there that you think is useful to answer. Thanks, Charlotte.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll just go through those now. So Councillor Young had a question at the start about the windows and how they retract. So we don't have the exact details at this stage, but my understanding and what is said in the application is that effectively they're sort of guillotine-style windows. So you can imagine that the whole wall in between the steel frame would be glazed, and then the top half of the window would move down and slot into the bottom half of the window. So the top half would become openable and then it could move back up depending on the weather changes and things like that. Councillor Bennett had a question about light, blinds and curtains. So we don't have any sort of information on blinds and curtains, and to be honest, it may be unreasonable to ask for that because it's not within sort of planning control. I think it's just probably important to highlight that as part of the previous considerations at committee, members raised light as an issue and added that into the reason for refusal because of its visual impact. But in terms of biodiversity, we don't have any information about how the lighting would impact biodiversity as part of this application. So I can't sort of speak to that really. Councillor Dryden, I think you wanted to know why officers have changed their opinion in terms of supporting the first application and then now recommending refusal. Officers have followed committee members' decision making. So committee members refused the first application and the second application. And when a decision is made, that becomes a material planning consideration that should be taken into account when a decision is made. So officers have based their decision on what committee have said and the reasons for refusal. When you're thinking about a new application following a previous one, you think through whether the application has overcome the reasons for refusal, and that's why the recommendation is what it is. Councillor Smart, so in terms of the viewpoints, so the visualisations submitted with the application are sort of verified views, so they are accurate as to what, is taken by a camera and they're accurate to what that would show. I do appreciate that probably, at a human scale, there might be a different experience of the building, but those are verified viewpoints, so they should be accurate. In terms of lighting at night, so there is already some lighting at the restaurant level of the hotel, which is the floor below. But the proposal would obviously be lit up so that it can be used at night. That's part of why there is a covering proposed, so that it can be used at different times of the year and in different conditions. And it's just being mindful about kind of the fact that lighting, we've said, adds to the harm of the proposal in the report and in sort of previous decisions as well. So in terms of it already being incongruous to the conservation area, the central conservation area appraisal does list the Varsity Hotel as a building that is already harmful to the conservation area, basically due to its height and appearance, and it kind of being above the buildings in the surroundings. And then, yes, so just to cover that last point about the previous refusals having no bearing, I've sort of explained this already, but previous refusals do form material considerations that should be taken into account when making a decision. And I think in this case, given that the previous refusals are so recent, I would be advising members to give significant weight to those previous decisions as a material consideration in the planning balance. Thank you.
Okay, Charlotte, so that's great. Just one thing there on taking into account previous decisions by members. Was there also a factor in terms of the officer recommendation from the urban design officer? So that consultee recommended a different decision here to a previous application. I don't know if that was a factor or maybe not so.
So with the urban design officer, that's slightly different. They're making a judgment as a consultee on the application. And having spoken with the urban design officer and read their reviewing their comments, they basically saying to me that they were no longer in a position to support the application because they thought that the inclusion of the living wall and the appearance that that would create would sort of, I suppose, take away from the progress that they had made in terms of chamfering the design and trying to terminate the building in a better way. Instead, this creates this sort of fragmented approach with the brick, the cladding and the green elements,
and they didn't feel that it was a successful design solution.
Okay, I can't remember now, someone mentioned about the living things earlier, but we could get more into that. I think it might be useful, but just to say, I think the main concern that I read in the report was to do with this sort of mixture of the product, the green living wall, which is a company that make it. It's not a new thing. There was a French architect called Patrick Blanc who made it very famous and used a lot of green living walls. This is used in a slightly different context. It's just, I suppose, trying to detract from the way the building looks, it seems to me, and that's sort of mixed up with some planting, some climbing plants that are meant to cover the frame, and also the fact that the frame would be painted green. So there are those three things. I think that was the concern, that those would be a bit of an odd mixture. But that's, odd is a subjective term. I mean, it's just a mixture, really, I suppose. But Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. So again, this came back. I was interested to see how it was changed, because this is obviously a business in my ward. We want it to thrive. However, I mean, for me, last time, the thing that made me pause for thought was the urban design were in favour. This time, they're not. And I think, for me, we have to give significant weight to the inspector. I mean, we literally just said that in the last application, where they overruled us, and in this case, they actually did back our decision. And they were very clear that the economic benefits at the time did not outweigh the harm. And unfortunately, there are no extra economic benefits being demonstrated this time. I mean, and I do absolutely take the point that it's really important to keep as many jobs as we can. We want to do that. But equally, this part of the city, well, much of the city, generates huge amounts of jobs because it is protected and beautiful. I think I made this point at the last committee. And actually, we've got to balance more jobs in that area. It might mean another business loses jobs because they aren't getting as many tourists because it isn't looking as good anymore. I mean, the concerns I had last time were about the lighting as well. And I take the point that, you know, we could put parasols on there and light it up, but that would normally be in the summer when it's light in the evening. Once it becomes enclosed, it's then lit up through the winter between, between 4:30 onwards in the afternoon. And if you looked at the visuals that I think Charlotte put up, it is very prominent, particularly from Jesus Green, when it's lit up at night. And, you know, even if we condition blinds, which I don't think we can, it's not reasonable. We can't force an applicant to pull the blinds down every night. That just isn't a planning concern. So, for me, it hasn't overcome those concerns about the big light. And and the living wall, I feel slightly vindicated because particularly on the Joint Development Committee, we have a lot of living walls come forward. And I always say a living wall tends to be a dead wall within about 3 months. And I can see actually some of the consultees support that now. And again, my concern is just making it green and putting some plants on it. I'm not convinced that they would be effective. I tend to concur with the consultees that living walls are incredibly difficult to manage. And the ones that are successful, so you might see in Singapore, I think, are where there's a whole balcony with sort of plants on that, in effect, are self-sustaining. So it looks like a green wall, but it's actually green balconies. So I have real concerns about that. And I think I'd be really interested in the conservation or the landscape officer's views about how much weight we should give to the inspector's decision. Because although I appreciate it was from a sort of several iterations back, my understanding was the rejection was very clear that it was piercing the skyline even further, which unfortunately this still is. And although it is a slightly different colour, it's almost more prominent. I think the urban design points about now there's quite an abrupt ridge there where it cuts off. So I'd be grateful for the conservation or landscape, Helen and Christian's views on how much weight we should be giving, because the inspector did, in my view, come down very strongly against this, unfortunately. And I'm struggling to see any economic benefits that outweigh that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just before I go to the next speaker, if I could just add to that in terms of your response, Charlotte. So in terms of the employment aspects to this, or more employment, economic benefits. So one of the speakers in support spoke about a significant increase in employment. In the report, you write that there's a minor change. So perhaps you could sort of talk about that difference. So Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the views, it really, the hotel already stands out, and it's mentioned as a harmful building in the conservation area. So I wondered if, if we did go ahead and approve this, does this harm the sky, would other applications be able to come forward with equal height? And then, so I'm worried that it's going to be the thin end of the wedge. So, you've got one building that's huge. Well, then, I mean, the next one, on the other side of John's College Chapel, is of equal height, and then the whole skyline is gone. So I'd like to understand: does this decision here, if we went ahead and approved it, does this put the conservation area in jeopardy?
All right, thanks.
And also, I'd just like to say, I was also going to say something about the lighting, but Katie's, I completely agree with what she said there. Thank you.
Okay, yep. So, yeah, Councillor Bennett, and then we'll go back to Charlotte, I think.
Okay. I want to mention that I abstained previously because I felt harms and benefits were so closely balanced. And at the moment, where I'm standing is I don't really understand how the living wall works and whether it's likely to be effective. I love the idea, but I've also heard the concerns about how practical it is and how much it can be maintained. Last time I said I gave the increase in employment a low weight because Cambridge is a fully employment economy. I think I would now give it a higher weight because the local economy has deteriorated for a number of reasons, and also because employment is not just about quantity but quality, and secure full-time jobs are worth a lot more than insecure 0 hours contracts. So, but the point I really wanted to make, which is a new one made by Mr. Nichols, is about the public access, and particularly the disabled public access, because I think this is an important public benefit. 1 in 5 of our population have some sort of disability, and a lot of those would actually make it very difficult to enjoy the rooftop views of Great St Mary. I would not attempt to take my friend's autistic children up there. I would not be able to attempt it myself. But I understand from the applicant that I could ascend to their viewing terrace by lift, that I would not be obliged to buy a drink, that I could simply order a glass of tap water, and I could enjoy that view. And Cambridge has a very hostile public environment, and it's very difficult for people with disabilities to have access to that. So at the moment, I'm still wavering. I haven't made up my mind. But although there isn't much change in the application, my view is slightly different. And I just wanted to share that with the rest of the committee.
Yeah, good, thanks. So I did say we'd stop there, but we've got one more, I think, Councillor Dryden. But just before he goes, I just want to make sure that you address, Charlotte, the point about public access to this area in the hotel, which isn't in the public domain, and what sort of weight we should adhere to that as members, decision makers. Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few points, really. We're looking at the photographs, and the way it's done now, it looks like it's a new tall building, where you have illustrations, and it looks a bit unfair. That's already there. Some people we're looking at these photographs that it's going to be there, but it's already there. So I think the canopy on top, the retractable, is not going to be there all the time. It's diamenable to what's going to be there. So it's we've got to see it's there already and what they're trying to do. And I think what they're proposing is probably going to look even better. And someone mentioned about lighting. You can't put the blinds down at a certain time. I think you can enforce that if you want to. I think it's happened elsewhere where blinds have to go down for night times there. going around the colleges, I've been around many of the colleges over time, and new buildings go up inside the colleges, which are out of character probably, but they're new, everything's getting new. London Sky's line is changing all the time as well. So I just think it's a bit unfair sometimes. And the photographs, again, we looked at them again, you get them at good angles when it shows the worst of what you can see. I'd be interested to see what the council, which has already been approved, the new hotel car parks can look like. Because I think that's a lot more brutal than anything else I've seen for the skyline area. It's very close to this application. But it just seems that we've been very unfair with one developer, and we've been a bit biased to ourselves. But we didn't get this much investigation and scrutiny on the one we put forward. I can't remember asking all these questions. It just got through. And for an outsider who don't know about planning, it looked like they would just let our one go through, and then we're stopping a local business with all the points being made already. I've never been, I've been 28 years, I think, on and off planning committee. I've never seen such a minor development get so much scrutiny. It just amazes me how it's come about. So, also one other question, but someone mentioned earlier on about 8 stories. I have never seen 8 stories in this. I think there's 7, I think, and they're not making another story. That's already there on the roof, isn't it? Am I right or wrong? I can't see 8 stories in there.
I prefer not to answer.
I've just put a few notes there as I go down. I mean, there might be small questions yet, but just amazes me that we're discussing such a small. I think it's quite small. The building's already there, and all they're doing is putting a cover over the top of it. That's all.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor, well, go on then, Councillor Paget, and then we'll go back to Charlotte. It's just a lot for us to answer all at once, that's all. Is that right? Yep. Charlotte, to you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, so I'll just go through those questions the best I can, but if I've missed anything, please do let me know. So the first was a question about the mixture of sort of products that make up the living roof and kind of how that would work. And I think Councillor Bennett sort of mentioned that as well. How does the living wall work in terms of the maintenance and things like that? Helen, I don't know if you want to speak to that point, perhaps. Yeah? This is Helen, the landscape officer, for those who don't know Helen.
So from the drawings that have been submitted, what we understand is that the main living wall element is a cladding panel that's made off-site, and then it has a kind of planting substrate within the panel that's seeded with wildflower and meadow seed, and that, as far as we understand, that would be mounted onto the horizontal beams around the new structure, and possibly some of the vertical columns. So that's the main living wall element. And then there would be like secondary climbing plants that would be supported on stainless steel cables on the columns. But I don't think there's quite enough detail to go beyond that, so that we can't see where the climbing plants, where they would be growing from, like whether the planters are at ground level or somewhere at roof level. And from the information we've got, what's shown is there'd be an automated watering system which would be fed through a rainwater harvesting system, which would be somewhere in the building, but we don't have any details yet. And this going back to the prefabricated panel system, it's a relatively new product, but it has been used on quite a lot of sites already. But just to say, mostly from the examples that they've got so far, it's used more at lower levels of buildings. So we think there is a bit of a risk of having it so high up because it's going to be drier, windier, and more exposed. But that's what we understand at the moment.
Thank you, Helen. And I'll just add to that. I guess it's just important to note that in the visualizations I showed, it shows this consistent sort of living meadow across the entire building. But in reality, there is going to be a mixture of projects because the panelling is too large to sit on some of the chamfered and the smaller beams. So it is going to be a mixture of views. I think the other thing to just perhaps bring up at this point is there's a limited amount of time that we are able to secure landscaping through conditions, and that is a 5-year limit. So we have sort of potential controls over monitoring management in the short term, although there is questions in my mind about kind of the success of these type of living walls. We don't, you know, when I spoke to sort of landscape officers, they try and resist them because they're concerned about the impact they're going to have and kind of how they're going to develop over time. But particularly after that 5-year point, when we lose the potential control over the landscaping, is sort of what happens then as well. So just moving on from that point now, Councillor Pora, you asked a question about weight we should be giving to the inspector's comment, and I think you directed that towards the consultees, but I think probably I'm best placed to answer that if that's okay. So again, I should have probably mentioned that previously when I talked about kind of changing the decision and the recommendation. Obviously, I would say that again, that the inspector's decision should hold significant weight. They've reviewed the first proposal, they've looked at our reasons for refusal, and they've upheld those reasons. And actually their report goes into detail about why they've upheld the reasons, particularly harm to heritage assets and the visual impacts. And I do think we do need to be mindful of that when we're making our decision, because it's also, you know, the planning members have said it's refused and the inspector has agreed with it. It's sort of another level of strength, really. So Councillor Smart, you asked some questions about the employment numbers, and how there's discrepancies between what Will Nichols said and what I've said in my report. So just to go over that a little bit. So the application has put forward employment benefits as part of the public benefits of the proposal. And they've outlined, probably the most important ones are the staff that would be involved in the proposal. And so they've outlined that potentially it could lead to an addition of 12 full-time staff members and 12 part-time staff members, because the building can be open potentially year-round, and sort of for longer periods or more consistent periods within the year. They've also outlined there could be potential increases if that were to increase visitors at the hotel or potential short-term construction jobs. I have said in my report that I think the employment benefits are minor, and I do stand by that. The employment benefits are very localised, very low numbers in terms of the employment of the city, and I think it's important, you know, I think in my report I've tried to say that, you know, we don't want to we want to support local businesses, but we can't overstate kind of these limited employment numbers. So that's my point of view on that. And I think, just to add actually, it's probably important to say that that has to be weighed against the level of harm that results to the heritage assets. And as I've sort of tried to point out in my report, special regard has to be given to harm to heritage assets. So in weighing those, that's the considerations that need to be made. Okay, so moving on, Councillor Young, I think you talked about sort of, would other applications come forward and would this sort of set a precedent, I think is the question going forward. I think we need to be careful about saying things like that. We do need to consider each application on its own merits. I guess, you know, there is an element that previous decisions can form material considerations, but if it's a different site with different considerations, it's not as strong as it would be in this case. So I would be cautious about taking that approach. I think you need to consider the application that's in front of you today. So the Councillor Bennett, hopefully I've answered some of your points or sort of the bits you were talking through about the living walls and the employment. But I just want to cover the public access point. So in terms of public access, this building is not publicly accessible in that there is no security for the public to access the rooftop. It is a rooftop terrace area used in conjunction with the restaurant at the hotel, and they let people, customers, onto the rooftop as part of their service. It is a private premises, and there is no public access secured to the building as part of this application. So I would suggest we cannot give that any weight in the planning balance because there's no way of securing that. In terms of disabled access, we haven't asked for that in great detail because it's an extension application. However, my understanding is it's just stairs up to the rooftop. I don't understand that there's a full lift that goes up there as well. So just then moving on to, Councillor Smart, I think you asked about public access and the weight. So yeah, my recommendation is to give no weight to the public access to the building because it's not secured as part of the application. It's a private premises. Councillor Dryden, I think you talked a little bit about, well, there was a few points, but mainly I think I just wanted to pick up about you mentioned sort of the car park development and the skyline impact that might have. So I just want to clarify.
Just be clear which car park you're talking about.
Oh, sorry, so it's the Park Street car park development, which I assume you're referring to, is that right? Yes, okay. So the Park Street car park development, which is approved and is currently being built out at the moment. So that car park, even with it at its full height, even with plant on top of it, it's only 18 metres high. As you can see from the visualisations that I showed, it's not visible in those above the tree line. This application, if approved, would be 24 metres high in total height, so it's quite significantly taller than the Park Street car park application. But I will say that both applications were required to give full sort of visualisations and views from around the city to understand how it would be visible to allow the decision maker to make a decision on that. I think that's everything now.
Sorry, I was talking to Jane yet. Have you done? Yep. So, Councillor Dryden did also ask why there was so much scrutiny on this item. I think he was probably referring to the previous applications as well. So, can you talk about that?
So I suppose there's been various reasons why this application has sort of come to committee and been talked about. There's been sort of public interest on the application throughout, both in support and objection from local residents. On some occasions, like this one, a councillor has called it in to committee. And I think it's just really important if an application comes forward to committee that I suppose we fully explore the issues. And, you know, it is a balanced case. There is harm to be weighed against benefits. So it's not kind of a, you know, that's a judgment for members to make. So it needs to be drawn out, really.
Right, thanks for that. Hang on a minute, Councillor. I just want to also ask Jane, the Area Development Manager, about the suggestion Councillor Dryden seemed to suggest to me, unless I misunderstood, that somehow we'd made a decision on the Park Street Car Park Hotel application, which is an application that we have an interest in as a council, that we had made that decision in not a fair way, that we just approved it just because it was our thing. Can you speak about that at all? Is there anything you want to say about that?
Well, as a council, we will decide on all applications equally. I didn't have sight of the decision of the car park specifically itself. I wasn't involved in that application and the decision-making process of it, but we would take all applications equally, planning department and those planning officers.
I put you on the spot a bit there, but it was put forward by Councillor Dryden. Keith, did you want to say anything in addition to that about the Joint Planning Authority?
Yes, I would say that the answer you've heard earlier this afternoon, and that each application is considered on its own merits, and as members you decided that that Park Street should be approved.
Right, thanks for that. So, Councillor Dryden, you want to come back?
Yeah, it was on about public interest for against and for it. I remember last time there was a petition sent in. There was quite a lot on the petition. if there was this time, what was the numbers? Was there one put in? If so, how many was in support of this? I haven't been told there was a petition last time. Was there a petition this time for it? Because last time I remember there was a great number of people, hundreds I think, supporting this application.
So hundreds supported a previous application. Was there any petition this time, Charlotte?
So to clarify that, so with the first application, a supportive petition was put in by the applicant with the application, and then this time round, the general manager of the hotel submitted a supportive petition. Gosh, it was only a couple of weeks ago now, as part of the application, and there was sort of pages of signatures on that supportive petition. I don't have the exact numbers. I apologise for that.
Could you? Well, okay. I think that does that do.
Normally, when a petition comes in, we get told it, and we actually get told the numbers. So I just wonder why it wasn't told to us this time. I mean, having hundreds of people in support of something is quite, something you weigh up when you make a decision.
So, Councillor Dryden's saying there are hundreds of people in support of this application on the table today, and should we be hearing about petition, Charlotte?
So the petition was a late addition. It was put on the amendment sheet that one had been submitted with the submitted late, basically after I'd finished the report. But it wasn't considered to change the recommendation of the application ultimately. There was still considerable harm amounting from the application. The petition is published on the website, but apologies, I don't have the exact figures with me now.
Okay, Councillor? Did you want to come back at all? Okay, thank you. At some stage, Charlotte, we should go to the Conservation Officer. You talked about harm, which is a technical term and also a word we use in common parlance. And we need to understand both the technical aspects of the conservation area and harm, but also in common sense language as well. Plain English would be useful too when you do that. So, Councillor Paget, you were first. No. Oh, yeah, everyone's saying yeah. Go on then. Yeah, if that's okay, Charlotte, if you don't mind deferring to the Conservation Officer, thank you.
So the applicant's planning consultant, in his address to us at the beginning of the item, acknowledged that there was a conservation objection to the application, but then sought to qualify that by suggesting that Historic England haven't objected and that the harm was less than substantial harm. So on the first point about Historic England, it's a completely irrelevant point to the consideration of this application, that they haven't objected, because it's not within their remit to do so. Their remit is in respect to alterations to Grade 2 star or Grade 1 listed buildings, or to very large areas within the conservation areas. Neither of those applies in this case, so we wouldn't have expected Historic England to have any role in commenting on this application in any case. On the second point, that this is only less than substantial harm, as Chair, you've recognised that's a technical term from the National Planning Policy Framework. It's not a common sense term. It doesn't mean this harm doesn't matter, because the NPPF splits harm into substantial harm, which is essentially the complete loss, for instance, the complete demolition of a heritage asset, and then everything else, which is less than substantial harm. But that's a spectrum which stretches from negligible, less than substantial harm, to significant, less than substantial harm. Excuse me. So it's a very broad term, and it shouldn't be taken that simply because we're using this technical term from the NPPF, that it doesn't mean that there is not significant harm from this proposal to the character of the conservation area and to the settings of listed buildings. And let's not get too precious about those terms. heritage assets, listed buildings, the conservation area, because what they really mean is the things that people value in Cambridge, the things that draw people to come to Cambridge and that people living in the city enjoy. So we're talking about what is the harm to those things that we, as workers and citizens and visitors to Cambridge, enjoy. And the committee has been told, I think several times during the course of the item, that the weight that has to be given to those things that we enjoy, to the character of conservation areas, to the setting of the listed buildings, has to be particularly great. The consideration has to be special. That's a duty on the committee from the Act, from the Listed Building Conservation Areas Act. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks for that. So, Councillor Paget, back to you then, if you wanted to speak now.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's interesting that less than substantial harm, because everything causes harm. The fact that I'm breathing is using oxygen from this air, so I'm harming something. You know, it's about this committee making a decision on behalf of the people of Cambridge. And we represent so many different people, and in line with, of course, the law. A lot of the people of Cambridge would like the opportunity to sit in this restaurant and look out across the skyline. In fact, at home I've got a ticket which buys me a free meal there because somebody bought it for me for Christmas. I might not even get to use it, but I hope I do this time, because the last one I got was during COVID and it ran out. But I think Mark talked about eloquently about the changes in this city, about how things are built and different things come along, and we get excited about one thing and we don't get excited about another. This has turned into one of those great debates. It's been ongoing. It's the fourth time I think we've discussed it. It's really important for us to make a good decision here. Our skyline's always changing. If you look back 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, so much harm's been done to this city, and yet people are saying it looks beautiful, don't put a restaurant up in the sky that you can look across the city with. We talked about the new car park in and hotel that's being built. Well, of course, it's not as tall as this building, but if you're standing next to it, it's in the way of everything you want to see. It completely blots out the skyline, takes it away. So it depends on where you're standing in the city as to whether you can even see this Varsity Hotel. Lots of things are causing harm, as I've said. People living on the green belt complain about people building houses on the green belt because that's causing harm. It's spoiling their skyline. But we're a city that is maturing every year. Every year we change the aspects of this city. If you listen to Keir Starmer, we're living in a year of change. So maybe this is the time that the Varsity Hotel will get that change. Maybe it is. A city with its roots in its past, but of course its eyes on the future. We're always talking about the economy in this city, about making money. Well, this will draw people to Cambridge as much, possibly, as King's College Chapel, where we put PV panels on the roof. That was a bit of a change, wasn't it? That was something really radical. You know, we are a fast-moving, forward-looking city. Giving more people an opportunity to look across the city may be a greater advantage than the amount of people who occasionally look up at the sky and go, God, that Varsity building's ugly, isn't it? I mean, who's going to even probably notice it? Will people really notice it? So, it was a close call last time, and ironically, because people are on holiday, this vote is going to be changed. It may be that the people that voted against it are all on holiday today, and so the irony might be that the people that are here will vote for it, but it won't be the same committee, it's not the same decision. I think we're being given an opportunity here. There's a number of opportunities. I'll vote for this, I think. Especially as it offers some biodiversity in the sky. We're always talking about, are we increasing biodiversity? There'll be plants there up in the sky, in the rain, in the wind, in the cold, in the sun. It's an opportunity for... It's all right, Chair, I'm just about to finish. But you can spoil my punchline. But I shall be voting for this. I think it's a great idea. I think it's something we need to look forward to and encourage.
Very much, Councillor. I could make several points of clarification, but just one is to say that this item is a different item on the table today to a previous planning application. So it's not about comparing what the result was then with what the result is today in terms of the planning members. It's a different application.
Not for you, Chair.
Thank you. Turn your microphone off, please, Councillor. Councillor Bajan. Thank you. Who's next? Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you. I think the reason why this has come back many times is clearly because it's a really difficult decision to make, and I think that it's clear that there are two things that are being weighed off against each other, and I think it's very clear that the committee is really split and very divided in the way that we think about this. And to people who've come to speak today, I think it's really important for us to really clearly say that talking about jobs and people's livelihoods is really difficult when you're comparing it with heritage assets, which sounds quite fuddy-duddy, maybe, when you're talking about people's lives. However, I think, and it might sound, it's a really difficult argument to make, but actually in this proposal that's come forward today, it's been quite clear that we need to take the heritage assets and the conservation area incredibly seriously. And as the planning inspector highlighted, I think that needs to be, they have said that this needs to be taken above the employment, and that is not something that the committee will take lightly or thinks about lightly. I think it's very difficult when especially people have taken the time to come and speak to us who are workers, and we're really grateful for you coming. So I just wanted to highlight that because I think it's something that we would all agree with. I just wanted to pick up on a few other things that have been mentioned because I think there's also some inconsistencies in the ways that we're talking about the structure. I think it's difficult because we talk about it being a temporary or retractable structure, but actually it's not necessarily that. It is a permanent structure with retractable windows, and therefore saying that it's going to go up and down isn't the case because actually the full structure and the height will remain the same. Similarly, talking about other buildings that are striking in the city, Councillor Ashton's point I think is really important. However, none of the buildings listed are in the historic city centre, and therefore I find it hard to make direct comparisons between this and other buildings like the Schlumberger Research Lab, and I feel like, again, I'm still coming back to the conservation area. Closing the blinds, I think, is probably not something that A, we can say, and B, we can even try and facilitate, I think, because particularly this is a rooftop building. If, you know, the draw is that you're on a rooftop, and if at night you would then say, please close the blinds, you're not going to have the view over the city that you would get from it being a rooftop. So I think that's probably not something I would support. And again, the biodiversity, it would be interesting to hear a bit about the biodiversity, and I know that this is clearly a new technology of the green cladding. I think it's tricky because we're also going to be, I don't know how the water mechanism works, but it is also using a lot of water and probably energy to pump. I've just done a quick Google. I think there's gravity and obviously a water irrigation system, but I struggle to see this as a significant benefit that overweighs the conservation area. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. That's really useful. I just want to say something in response to something you said there right at the start, if you don't mind. And I think the reason this keeps coming back is not because it's a difficult decision, but because it is refused. That's the fact of the matter. That's why it keeps coming back. So next up, Councillor Bennett, please.
Hi. I think I'm getting there, but I'm still struggling with two issues. One is the economic impact. I differ from the officer's view because normally a hotel is regarded as what we call an anchor business or a multiplier that would have a beneficial knock-on impact on other food and beverages around and increase employment. It's sort of the equivalent of having your shop next to John Lewis on a retail centre or having an accountant, lawyer and post office on your business park. So I would probably put a higher number on the economic and employment benefit than the officer does. On the public access, I think I totally agree there is no legal right of public access, but in practice, I think anybody who turns up and wishes to go to that rooftop terrace would be admitted unless there is a function. I think from a practical point of view, there is public access, and I do put some weight on that. But I also do hear very clearly the remarks made by Helen, the landscape officer, about the unlikelihood of the green wall actually succeeding, and also remarks made by Christian on the identity of less than significant harm, and I do understand those. So I'm still percolating, but that's where I've got to.
Right, thanks for that. We are going to have to wrap this debate up, I think, at some point. It's been going on a while, but I'm not going to stop you speaking, don't worry. I just want to say a couple of things. So when you do respond, Charlotte, one thing with the plants officer, or whatever your title is, Helen, I'm not sure, might want to sort of talk about a bit more about how the planting can be redone, because it's in the report it says it needs reseeding every 5 years. I've recently taken over the portfolio for open spaces and city services. I'm very keen on wildflowers, I like them, but I understand from officers there that turf is something that continues to grow, seeding needs to be redone. I'm not an expert on that by any means, but it'd be good to understand that a bit better. And then also, when we go back, Charlotte, you might well just go back to Christian, Conservation Officer possibly, as we talked about harm and the technical terms and common sense language around that, but we never actually bottomed out what the heritage assets were that were going to be harmed potentially, or allegedly harmed. So it'd be useful just to know what they are. Right, Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to reassure Councillor Dryden there was quite a lot of opposition and discussion about Park Street car park, because that was in the giddy days before I was on planning committee, and I was one of those opposing it initially. So I think Councillor Guilderdale picked up so many of my points, probably far more eloquently than I'm about to. But the roof is not retractable. This is a permanent structure. Obviously, the windows go up and down. And I think I've mentioned several times before, calling it suggesting it's a non-permanent retractable roof is not true. We should just assess it for what it is, which is fine, but it is a permanent addition. So those views will never change. And the bottom line is we are told repeatedly at committee, as we were for the last item, if the inspector rules, that has significant weight. And there's been plenty I have disagreed with the inspector on, obviously, and they've overruled us. The inspector has been absolutely clear here, slam dunk. There is, I can't remember the exact words, but broadly significant harm or less than substantial harm to a variety of assets in the conservation area and grade 2 and grade 1 listed buildings and their views. And the economic benefit didn't outweigh this. And the economic benefit hasn't changed. So with my planning hat on, because it's a business I want to support, I do not see how we have. I agree with the planning officer. It's a refuse, because since last time the urban design have said it's less successful. Last time they were, again, I queried it, but I understood their point that it was sort of refined. It is less refined now. And the plants will add biodiversity if they succeed, but we can't protect them after 5 years. And actually, from the viewpoints you look at, so I'm looking at the main one from Magdalen Bridge, you won't really see the plants. You could paint it green and have the same effect. And ultimately, there are private benefits. Obviously, residents can go up there and normally, obviously, pop in, but spend money. But there are hundreds of residents, probably in lower income brackets, who will be sitting on Jesus Green and will see that view through the winter, through the summer. And arguably, you might like the view with the lighted up bit. But for me, with my planning hat on, the inspector has been clear there was harm, and the economic benefit, which is the same or potentially a bit less now because it's a slightly smaller area, I'm struggling to get over that because that's what the inspector's ruled. We have to give that significant weight. The conservation officer is saying no, the landscape officer is saying the living wall can't be guaranteed after 5 years. So I think that's where I am with it. But I do agree with Councillor Gilderdale that we do not take economic development and the idea of the multiplier, but this is only the additional bit. The hotel is continuing and it's an excellent business, in my opinion, with hopefully treats their staff very well. But the inspector's been very clear. It's NPPF. We are obliged to consider harm versus benefit. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm being encouraged by officers to move on here. So I won't stop anyone ask questions, but I mean, let's draw this to a conclusion now. Any specific questions of officers that haven't been asked so far, and then we'll have the recommendations. So Councillor Young first.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief. I completely agree with Councillor Gilderdale, so I won't add anything to that. I also agree with Councillor Porrer. I would like to say to Naomi about the public access, Councillor Bennett, it's not something that the public can wander into by accident. They'll have to know that they can do it, and there is a sort of psychological pressure on someone if you walk into a restaurant to order something and pay. So I take her point that it's possible to go up there. I think it's going to be difficult to know that you can do that. And then when you do, it's not like walking on long King's parades, for example. So I think there's that to take into account. And the other final thing is the benefit of a green wall and biodiversity is to help help insects and animals. And I do wonder whether insects are able to fly up to that height. So I would just leave that there. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thanks for that. So let's go back to officers now then. One more, sorry, Councillor Dryden.
I'll be trying to be very brief as well. Planning inspectorates, just like planning committees, they can change their views as well. We do try and protect. We tried to protect a few years ago Wilton Terrace down near the railway station, an old Victorian building. That we didn't give that permission, but the inspectorate overturned us and did give them to demolish it. So there's a change around what inspectorates do. Councillor Bennett has mentioned a couple of things here. Should give more weight on employment. I think I'm giving more weight on employment, permanent employment for staff here as well. Also, very quickly again, the public being able to use it. I mean, you say you can't, but when we was discussing once about closing down public toilets in Cambridge, what was one of the answers from the council? We can go and use toilets in other shops and that, which, I mean, you're saying you can't use it, and then we're saying in another committee where we can use private buildings to use the convenience toilets. So we're not getting ourselves we're changing the views when it suits us for some reason.
All right, thanks, Councillor. So, Charlotte, a fair bit there, but can you wrap up, please, and use your specialist consultees where appropriate? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, there was a lot of discussion there, but I'll try and just cover sort of the questions that came through. To start with, I just want to cover some of the points that Councillor Paget talked about, because I think it's really important that we understand harm as a technical term. I think it's really significant. You know, we have lots of applications in the historic core which have no harm to them at all in terms of conservation harm. This application has harm to the conservation area, to listed buildings, to buildings of local interest, to the river cam and the skyline. And the heritage harm is to a less than substantial degree. That is significant, and it is a technical term that the conservation officer has advised is sort of the result of the assessment of the application and the inspector agreed on. So just to clarify that point. Probably also just want to draw on the fact that, you know, the skyline in the city, you know, does change over time, but we have a policy which I think is policy 60, yes it is, which guides how we make assessment on applications that impact the skyline. And this application, I have concluded, is contrary to that policy. So it's just noting that as well. And finally, I think I'll just say on that point that, you know, the building is visible across the city, but what I think the verified views have pointed out is it's visible from important viewpoints around the city. So those which relate to important historic assets, those which frame public viewpoints such as Jesus Green. So it's just being mindful of kind of, there are views to lots of things around the city, but specifically these have been drawn out because of the harm and the impact that this is going to have. There was also, I think, a point about biodiversity, which I'll just cover. So we have no information on the value in terms of biodiversity of the sort of living meadow proposal, and Helen may feel comfortable to speak to that, so perhaps I'll come to you in a moment. But I think what I wanted to say in terms of that is I'd be cautious about putting too much weight on the biodiversity value. We don't have evidence to that effect, and I think myself and Helen are concerned about the longevity of the planting. So if the grass partially dies because of the weather, or it doesn't have long-term success in terms of the maintenance and monitoring, the value is going to not be there. So I just want to take a bit of caution in terms of that approach. Helen, did you want to add anything on that? No, okay, that's fine. So just a few more points. Yes, the building is permanent. So the retractable elements are the windows that slide down, so half of the window will slide down, and in the rooftop there is retractable fabric that will then allow sort of an open air setting. But the steel structure itself and the living plants and the glazing are permanent features, and the building will be there and extend the height of it. So I'm just going through my notes to see which points I need to come back on. Councillor Bennett, I note your points. Let me know if there was something you wanted specifically need to come back on, or if you were just raising general discussion points, sorry.
I'm quite happy with what you've said, and I think we're agreeing to differ. And also, while I have the opportunity, I think this has been a difficult case, and you presented it very well.
Thank you, that's kind of you to say. So yeah, Councillor Smart, I think you asked about planting. So yes, the information submitted in the application basically states that the sort of seeding that goes in the panelling would have to be done. I think it says 5 to 10 or 5 to 7 years. Sorry, I haven't got that in front of me at the moment, but it's
5 to 10.
But yeah, 5 to 10. So it's along those lines. So I think we have concerns that it's possibly more frequent than that if the management isn't successful. You know, individual plants or a series of plants may die and have to be replaced. And we would probably want to know, how is that going to take place? It's probably quite hard, you know, to get up to that height and things like that. So that's kind of our concerns that we have, is about what are going to be the seasonal impacts on the planting. Is it going to have long-term success? And yes, you know, it's going to have to be consistently changed every 5 to 10 years for the rest of its life, effectively. There was another point about heritage assets and kind of harm. I think I've spoken a little bit about that, but Christian, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add beyond what you've already said.
I think there was a question about which heritage assets were going to be harmed. And the short way to answer that is to refer to the report, particularly at paragraphs 948 and 950. But in summary, the assets are, well, primarily the conservation area itself. In terms of views around it, and we've talked a lot about views already, although not so much about the view from the bridge and Bridge Street itself, which is one of the key views. And not forget that the Bridge Street Bridge, the Great Bridge as it was, is a listed building in itself. So views from there are particularly significant. Other heritage assets in particular would be those that we've visited briefly in the slides in Magdalen College, so the Pepys building, very highly graded, and Bright's building, the cottages, the buildings of local interest on Richmond Terrace and St John's Road. And one that I pointed out to members who attended the last site visit in the previous extension was some of the views are they would be surprise views of this structure if it was approved. So the case officers mentioned that one from Punts on the River Cam. All of a sudden the building would appear above the roofs from there, and similarly from Lower Park Street, this very diminutive...
Can you speak up a bit, please, Christian? Thanks.
Very diminutive terrace of listed buildings on Lower Park Street. And from looking in the direction of the Varsity Hotel, from the front doors of some of those, you can't really see it, or you can barely see it at the moment above the school there. But it will appear in some surprising places like that. So there are a good many buildings and areas, we've talked about Jesus Green in particular, from where this proposal will have a real impact.
Thanks, Christian. Anything else, Charlotte? Are you still...
Yeah, sorry, let me just review the list. I suppose there's probably one point from Councillor Pora that I'd just like to kind of come back on, just because I actually thought Councillor Pora made a really good point about what the inspector said in terms of the weighting given to the employment benefits and the heritage harm. So yeah, the employment or economic benefits, I suppose, haven't changed as part of the application. And we're still suggesting that harm is resulting to the heritage assets that have been mentioned by Christian just now. And yeah, just encourage members to be mindful of that. And as Councillor Paul pointed out as well, the urban design objection that has now come forward on the application. I think that's it, but apologies.
All right, thanks, Charlotte. So you wanted to say something else, Councillor Bennett? This is the last few questions.
It is indeed. What I would say is I would regard the employment and multiplier benefits of the proposed structure as being the same, but because of a deterioration in the local economic climate, I would say that their measure is greater, and that has even changed materially since the inspector's report, particularly bearing in mind that a lot of the multiplier effect is on the very challenged food and beverage industry. I do not say that that would necessarily change the opinion, but that's my opinion as an accountant of over 40 years' experience, during which some of which I was actually a food and beverage sector specialist.
So that, Councillor Bajan?
Just briefly, Chair, I too would like to thank Charlotte for the excellent standard of the presentation and the way that she defended her position. And I think that's really good, and it's nice to hear from Christian and Helen as well. But there's a difference. The only reason we're here is because we're not technical experts. And we are given that ability to make a decision from a subjective or more subjective point of view. We have to comply with the rules around us. But we are not experts. We don't have to be experts, and we're here because we're councillors, we're elected councillors. And the same with the inspector. Every time the inspector makes a decision against us, we've disagreed with him. We disagree with him.
Councillor, we've been debating this item for 2 hours now, so if you just keep it shortish, please.
I'm being short here. I'm just saying, this committee is not a committee of technical experts, and we should be making a decision on the basis of the people that we represent within the law that we have to represent them for.
Thank you, Councillor. Thingy, that's it. Thanks. So just to be clear, we make decisions, we're a quasi-judicial committee, we make decisions based on national planning policy framework, closer policy and practice and stuff like that. Councillor Dryden.
Chair, I'll be very brief. On the previous application where we made our decisions, the officers gave recommendation of approval and we went against the officer's recommendation. So this time we can go against the officer's recommendation again, can't we? So it doesn't actually say that when experts give us their opinion, we've always got to go and we take notice and we give it weight. But when you start conflicting yourselves, what you tell us each time, then we've got to start questioning why you're changing your route. So some of us can change our views now, like Councillor Bennett said. I've given more weight on employment this time, probably than I did last time. Because when you listen to younger people tell you their worries about, that does mean a lot to you, more than someone just having to see a little bit of a view or something, which is going to, some people might like to see the view. So we're just thinking, not everybody's got the same opinion, as I said before. Some things look nicer to others and not. We talked about Sherrington Road, going down there over the bridge. I mean, that was a planning when I was on a long while ago. That got through at the end, and I thought that was a terrible building. But beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So let's look at everything practical, not just one person's opinion on what they don't like.
Thank you, Councillor. You're absolutely right. We can go against the officer's recommendation on this item or any other item for that matter. But I won't say it again, but just to reiterate what I just said to Councillor Paget in terms of what this planning committee does, how we do it. Any more? No. Okay, so the recommendation. Was there anything you needed to respond to there, Charlotte? No. Okay. So thank you very much. So the recommendation then, please, Jane.
The recommendation, Chair, is for refusal as per the 2 reasons for refusal set out on page 186 and 187 of the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. So the recommendation is one of approval. Is in favour of that recommendation? Sorry?
Refusal.
That's what I said, didn't I?
No. Is it approval?
Oh, did I go on?
Yeah.
It's been a long... The recommendation is one of refusal. All those in favour of that recommendation?
For support the refusal recommendation.
All those against?
Or disagree with the
Yeah,
recommendation.
so Chair's casting vote means it's refused. So thank you very much. Really good debate. And thank you to the speakers. We'll take another break now because it's been going on quite a while before we do the last item. So if we come back in, say, 5-2, please. Thanks very much. Sarah. Okay, welcome back to Planning Committee after a short break. So the last planning item of today is item 10, 45 Nightingale Avenue. There are no public speakers on this item. Paolo, you're the case officer. If you want to present it, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just uploading the presentation. Perfect. Can you confirm you can see that?
Yeah, see and hear, thanks.
Perfect. So today I'm presenting 45 Nightingale Avenue. The case number is 2401388S73. The description is a Section 73 to vary conditions 2 and 13 of Planning Permission 1722614, and that was for the erection of 2 detached 3-story 4-bedroom family homes with a single-story element to the front and rear following demolition of existing detached house and garage, fenestrations, alterations, and additional roof lantern. So just some relevant site history. So just read out the initial one that was granted in 2017. This was followed by submissions of details required by Condition 9, which was discharged. And there was a non-material amendment application which came in for the initial application, which was withdrawn. We were then followed up by a deemed consent for the demolition of an existing detached house and a single-story garage. So just for a visual, this is the location plan. The application site is currently a 2-story detached dwelling on the southeastern side of Nightingale Avenue. Nightingale Avenue is tree-lined and characterized by detached dwellings which typically fit the entire width of the plot. These houses generally have open gardens, and the opposite side of Nightingale Avenue is Nightingale Recreation Ground, which you can see here by the laser cursor. So I've gathered up some photography to give members a visualization of the site that we have in question. So with the front elevation, you can see along the top here, it's quite a wide plot, a few trees on each side. You've got a front elevation outlook, which is facing Nightingale Recreation Ground. And then to the bottom, we do have some re-elevations. Just some further photography to kind of illustrate the views towards neighboring dwellings. There seems to be quite a bit of a natural shrub layer, which helps with privacy. This, in comparison to initial photography, which was sent in 2017, still lines up, so not much has changed. So the proposed site plan is for 2 dwellings that are going up. So the reason why I've put this up for you to see is just to see the symmetry between the 2. And I will come back to this at a later point just to demonstrate the actual changes that have occurred for this application, which has now come in. So just to know, everything in red to my right is all the amendments which have come in comparison to the initial grant in 2017. So there's a gable window which comes in at the top floor. There's changes to materials, and to be specific, is a zinc cladding to be changed to a composite cladding. And then at the bottom on the first floor, we've got Van der Staden majestic brick, which is being proposed pretty much across the ground and first floor, which looks more like an oatmeal brown colored brick. So this is the front elevation. Moving on to the side elevation, there's more emphasis on the actual material changes which were already noted. So the composite cladding at the top with the, excuse my pronunciation, but Van der Sanden majestic brick, once again at the first floor. Take note, on the ground floor, first elevation here, we've got a proposed 2x2 roof lantern, which the officer believes is pretty much acceptable and could come in various applications under a general household or so, and we don't deem this to be too detrimental of a change to what was initially proposed. The proposed east side elevation demonstrates changes towards the actual roof. So we've gone from 8 roof lights to now a new proposed 4. So there's been a reduction. Once again, you see the opposite side of the roof lantern, which is 2 by 2. And when we go to the ground floor, it's essential we note that there were initially granted windows, but they're just simple relocations of what was there. What is new, however, is a glazed window on the first floor, which actually gives a bit of light to the landing in the staircase for the amended floor plans. And we go to the rear elevation. The officer wants all members to note that the Juliet balcony was initially in the 2017 application, so this is nothing new in terms of plans. But what has spiked up, as was in the front elevation, is the gable window. This is not obscured, and there's no evidence to suggest overlooking due to the positioning of each dwelling across Nightingale Avenue. So the proposed site plans with outline changes from a roof aspect. So we've got the addition of a first floor obscured glazed window to the eastern elevation of the dwellings, addition of a first floor gable and window to front and rear, addition of ground floor window to eastern elevation of dwellings, an addition of a roof lantern over the rear single-story element. We've got bifold door minor relocations on the rear elevation. We've got a change from 8 skylights on the eastern elevation to 4. At the rear here in the garden, initially, the applicant placed both the bin stores and the cycle stores to the rear. But what we've now seen is that they've relocated the cycle store to the front elevation, which, to be honest, comes across more convenient. There is still access to go through and place that at the back, with the bin stores remaining at the rear. So when looking at the comparison of objections between the initial application to what we've now got, there are some similarities. Initially, there was an overwhelming amount of 6 that came in, which made the 2017 application go to committee. And what that summarized as was, objectors said that it set a precedent for the road, it was out of keeping with the character of the area, does not comply with policy 8 and 6 of the 2006 local plan at the time. There was a disturbance for a considerable amount of time should this be granted due to construction. There was an increase in traffic during construction, and they described the proposal as garden grabbing. What we now have with the 2 objections that have come in is, once again, objectors have said that it sets a precedent for the road. It will be the only property on the road with 3 stories. There's overlooking via the gable windows and Juliet balconies. And lastly, they object to the composite cladding and windows to the side of each property on the 2nd floor, which, by the way, is obscured or could be conditioned to be. So overall, from a planning balance, the officer does want to approve this for the key material considerations. The proposed changes would not compromise neighbour amenity or have any harmful impact on the character and appearance of the area. Lastly, the contribution to supply of residential accommodation within Cambridge. It appears that there's only been really a relocation of some windows, an addition which was obscured, and a reduction of roof lights. So the officer does deem this to be a pretty simple case to assess, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of this with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Paolo. Right, no speakers, debate. I'll go first. So, Paolo, is it a 3-story building? I've got 4 questions, and then we'll have others from other members as well and come back to you. The composite cladding I don't understand fully. The 2 comparisons between previously approved and this application seem to show, well, clearly the zinc cladding on the old one. The new one, I'm not quite sure if it's some sort of cladding and then not a window. There appears to be a window before, or what it might be. I presume it's not flammable. The 2 by 2 roof lantern, do you mean 2 meters by 2 meters? And the window on the landing, does it overlook anything? Any more questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Young.
The reduction of skylights from 8 to 4, is that going to have a material effect on the amenity inside inside the rooms underneath?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Porro.
Thank you to the officer for his presentation. Just to confirm, I presume we will obscure the glazing on the second floor for those windows. And could, yeah, as the chair said, could the officer just explain a bit more what he means by composite cladding, because I'm not entirely sure. And also, could the composite cladding go on anyway without planning permission? Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
I was just going to ask the officer why the bin store and the cycle store aren't the other way round.
Policy compliance, I think. Any more questions? Right, back to you then, Paolo, please. You could sort of stop sharing your screen now, probably, I think, for the minute, anyway. Unless you want to show anything.
Perfect. Apologies if I forgot any names. It's my first time doing a committee with Cambridge here, but I'll try to go through all the questions that have been asked. So I believe you asked if it was a 3-story building. To be honest, I refer to this as a 2-story. It does have a you could say a 1.5 element to it, which is simply what the objector was referring to. I thought it would be fair to read the objection as it was stated. But if you're asking me, is it a 3-story building? I believe it to be a 2-story building. The composite cladding question. Materials are usually something officers do have to put a bit of weight on, but not as much as what consultations within Cambridge would provide. So composite cladding would go on. I think someone mentioned that composite cladding would go up anyway, and I agree. But that was a new addition to what was initially proposed in terms of materials. So I thought it was fair to tell the board the initial changes in terms of material. The 2x2 roof lantern, correct, that is what I mean. It's a 2 meter by 2 meter roof lantern. So apologies for not being clear on that. And if someone could just, I'm going to answer the last question because I just need the 5th question to be re-asked. The bin store and the cycle store being moved around. I agree. It doesn't quite make sense. It should be the other way around. But it just depends on how people want to design the properties. Essentially, what we look at is access, and if there's right of access to the back, and it won't impede on pushing a cycle through the alleyway, then it's totally up to the applicant in which way they want to do it. I think when it does come to bin stores, however, it's quite telling that we want it to be at the front, because obviously when the bin store and collection services come, it makes it less of a drag distance, and that's what we want to protect.
Did you say you wanted to come back on one question, Paolo?
Yeah, sorry, I've noted someone mentioned the window. I think yourself, you noted the window in the comparison. I think you said something's popped up which wasn't obscured.
So, I should
probably share my screen.
Yeah, share the screen that shows the old one and the new version for the dormer window, I think. So I understand the idea of a composite structure, but it seemed to imply that in the old one there was a window, there was an area of looked like glazing. In the new one there was a part of the structure that looked like it was patterned. So I wasn't quite sure if that was a window or whether that was going to not be a window and be some sort of other part of a composite structure.
I see. Could you just stop me at the plan just to make sure we're looking at the same thing?
That's it there. So the right-hand one has a sort of pattern on the triangular bit. On the other side, I presume the other side shows a window glazing. But on the one that you're on now, what's that?
So this is the gable window. And if you're referring to this here.
Yeah.
This here. This is not referred to as a window at all. The only window on that level of the dwelling would be the gable window, which has been mentioned. This usually, in architectural terms, could indicate obscured glazing, but this has not been pinpointed as a window in any of the plans. This here.
Paolo, I'm going to get Jane to come in as well. Hold on, Jane.
Paolo, would you like to go to the floor plans a second. It may possibly be a window to a study area, possibly. Do you have the proposed floor plans?
So I've got the floor plans on the plan packs. I haven't actually put that on this presentation. I've got the roof plan. But if I could share my screen to the floor plans, maybe we could all look at that together, which you have at hand.
It does appear in the side elevation of those dormer windows that it would be a window, but for a small area to the bedrooms on that floor.
Bear with me. Can you still see my screen? Or can you see the presentation?
See the presentation. No, you've gone away now.
Apologies. Jane, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got the floor plan up now, so...
Okay.
So I presume you need to show the one on the proposed second floor plan.
Proposed second floor plan, there we go. So there's a proposed gable window where my cursor is. And according to that, it appears that you are right, that would be a obscured window beside the desk.
Okay, well, is there a reason for that? Because it overlooks, I suppose, is it?
It could be conditioned, but with the actual drawing of that window, when it's hashed out, as you mentioned, it tends to imply that it is obscured. That is obviously something that can be conditional. We could speak with the applicant about, but I can't exactly tell you the reason for the positioning of that window there as the design point.
Okay, not quite clear. Does it matter, members? Not too much, perhaps. So I have to say that I preferred the zinc standing steam option to this composite cladding, which I don't really know what it is. Could be anything because it just says composite. Jane?
From our experience, composite cladding is like a plastic cladding. Sometimes you use it in decking, or some people use it to build sheds out. It's not wood, and it's not metal.
So that means it's flammable?
We don't have the building regs of the material itself to know what it's particularly made out of. We would just know it as composite cladding. We could ask for material details to be submitted as part of a condition, if councillors wish. It's quite common that we find it on houses these days.
I don't like it, but if there's an issue, I guess building control will pick it up and it can come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes if there's any issue with flammability, etc. Yeah, but I know, but we can still have a look at it. It's a change. It's a change from what was proposed initially. I don't want to draw this out longer than it needs to go, but Councillor Bora.
I've just done a quick Google. It just looks like fake wood. But yeah, I agree with bring it back. For the obscure windows, could we leave that with officers just to check whether that is already on the plans? And if not, if they feel it's appropriate, if they are overlooking, then obscure them. Obviously, if they're not overlooking, I don't mind if they're not obscured. Thank you.
That makes sense.
Is that all clear then? Let's go forward with the recommendation, I think. Yep, so recommendation, please, then, Jane.
So recommendation is for approval, subject to the conditions as in the documents in front of you. Thank you.
All those in favour of that recommendation? Hang on, James wants to say something, James?
Did you want to include those two amendments or not? I didn't hear them mentioned.
Yeah, the amendments, yeah.
Sorry, so the condition for the dormer window, depending on if it's going to overlook to the side, but we can come back via Chair and Spokes, and then the material, whether it's flammable or not, what it's made of.
Yeah, that'll do. Thank you. Okay, so sorry about that. So all those in favour of the recommendation?
It's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks, Paolo. Okay,
Thank you.
that's that one. So the only thing to finally do on the agenda is, because we've done the Planning Committee review project update already, so item 12, appeals report. It's just a note, unless anyone has any questions on it. Not really get them answered, to be honest. But if you do have a question, seriously, you can put it to officers after the meeting by email. That's right.
Yeah, I can take it away.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's it then. Thanks very much. Another long meeting. So well done, everyone. Thank you, and safe journey home. So.